to. It's the penultimate meeting before the Saudi Cup meeting. We'll race again here for 3 days next week, and we're back then for the Saudi Cup on the 21st and 22nd of February. Once again, Tom Collins is alongside me. It was the men in black yesterday. It's the Blues Brothers today.
It is. That's just passing as blue. I was anticipating a little bit more blue than that, but we'll take it.
It's blue.
Yeah, if you look on the TV, it looks a little bit white at the monitor.
I suppose it does, yeah.
It is blue. I can say to the viewers at home, it is just blue. But yeah, we are the Blues Brothers, and we're going to be the winning brothers as well. We're going to have more winners today. Yesterday was quite good for winners.
Well, so far of the 2 days, you're 6 and I'm 5 winners in.
Yeah, but we had a poor Thursday. We only had one each. So yesterday was 4 and 5 apiece. Like, that was decent showing. I think today we can match that and get into double figures for this week.
Yeah, well, we've got lots to look forward to. We get underway with a local bred horses maiden. The highlights on the card today for you would be?
Probably the 2 cup races at the end, but there are some interesting races throughout. The Arabian Open, which I think is race 3, features Turkey Al Khalidiyah, one of the best Arabians here. Race 4 is a really good maiden, some lovely pedigree, some big price tags, some top connections represented, and the 2 cup races at the end obviously are very, very good. So it's an interesting card. I think you've got to stick around till the end. You can't just watch the first part because the class is at the end, but there should be winners throughout.
And we've got in those 2 cup races later on, the first over 800 metres for the 3-year-olds, and a horse who ran well at the Saudi Derby qualifier last week, doing his best work late on in Falcaire, steps up in distance today. I think that could unlock a bit more improvement. Yeah,
we're a big believer in this horse, Falcaire. Last week he was a bit disappointing, we have to admit, but he still ran okay. He was just hanging left. Goes up in trip, as you say, big positive. He should win today.
And Abid Shaker as well in the last race. We go up to 2,400 metres for the last. And that's a horse whose course and distance record is 3-4, and then the last couple of runs over the course and distance, win.
Yeah.
And that sequence could be extended today.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of him. Big grey animal, loves 2,400 metres, stays all day. Again, should win.
That's it, but later on, race 12 on the card. We can, of course, bring you all of your comments again today on the YouTube channel. If you're watching us today on YouTube, do interact with us. We'd love to hear from you with your selections, your thoughts, questions for Tom, questions for Callum. If anybody you'd like Callum to try and speak to, do let us know. And, of course, your selections as well. I wonder if Ray's going to be back in Perth in Australia.
Hope so. He was in great form yesterday.
He's probably booked a holiday to the Maldives and he's gone already. He was having that many winners. Right, out and about today on a lovely afternoon here in Riyadh is Callum Helliwell. Good afternoon to you, Callum.
Afternoon, guys. Yes, looking forward to today's action on course. Particularly looking forward to race 5. I mentioned Swing the Ring yesterday, ran very well at a price to finish, I think, 3rd on that day when sneaking in as a reserve. We've got another one who sneaks in as a reserve. This is Wasil Al Salam. Sneaks right in with 22, but has had a few scratches and gets into this contest. 2nd on both starts. Probably quite an unfortunate 2nd in both starts. Did very little wrong. Was just unable to get by the eventual winner on debut when going down by, I think, around a head. And then last time out, maybe was just sent for home too early. So hopefully we'll see that horse break his duck at the 3rd time of asking. So Wasil Al Salam, 3-year-old colt, looking forward to seeing him in race number 5. But as you can see, horses are already in the parade ring alongside us, so it's time to hand over to Mr. Anthony Ennis.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, here we go for race number 1. This is a maiden for the locally bred horses. Number 1, Alajal. It's now been ridden by Thab Al Timyat. That was a late jockey booking. Number 2, Aldu Alameh, Muhannad Al Nassar. 3, Anna Al Mahoum, ridden by Osama Al Shirani. Was in good form yesterday. 4's the favourite, which is Derby for Muhammad Al Daham. Derby is around 2-1 currently. Number 5 is Esbanda for the jockey Mishari Alisa. 6, Hadith, Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Over the page to find number 7, which is Motta Sha'aib for Aisal Al Sahani. 8 is Wadan, Ricardo Ferreira, who was in double form yesterday. 9, Yabdo, Tariq Al Mansur. Number 10 is Anna Monifay, ridden by Ahmed Al Azari. 11 is Atayeb, ridden by Rakan Al Obeid. 12 is Barjat Al Din, Khalid Al Mamoni. Over the page to find 13, which is Kilik Amal. 14 doesn't go, Scratch Mahood. 15 is Moqtadea, ridden by Abdullah Al Kradis. 16 is Mostafa. Number 17's been scratched, Motorada, so 18 runs, which is Tishawa, Nawaf Al Modiani. 19, Kayot Al Mayazib, ridden by Abdullah Al Rashid. 20 is a runner, Armin Al Anaya, Ayad Al Tarisi, and the other 2 don't go, 21 and 22. So scratch 21, scratch 22, scratch 14 and 17. Let's go back to Callum.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Let's talk about the 3. This is Ana Al-Mum. This horse is an interesting one. On first sight, you think, oh, really exciting prospect. Big, strong type, lovely neck, lovely hindquarters. You've got Osama Al-Shahani on board, taking off 3 kilos. Lots to like, but the last run wasn't very impressive, so this one will need to take a big step forward. He's a big colt. He's a bit colty in here. He's having a bit of a shout and still being jig-jogging around, but he's not getting too warm, which is a positive, and hopefully he can step forward from that last run. Really intriguing type. Let's go back to the 4 here. This is Derby. I know this is a horse that a lot of the boys in the studio like. He's another one that's just getting a little bit on top of himself here. He's another colt as well. He makes his 3rd career start, took a big step forward last time after a less than inspiring debut to finish 3rd. It would be no surprise if he can take another step forward today and make it a first win at the 3rd time of asking Derby. That's the 4, a big, imposing son of Al Hili. Now we're going to drop all the way back to the number 12 is the next one we're going to have a look at, which is right the way down. So my poor cameraman is going to have to walk back whence he came. This is Bajat Al-Din, Khalid Al-Memoni. He'll be very happy. Had a big winner last night in one of the cup races, the championship of the racecourse contest, and he will partner Bajat Al-Din here, who makes debut. Flashy chestnut, just coming towards us now. As you can see, complete different physical model to what we've seen before this filly. She is very effeminate. She's quite light of bone. She's a really attractive type. She walks really well. She's got a nice bonny walk to her. She's got plenty of size and scope to her as well, and she's well built in the hindquarters. I think she's a nice type on debut. Abdullah Al-Manif knows what he's doing with these young horses. He's had great success this season, and he'll be hoping for more success with this filly. She's very nice, and I think she will run a big race on debut. Now we'll pull back one more to the final horse we'll look at. That is the 20, Amin Analaya. We know about the Alanaya runners. They have had such a wonderful season, culminating in a big, big cup win over the last couple of weekends ago. Typical of the type, very, very well turned out. This horse is making the 3rd career start. I'm pretty sure this is the first time in maiden company. Has been quite highly tried in tough enough races. We'll be looking to bounce back from 2 low-key runs, but this is a more winnable contest. And doesn't he look very, very good, this 3-year-old? He's a nice son of Closing Bell. I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes. There's probably 4 in here who are real paddock eye catchers, lads. Hard to pick between them.
Thanks, Callum. So I'm quite jealous of Callum being outside today. It's beautiful.
For the first 5 races.
Until about race 5.
Yeah, and then it's good to be in here.
Okay, well, let's have a run through some of these then, Tom. We've got the international favourite here as the horse number 4, Derby. In fact, we can have a look at Derby, can't we, who has had just the 2 runs so far, was beaten over the course and distance back in December, but showed improved form to be 3rd 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, this was a good effort coming from off the front. This day was much more forwardly placed than he was on the debut. As you can see here, he kind of weakens in the latter 200 metres of the contest. He drops down in distance, which is a big plus. He draws still 10, but I think he'll manage to get to the rail from there and definitely out in front. And he's going to prove tough because we've seen on numerous occasions that 1,200 metre races on the dirt here usually go to horses who are prominent racers. And Derby, or Derby, however you want to say it, is a prominent racer. So he's definitely the horse to beat. Yeah,
number 4, 2 starts to date. Got stamina to burn, comes back in distance, good draw, and has got the experience as well. He's now 15 to 8 from 2 to 1 in international markets. Second favourite is number 3. This is Ana Al-Muham in the red colours of the red stable. 1 start so far. 13th of 18th that day. It's got a bit of improvement to find from 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, well, had a wide trip over the course and distance. He draws a lot better this time in stall 4. Jimmy Jerkin's horses generally improve from first to second outing, but as I always say, I don't like Jimmy's horses over 1,200. Jimmy does so well when he ups his horses in trip, and I just feel like they're going again with this one at the 1,200 just to get some more experience into him before we see him in better light over further. Maybe he'll show some more speed today from the inside gate, but I will keep him, the 3 horse, Ana Al-Mum, on the back burner until I see 1,400 or 1,600 metres next to his name.
Third best in international market, number 11, Atieb, who's also had the 1 start so far. This filly by Saint Adan, who was 7th of 18 in the local bred fillies maiden 2 weeks ago.
So she has speed as well, and she's drawn inside in 3. I think her and Derby will be the 2 that push forward. Whichever one lasts the longest will probably win this race. Rakan Al Abeid takes the ride Mohamed Aldaham is on debut. I think Aldaham's, well, I don't think. I know Aldaham's a better rider, so maybe he can clear the 11 on debut. But Atieb is the horse in here that could pose the most pressure to debut in the early part of the race and therefore could either break or make the race for him.
So 4, 3 and 11, all of potential. 18, Tishua has got an official mark of 55 after 5 runs.
Yeah, I've got this horse 4th in, but it was mainly just because the rest didn't look like they were up to much. Tishua improved when dropped down to this trip last month, was 3rd of 15. That was a clear career best. It just lacks the potential to step forward, I think.
And we've got 9 of these on debut. We've got the top-rated horse here off 57. So it would be no surprise if one of the debutants was to put in a big effort and be competitive.
Yeah, I'm surprised Davy doesn't have a mark. Why doesn't Davy have a mark? That makes no sense to me. Had 2 outings, so it's usually enough for a mark. But anyway,
maybe that's maybe the first one was just so bad that you've only really effectively had 1 run to try and assess it. So you want to see 1 more before giving it a mark?
Potentially. The debutants, none of them really stand out. The horse number 2, Aldu Alamay, is by Worldly out of a 55 rated mare who only won once from 15. Horse 5, Esbandar, is by Destin out of a mare who was only rated 34, who was 0 from 4 in her racing career. The 7, Motashaib, by New Line out of a 55 rated mare, pedigree suggests further. The 8, Wadan, by New Line again out of a 50 rated mare this time, whose only success come over 1600, so again the pedigree doesn't stand up there. The 9, Yabdo, draws inside, but is by Spring at Last out of a mare who was 0 from 2. The 10, Anna Manifa, I suppose is a little bit interesting. It's by Mucho Gusto, who was a pretty good horse in the US, out of a prolific mare who won 6 of her 15. So the 10 probably stands out a little bit when it comes to pedigree, and that would be the one that I would be giving a second look to. But the stall 18 is just a major problem.
And just talking about the ratings, Derby was beaten by Yafel on debut by just over 5 lengths. Yafel's now got a mark of 70, which would give you a clue that Derby might be a sort of, or Derby would be sort of early 60s.
Yeah, 65 maybe. But that was a clear step forward from the first outing, and maybe there's another step forward to come. Yeah. And if that's the case, especially considering his running style, being forwardly placed, he's going to be tough in here. I think he deserves to be favourite, and I don't know what price he is.
7 or 4 from 2s?
Yeah, I think that's fair. He's the clear standout on what we know.
Hello to Prandil, who's got in touch on YouTube. If you are watching us there, please do leave us a comment. Sign into the chat section. We'd love to hear your selections, your comments, your thoughts, your views, your questions, and of course, where you're watching from. Prandil Tom said the winning horse for this is number 8, which is Wadan. He said, today's good for Wadan.
Okay, I don't love the pedigree, I have to admit. As I say, 50 rated mare. New Line is an okay sire, not a great sire. The mare's only success come over 1600.
Ricardo, though?
Yeah, great jockey booking. It just feels like the horse will want more distance, but we'll see where he manages to sit in the early part of the race.
And there are people watching on from the grandstands here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse, grandstands that will be packed here 3 weeks today for the Saudi Cup meeting, the 22nd of February. We, of course, race again next week for 3 days, and this is the first of 12 races here today for meeting number 87. So Derby, 7 to 4 at the top of the international markets. Second, the Red Stables, Anna Al Muham at 3 to 1. Atieb at 5 to 1. Tishua 15 to 2. Bajat Al Deem at 10s. Hadith is an 11 to 1 chance. That is horse number 6 on the race card. Quick word on that one, rated 57, does carry the top rating in the field. If you go back through the form, was second over the course and distance, but has been well held on the last couple of starts.
Yeah, ran at second to a good horse as well, so that was pretty good form, but as you say, hasn't progressed since, looks vulnerable to an unexposed rival.
But the horse it was second to, we're talking about Derby coming in behind a horse now rated 70. The horse that was second in that, I know it's a standalone piece of form in 5 starts, but the winner's now rated 70 and has gone in again.
Yeah, the form is solid, but it's just how much trust you put into that piece of form. He's also drawn out wide in 12 and is unlikely to be able to get to the front. Might suffer a wide trip. That's not to say Hadith definitely can't place. Of course he can, but I just preferred a couple of others, the likes of Derby, and also, who do I have second in? Oh, the 3, Anna Al Mulm, just purely because I think the 3 will close from out of the pack. As I say, further, longer trips is what the 3 wants. So he'll be staying on late, but Derby may have gone beyond recall.
I'm going to go Derby. As regards pronunciation, Derby?
I'm happy with Derby or Davy. It's either or.
Well, there's no I or Y, is it? So, Derby.
Let's go Derby.
I'm sure Enzo Ferrari will correct us.
Yeah, Enzo knows.
If it's Derby or whatever. The 4, yeah. We're both with the 4, aren't we?
Yep.
International favourite currently at 7-4, backed in from 2-1. It's got the experience, well drawn. And Callum should get away well from stall 10 and hopefully get onto that front running conveyor belt. Are you Derby, Davy, or something else?
I've spoken to the actual Saudi nationals here. It's pronounced Dabi. So we're all wrong there. So Dabi is the 4. Really fascinating race here, but I was very drawn to the one right at the bottom, the 20, Amin Alanaya. That's going to be the pick for me. Not quite sure where the draw will be for this one. Hopefully not out in the car park. But I just thought this horse looked really well in the prelims. And those 2 defeats, although they were heavy, they were in better company than this. They were in winners' races. The last run wasn't actually as bad as advertised. It was only beaten 12 lengths on that day and eased home on that occasion as well. So I'll be hoping for a bit of a better performance and a horse maybe to use the experience that Amin Alanaya now has. Keep an eye out for Bajra Aldim. That's a filly who really caught my eye. She's gorgeous and hopefully she can run a big race. She's certainly got the development on her side. I'm surprised she's not in a fillies only contest. But Dabi is the selection for the boys and the selection for me is Amin Alanaya. Horse number 20.
Thank you, Callum. Just confirm these late jockey bookings as well. 13, Kilik Amal, Abdullah Al Saidi gets the late call up for that one. And 16, Mostafa, Fawaz Wanas has got the call for that one. And we knew about Tharb Al Timyat on the 1, didn't we? So 1, Alajal, Tharb Al Timyat. 13, Kilik Amal, Abdullah Al Saidi. 16, Mostafa, ridden by Fawaz Wanas. Yeah, Dabi, it is them, who is the favourite. And my idea of the winners of this race as well, along with Tom and Martin. Callum liking the 20, Armin Alanaya. Comes out of stall 7. They're loading up for race 1 then. We are on this dirt track here. In the afternoon sunshine here at Riyadh for this maiden. 1,200 metres. So 6 furlongs they're going. Number 12, which is a little bit on its toes, this runner. This is a filly called Barja Al-Deem. She was very lively in the paddock as well. She's got a few left to load, about 7 more to go in, including Barja Al-Deem. Final check on that international market. Dabi, 7-4 now, 3-1 Anna Al-Moom for Jimmy Jerkins, 5-1 money for Atayeb as well. That's coming from 6s, 15-2 Tishawa. It's coming half a point as well. So they load up these runners. If you're with Dabi, comes out of stall 10 towards the middle of the field. Waiting for final 4 to go in. There is Dabi, bright yellow saddle cloth, easy to spot. 1 still to go in is Alajal, Tharb Al Timyat, also 13, Kilik Amal. And 19 there in that sort of black with a blue hoop. Oh, just rearing a bit there, the 19. Quite wisely, the rider of Alajal moving the 1 away from the 19 there. Who's about to go in now, hopefully. Kayot Al-Mayazib. Abdullah Al-Rashid on board that one. And then going forward now is the 13. This is Kilik Amal in orange colours. And the black collar. So this is going to be the last one to go forward, Kilik Amal. So Kilik Amal goes in. For race 1, they're off and racing. Jumped away. Quite slow to go from the outside stall there. Was Anna Monafar. That was in the blue colours. Missed the break quite badly as they race here over the trip of 1,200 metres for the opening race at Riyadh. Showing bright speed, the red colours of Anna Al-Moon towards the inside, one of the fancied runners. The market leader Dabi is right up there too, red, white and blue colours. And that one's outside. Trying to advance now is Hadith in the dark blue and black. But the leader is Dabi out in front by about a half length. So on the outside, trying to go with him at this stage is Hadith. These two pressing on. To the inside is Anna Al-Moom in the red colours. The front 3 are starting to draw away from the others. Trying to make up some ground on the outside is Kayot Al-Mayazib in the black colours. That one is running on. followed by Barja Al-Dim as they come around the home turn, back on the rails. Aldu Alamay back in about 7th place. They turn for home. Making ground is Mota Shaeb on the outside in the yellow and white. That one is running on, but Dabi has got first run. Dabi is leading by 2 lengths now to Hadith giving chase in second. Still making ground is Mota Shaeb, but very wide on the course. And Dabi has suddenly spurted clear here, has scuttled away with the rail to help. And the opening favourite is home. It's Dabi, who's well clear on the run to the line. He's going to win this easily in the end for the rider, Muhammad Aldaham. Dabi is too good. Second place running on. Out wide was Mota Shaeb. And in behind those, involved for third, the likes of Anna Monafe, who stayed on well. Then came Hadith, who got tired. Good start for us there. Tom and Martin were keen on Dabi. And this horse has run right away from them here. And impressive success. Guess you're buzzing if you back Dabi in the first race there. 1 minute 14.85 the winning time. Easy win. Second, number 7, Mota Shaeb, who did run on well but very wide. Beaten 5.5 lengths. Third horse was number 10. The blue, that was Anna Monafar. She ran on well from a good bit back. So it's 4-7-10. Fourth was number 18, by the way, which was Tishawa. 5.5 lengths though. Dabi, too good for openers. 4-7-10 the result.
Muhammad Aldaham has started the Saturday off with a bang as he has guided Dabi to victory here in our opening contest. Horse looked great in the prelims, was well selected by the boys and has absolutely dotted in here on the third career start, improving with every run, and still looks like there's a bit of pep to his step as well coming into the winner's enclosure. Probably a horse to keep on the right side of here. This is obviously owned and bred by the sons of Hayth Mohammed Aboud Al-Qatani. Wonderful to see that this breeding operation still continues to see success, and Mohammed has guided this horse to victory, and to be honest, it was never really in doubt. A very, very well-rounded performance, a strong effort, and it was lovely, lovely to see. So I'm sure Connections will be very happy, and I'm also sure that those that found him in the market, because he was well found in the international market, will be happy too. In second, we had Mota Shaeb, ended up running wide all the way through. Anna Mohafe was also there in third. Tishawat was there in fourth. Hadith finished in fifth, and then my pick, Amin Alanaya, managed to pass a lot of horses very late on and ended up running on for sixth. So very good pick from the boys. I would have liked a more positive ride, but we got a very positive ride from Mohammed here, and he will be more than happy to talk to us after the racing. This is a really nice moment. Well done to the Connection. They'll be very happy with him. He's a big, strong boy, isn't he? I'm intrigued by Dabi and what we'll do with this one in the future. But a very nice horse to get started with, and a perfect start for Muhammad Aldaham in his bid to win the Champion Jockey crown. He'll be happy with that. Big week for Mohammed, selected for the International Jockeys Challenge, and now he's had yet another winner this week. Well done, Mohammed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Alhamdulillah. Thanks the God and the owner and the trainer.
He's a really big, strong horse, but he looked to be maturing this time. He's understanding what he needs to do.
Yeah, because he ran first time. Still first time he didn't know what he do. And now, Alhamdulillah, I'm very good. And I think this horse, fast horse. Sure, the beginning too strong. But Alhamdulillah, he ran very good and I win.
He's a horse that I imagine will stay at this distance, not go any further.
I think if he go more, maybe next season when some horse want go a little bit more year, come relax. Inshallah, I hope go, maybe 6 furlong, 7 furlong, I think this distance.
Very exciting. Well done.
Thank you.
Covering a little bit more ground, but this horse has so much speed. Takes up here, goes half a length up, 3/4 of a length up, and no horse really ever gets any closer. Hadith is travelling well into the race, but he doesn't find much off the bridle and ends up finishing way out the back of the pack. And you kind of have to look back in the pack, just at the bottom right of the screen, just gone out of picture, but will come back in second in the white and yellow silks on the outside there. That's your eventual runner-up, Monster Shaib, who ran pretty well on debut from stall 17 to close out and finish second. The horse who finished third is yet to come into the picture. That is Anna Monifa, who had a good pedigree, and I gave a little shout out to each way. She's one I would take out of this in the blue silks. Again, not in the shot right now.
She was drawn bad as well.
Yeah, and she's done very well to finish third. But this is all about to be. He was the now horse, the today horse, and he's managed to get the job done very nicely.
And we thought maybe on the ratings as well, going through the horse that had beaten him last time out, that he was probably like a mid-60s contender. You could argue that he's probably improved on what we thought he was going to run to.
I think he's a 70 horse, to be honest, right now. He's got lots of speed, so he's very much helped. As we can see in this picture, the eventual third place horse is right at the top of your screen, blue colours, around 10th or 11th right now. She's run home really well. That's Anna Monifa. She's the one that I would take out of this and think maybe for next time she could get the job done. But she'll need to show more speed. As we've talked about for the last 3 weeks, speed on this racetrack is crucial. Debee had it today, made every single yard.
And for Mohammed as well, we've got no Camilo Ospino today, and again for the next, until Jockey's Challenge Day on Saturday Cup meeting. So a good chance here for Mohammed to capitalise. Yeah,
absolutely. I think he was 1 behind coming into today, or maybe still 2, I can't remember. But he's now got 1 back, and whether he's level or 1 behind now, he's likely to draw level later on because he's got 2 more fantastic chances.
Okay, well, it was Dabby who wins the first. Sorry to Pranel, he was with the 8 in the first race of the day, who was quite far back early and...
Never involved.
Never involved, okay.
Yep.
Sorry, Pranel. Go again. 11 more chances to find a winner today. And if you are watching on YouTube, please do get involved in the chat section there. Your thoughts, comments, selections, and questions for Tom. We were the Men in Black yesterday, the Blues Brothers today.
Yep. Any questions would be fantastic. Whether it's just who do we like later on the card, or anything about racing here, Saudi Cup, International Jockey Challenge, anything. Fire them into the comment section. Martin's going to read them out.
Now, we've gone boys in blue. I mean, Callum's gone pink shirt, but he has gone blue jacket. So,
yeah, that counts.
Yeah, so we are the boys. We can't be the Blues Brothers, which I thought we could be.
Well, we can. We've got to be 3 brothers.
Yeah, but with the Blues triplets. Right, Enzo Ferrari. I guess, Enzo, no blue for you, but the traditional Ferrari red.
Yes, always in the Ferrari red. Right, let's move on to race 2. Good start with Debee winning the first. 6 furlongs for our next. These are 3-year-olds in action here. Number 1 is Katay Sharay for Tharb Altimyat. 2, Albaz Alash Hab. ridden by Abdullah Al Fayrouz. 3, Asmir Wagali, Jose Rodriguez. 4, Aziz Al Mohammedia for Alex Moreno. A few long names for the commentator here. 5 is Barehum, ridden by Abdullah Al Saidi. 6, Ganabi, Rayan Al Toesh. 7 is the Ion Ayez, Nawaf Al Mudiani. 8, Nakadar for Ricardo Ferreira, who was in good form yesterday. So they are the runners, just the 8 of them, as we go and join Callum.
Thank you very much, Enzo. Yeah, let's have a look at Katashara. This is the one. He is gorgeous, isn't he? He's absolutely power-packed individual. Probably one of the best 1,200-metre juveniles in the country, but he does have to bounce back from a pretty torrid experience only a week ago where he tried to make all, was bullied all the way around the course and ended up finishing very, very tired in a very valuable race. So this will be a very nice performance. I'm just hearing in my ear that it's pronounced Katashara. Well, I'm hearing on track that it's pronounced Katashara. Because I'm surrounded by the locals who are giving me all the extra information. So don't you tell me how it's pronounced. But this is the one who we're very excited about. Let's move on to the 2. A much different physical model here. This is another one that will be fun to pronounce. Al-Badha Lashhab is the next one we're looking at. Don't laugh at my pronunciation. And here he comes. He's in really good shape as well. He's very well turned out here for a grey. He's still got a little bit of growing to do in that back, as you can see. But he was very impressive last time out, and he looks to be the main danger to the 1 on paper. We'll pull back to the 3, Asmar Wagali. This is a very different type, arguably probably the owner's second string, but another horse who was a winner last time out. That was the 3rd time for asking for this one, and it wasn't a bad performance at all. Connections will be hoping for a big run, and he looks in great shape too, doesn't he? Ooh, steady. He just had a big old look at the gate there as we're all trying to get through there, but he's got through, and we'll move down to the 4, Aziz Al Mohammedia, who is another one who's really good shape too. A beautiful chestnut type who's walking around just having to be pulled in here really, because as you can see, it's slightly held up in the queue, so probably the 4th in line, and is just having a bit of a look and held up. So I wouldn't judge the walk from what we can see, but another one that's been immaculately turned out. They've all looked fantastic so far in this race. Absolutely no paddock negatives. This one's got the cheek pieces, the noseband and the tongue strap, so all the gear, but hopefully we'll have some idea. A winner on the 2nd career start and 2nd last time out. Pull back to the 5, Barehum. We've seen this horse dance almost every dance this season in some of the really good juvenile events. Probably a career best effort last time out when finishing 3rd. That was a pretty decent run against some very good rivals, but this will probably be a step too far. We'll pull back to Ganabi. This is the 6th. Probably the same can be said like we talked about Barehum here. This was a winner last time out, but it took this horse 7 starts to get that victory. This is start number 8 and probably a little bit more exposed, and we kind of know the ceiling of this one. I'd be looking elsewhere. Back to the 7. This is Aeon A's here. Now, this is a nice type here. She caught my eye coming in because she's just very, very well developed for a filly. As you can see, she's a big, strong girl, but she's still got to develop in the hind quarters. I certainly wouldn't say she's roach-backed, but you can see she just needs to grow a little bit in the back end. Plenty of development to come, maybe one for next year. And certainly with her rating, watch out for her in handicaps at the beginning of next season, especially in a place like Taif. The final one we'll look at is Nakida. She's another filly here. She's by Hainfield, a stallion who's very popular here in Saudi Arabia. Saw plenty of Hainfield yearlings go through the rings earlier this season. Another very well developed filly. She was a winner on penultimate start, beaten last time out, but this is probably a bit of a lighter option. She's certainly got place claims and she looks in really good nick. But for me, boys, I can't look anywhere else apart from the 1, Katashara.
Thank you, Callum. A look at some of the runners in the paddock then for the next. We've already got a field of 8 for this local bred winners of 1 to 3. We've got the 3-year-olds in action here. And as Callum was suggesting, a very warm order, the top horse here, who put together a sequence of wins, course and distance wins in maidens, an 0 from 1 and 0 from 2. But it all became unstuck in much better racing last week.
Yeah, I'm sticking with Katashara is the pronunciation.
I'll go with you as well.
No way, A-E is R, but anyway. Yeah, this horse is the clear standout on figures, and we can see this day he absolutely bolted up. But he was 1 to 4 in the international market. He was facing much weaker competition. So,
but wins in a canter.
Yeah, albeit it's visually impressive, though. He's beaten nothing. The fielding behind her nowhere near up to his calibre. Now, last time, as you say, stepped up to 1600 in a much better race. He was taken on from the outset and then faded. Will that have an effect on today? That's the big question.
Well, let's hope not. As we're taking one of his main rivals today as well. This is number 2, Albaz Alash Habu's rated 65, 20 pounds inferior to the horse we just saw.
Emphatic 1400 metre maiden winner this day, really quickens in the latter part of the race. And I think he's much better than his mark of 65 suggests. However, he now drops down to 1200 metres. Does he have enough speed to be prominent early from his inside draw? If not, he's going to be taking a lead, and that is not ideal over this trip.
Well, he wins by 7.5 that day over the 1400 2 weeks ago, drops back down in distance today. He's rated 65. The main danger on the figures comes from Aziz Al Muhammadiyah, horse number 4. 4 starts to date and won over the course and distance back in December. Then tried better company before dropping back last time again. But again, his best form has been over further on the base of his last run anyway.
Yeah, albeit he has won over the course and distance.
Yeah.
And he came from off the pace.
And he won by 5 lengths that day.
He did. He was very impressive in the latter part of the contest. He engaged 5th gear, whereas the others were all stumbling as they were coming up to the finish line. He'll stay well. He's drawn nicely. I have him as my 3rd in, so my pick 2 finished 3rd. But I wouldn't be surprised if he played a major role in the finish here. If he's close enough turning for home, you know he's going to be bang there at the finish because he finishes off so well over 1200.
How do you see the setup of the race?
The one will lead, Katesh Albaz Al-Ashhab led over 1400, but probably doesn't have the pace to lead over 1200. Probably sits in behind on the rail. Asma Wagadi is a closer. Aziz Al Muhammad is a closer. Barayham raced prominently in a 4-runner field last time, but again, probably not good enough, so will come from behind. Ganabi will be mid-div. I mean, it wouldn't be surprising if Katesh got an easy lead up top.
Give us a word on Ganabi. Second pick on the international market at around 3.5 to 1. Official mark of 65. She has had 7 goes.
Yeah.
Most of her form has been over further, but on a 1 go over this trip, she did finish 2nd.
Yeah, and she also beat Aziz Al Muhammadiyah over 1600 last time. So if you want to take that form as literal, albeit dropping down in distance, she holds the 4 on form.
And how is she, if that is the case, how is she rated 4 pounds inferior?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I'm not sure.
I can beat you, but I'm rated. It doesn't make sense.
I think she's every bit as good, if not better, than the 4, Ganabi. And I'm actually looking over my shoulder. She looks lovely going down to post. I think she's the big threat to Katesh in here. On official figures, Katesh is a clear standout. There's no doubt about that. But he does have to give 4 kilograms, 8 pounds, to every single one of his colt rivals, and an extra 2 kilograms, so 6 kilograms total to the fillies. So 12 pounds. He's rated 85, Ganabi's rated 65, plus 12, rated 77. There's still 8 pounds separating them on these terms.
Okay.
However...
But the allowance there for the fillies is there for a reason.
Yeah. I think Ganabi's capable of pushing him. I don't know if he's worth that 85 figure.
Okay, Ganabi's second pick, 3.5 to 1. Albaz Al-Ashhab at 13 to 2 alongside Aziz Al Muhammadiyah. Ashma Wagali 14 to 1, and the bigger prices as well. Number 8, Nakadar at 18s, Leonese at 25, and Barium is the 66 to 1 outsider. If you are watching on YouTube today, we'd love to hear from you. Thoughts, selections, questions, tips, anything you like. But it's one-way traffic at the top of the market. 8 to 11, the opening show for the favourite, closing in on 2s on now.
Really?
Yeah, 8 to 13.
That's too short for me. I'm not going to be with the 1, so you've got a chance to draw level in the studio competition.
I forgot about that.
I know you're with the 1 here, Katesh. I'm not. I'm going to be with the 6, Ganabi. I just think the 1's too short. I don't think the mark is the right mark. I think he's not that good.
Yeah, but if he was 75, it's still good enough to win this, isn't it?
He has to give 12 pounds in weight. 12 pounds in terms of handicap figures in weight to Ganabi. So I don't know. He'll lead early. That's the positive for Katesh. He's got lots of natural speed. He's the quickest of these. I've only seen him come off the bridle once in 3 outings, and that day was last time out, and he faded back through the pack. If he gets an easy lead and he's not pressed, then he may not come off the bridle again. But
that was a Group 1, and it was over 1,600.
But it was a weak finish.
Which is fine, because he's dropping back 400 metres.
Maybe. I'm just going against the curve here. You don't have to go for every favourite.
Some of us do.
Yeah, I know you do.
As we say yesterday, we've got a reputation to keep up. Favourite won the first. Favourite could win the second as well. Good luck to you there, Rio, selecting the arriving down at the start here. They're over 1,200 metres. In fact, we're over 1,200 metres for the first couple of races. then go up to 14, and we're stretching right through the distances today up to the 24th, the final race.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that last race as well. It's a good contest between two very nice horses. Obviously more than two in the field, but two protagonists. But yeah, these 1,200 metres, as we always say, generally develop early on. Going into the first turn, if you can get an early good position, then you've got a great chance of winning. I'm going to be with the 6, Ganabi.
Okay, a 6 for Tom. I'm with the favourite here, horse number 1. Callum, your selection here?
I am all about the 1 here. I think we're looking at a proper horse over this trip. I'd be slightly disappointed if we didn't see a big run. Obviously, if the last run's taken it out of him, we'll know that pretty early on. But I think you can draw a line through that last time out. I spoke to Connections in the prelims, and the whole thing, everybody on track was discussing Kate Charay. If he can get an uncontested lead and relax in front, it'll be very hard to peg back even over the mile. But he never got that uncontested lead because he was absolutely beaten up by the Red Stable runner, Almil Al-Malin, I think she's called, but just could not get out of that one's way and was unable to really settle in front. So hopefully this will be a little bit of an easier contest. I have to give lumps of weight away. 62 kg won't make it easy, but I'm glad that they've decided that 1,200 metres is definitely what this horse is built for, and stop playing silly games and running over that ridiculous further trip. It's something you often see here, though, in Saudi Arabia. Everyone is so keen to have a horse to run in these really valuable races, the King Abdulaziz Cup and the Saudi Derby. You want to run in both of those races. They're both over further, so it's a little bit harder for owners to kind of say no, especially if you had a horse that's unbeaten in the first 3 starts, even if it is over a shorter trip. So now they're back in trip. They've tried the experiment. It hasn't worked. The quick turnaround is a concern, but I am really keen on the chances of the 1 in this contest. Anthony Ennis, it's all yours.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, just a horse dismounted at the start. There just some adjustments you can see there for the 3 Asmir Wagali. Just going to get that saddle in the right place. I think it might have just gone a little bit forward, and he's going to put the saddle back on again, that horse. So just waiting for that to happen for number 3. And also Leon Ayez, number 7 as well. Jockey just off that one there, Nawaf Al-Modiani. So just making sure that the saddle's in the right place. Not too tight, but also tight enough so it doesn't sort of shift during the race. The last thing you want is a slipping saddle when you're in a mid-race. So everything's got to be in the right place before we can get the race underway. Now they're starting to call the runners forward here on this dirt track. As the lads were saying, yeah, it's a speed favouring track, isn't it? The 1,200 metre start here. It's difficult to come from that far off the pace. And interested to see if the favourite here, Qatar Charay, can land this prize. Been well back to do so anyway on the international markets. 4-7 now. It's the shortest that he's been. Nearest to us is the grey, Albas Al-Ashab. There is your favourite. Yellow with the blue spots. Same colours, same ownership as the 3. Where's the jockey? Where's the blue cap on that one? Jose Rodriguez. Also still to go forward in the blue colours there is Barehum. Just backing away, the favourite. He's a little bit on his toes. He's just kicking out, in fact, there. So the other 2 are wise to get out of the way. From his back legs. So he's a little bit edgy, Kate Charay. Kate Charay just backing away now. He's kicked out again. He's almost got rid of the rider there. Such was the force of the kick. And this isn't ideal, is it, if you've taken 4-7? It's all showing signs of temperament. At the start, the 3 is much more relaxed. Asmir Wagali goes in no issue at all. Let's see what happens here with the 1. Will he try and kick out again? Stallshammer's obviously wary about standing too close there again. Another kick out. And that's a lot of chances he's had already. Starter's assistant there in the blue and orange jacket. I think he's telling him to get the other one in. This horse going to have one more chance with the blindfold, I'd imagine. Kate Charay. So anxious moments here for this horse's connections. And anybody is made of the selection here because he is getting quite stirred up now. Blindfold, will this work? Begin to resent it now down at the start here, Kate Charay. See if he goes in this time. Jockey's got his feet out the stirrups, you can see there. Tharb Al-Simyat. Just trying to get the horse to relax a bit. He's not been relaxed at all for the last few minutes. Let's see if he goes in now with the blindfold. No. As soon as he feels he's going in the stalls, he backs away, he goes into reverse. So even though he can't see where he's going, he knows what's happening. And let's see if this works. He gets to that point, doesn't he? And then tries to back away. They've got him in a bit further this time. Here's the kick coming, though. No, they've got him in. He's in. We're set to go for race 2. Hot favourite here, Kate Charet. Was reluctant to low, but he is in now. And they're off. Jumped away. Very slow to go. Aziz Al Muhammadia trails them early on, the white and green silks. They race away. Favourite got out well towards the outside. Kate Charet in the yellow and blue spots, showing good speed on the inside is the grey horse, Albaz Al Hashab, and that one leads up narrowly to in the centre. That's Berehum in the blue colours with the silver braid. Out wide of the yellow noseband of the favourite, that's Kate Charet, and followed then out wider by Leon Ayez towards the outside. The pale blue of Nakada is next. The white and red of Ganabi is off the pace, and then comes the slow starter Aziz Al Muhammadia, who's towards the back but in touch. Around the crown of the bend they go. Into the home straight. Favourites just being niggled along in the 3 path to try and get closer to this leader, which is still Albaz Al Hashab. Albaz Al Hashab by 3 parts of a length to Kate Charet down the outside. Widest of all under pressure to try and close Leon Ayez. The one that's improving is Ganabi. Red and white colours, just needs an out. Now starts to stay on. Kate Charet has got to the front but has used up lots of petrol. And here comes Ganabi down the outside, running on powerfully. And Ganabi has got to the favourite now. Kate Charet inside the final 200. Kate Charet has got no more to offer as Ganabi sweeps on by to take the victory. Ganabi. Kate Charet second. Third was Berehum on the inside. And then came Nakada. Good shot by Tom Collins, wasn't it, to take on the favourite. He went with Ganabi, who was backed 9-2 into 100-30. This filly got the perfect trip as well. Had nothing to do with the early pace. Sat off that speed burn up, whereas Kate Charet was involved in it. And that was the difference, I think. 6 beating 1. 1 minute 14.21 seconds. 3 parts of length the winning margin. 6 Ganabi. 1 Kate Charet was second, and third number 5 Berehum. Favourite turned over in the second. 4th place was number 8 Nakada.
Tom Collins was right to go away from the favourite. He's teamed up with Ganabi here and has got the victory. If you're amongst the Kate Charet camp, you knew your fate was sealed even before they've got into the gate. The horse has got really worked up in the loading process. I wish they'd kind of tried to load that horse backward rather than forward. It was clearly the contact on the hind quarter that was setting him off. So that was really disappointing to see. You kind of knew your fate. Posted wide, didn't get the ideal break, ended up sort of scrapping around the outside, probably ran with credit to finish second in the end. Berehum had ended up securing the 3rd place. Nakida in 4th, Leon Ayez in 5th, and Albaz Al Hashab is the one to finish in 6th. But Rayan Altaresh has guided Ganabi to victory, and he will be chuffed to bits with that performance, as will Tom in the studio. Never really given too much work to do, with always just in behind, allowed to come into this race at her own pace. and she's pretty much done the business here. The rating of 65, she had 56 kilos on her back, she got all the weight allowances, and that has, I wouldn't say that had even made the difference. I would suggest that the horse getting very worked up at the beginning didn't help, and she has taken full advantage of it. She was the easiest to handle, and she's done the business well. So congratulations, everyone that followed Tom in with Ganabi. You'll be sitting there very, very happy. Well done, Tom. Another one for you.
Yeah, well done, Tom. The favourite proving reluctant to go into the stalls. Didn't quite get the lead he anticipated, but Stamina's won the day.
Yes, very much so. Manages to come from off the pace. I mean, it looked very likely, I think, turning for home. And we'll talk about it again when we see the full race replay, as I keep saying. But the pace was going to collapse. Katesha wasn't able to get an easy lead. And it was always which closer was going to come out on top. And Ganabi was travelling really well turning in. She just needed a gap, but I mean, Rayan Altua's gone the brave man's route between horses. Didn't have to do that. You can see here in the red and white silks, just in behind the speed. He could have come wide of Leoyun Ayez, but he decides to go in between horses, hope that gap opens. Fortunately, it does. And from there, she's always going to outstay Katesha, who isn't the strongest of stayers, just an out-and-out speedball who wasn't able to go forward. Maybe if he just walked in the early part of the race, walked into the stall, prior to the race, without all of that hassle, then he would have saved a bit of energy, and maybe he'd have beaten Ganabi. But at the end of the day, she's come out on top by 3/4 of a length, and she was the clear value in the race.
And he was on the back of a hard race here last week.
Yeah, that's why I didn't like him. I didn't like the rating. I thought 85 was way too high for him, considering what he's done so far. And also, last week, he really got pressed in the early stages of that cup race, and that would have taken something out of him. We'll take it from the start here. Katesha is in the yellow silks in third place. Now, I was anticipating he was going to have enough speed to go forward and make the rail. That wasn't to be the case. So I was always confident here that a closer was going to come out on top, because the other speed horses aren't good enough to win. Maria Hom in the middle. And the horse on the inside, Amosa's runner, he has talent, but I just don't think the trip's right for him. So these three are always going to be vulnerable up top. It was just whether it was going to be Aziz Al Muhammadia, the inside, green cap in sixth.
And I thought you were in trouble at this stage at the back.
Yeah, I knew she'd be outpaced though. She won over 1600 last time, beating Aziz Al Muhammadia. So I knew she'd stay, and I knew she'd be outpaced. But here, why doesn't Rayan just go wide? He makes
I
it
suppose
difficult.
you're hoping for the gap to go, because to a swung wide, he's gone after. It was a fair pitch to the outside.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have trusted Katesha was going to quicken. Fortunately, he did, and the gap opened. But if he didn't quicken, Altua's is in all heaps of trouble on Ganabi. But nevertheless, it worked out well in the end. He went the brave man's route, and she stayed on powerfully. She gets 400 metres further than this. As you can see, as they hit the line, she's only going further and further clear.
The favourite comes off second best. Ganabi comes out on top to make it 2 wins in 8 career starts. Again, we can see Ganabi in behind a wall of 4 in front. And I suppose you're on the turn as well to have gone really wide. You're really having to just try and find a...
I don't actually think it would have been much more energy. No, because as they turn in, you can just stick with more of a straight line off the bend. You only had to tip 2 places out. I mean, it makes no difference in the end. It's all kind of redundant because the horse manages to win. He got the luck. So actually, it was a really good ride, but it was chancy, it was risky, and it worked out for him. Katesha is probably a 75 rated horse, if that, to be honest. And I think the handicapper will treat him as such moving forward.
And I'd say fair play to Katesha, because he looked in real trouble turning in, but he did manage to go and try and win his race.
Yeah, he ran well. I mean, not up to market expectation, but the price was wrong. But he ran well.
Okay, Katesha comes off second best. Ganabi wins. In our studio Timmy competition, Tom is now 2. Well, he's 2 in. What are you? 8 plays.
8 plays 6.
8 plays 6. Yeah, I've given myself an extra.
That's what I was looking at you for a minute ago.
Yeah, I don't know why I've done that.
Giving himself points, unbelievable scenes.
Maybe I'd gone in the market without the second phase. That's what it was. So okay, 8 plays 6.
Plays 3.
Plays 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
10 more races to go. Still up for grabs.
Loads of time. No one's panicking.
Nope.
No one's getting
especially not me.
No one's getting too smug.
Well, I don't know about that.
And of course, your comments are more than welcome on YouTube as well. Do get those in with your comments and selections throughout the course of the day. So that was race 2. It was a local bred, one of 3 winners. We've got an Arabian horse contest coming next. It's an open. It's for 4-year-olds and older. And with the full details of the runners over the 1200, it's back to the Ferrari man.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, Tom, keep an eye on that score chart with Martin. You never know, adding on those points here and there. Let's move on, though. Number 1's been scratched here, Asaf Al Khaladia. 2 is Basakem and Bake, written by Ricardo Ferreira. Number 3 is Fahad Al Muad for Abdullah Al Khamis. 4, Hamas Al Khaladia for Abdullah Al Hussein. 5 is Ishan de Bazul, written by Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 6 is Jessan. Alex Moreno rides Jessan here. 7, Joy de Montagu for Mohammed Al Gharib. And over the page to pick up number 8, Mutahed Al Khaladia, Wael Al Hazmi. Number 9 is Qiyam for Salman Al Rashid. 10, Saloom Al Khaladia, Tariq Al Mansour. Scratch 11, Sadiq doesn't go. So 12 is Sawaiti Khalid Al Khaladia, Tariq Al Mansour. That's number 13, which is Turkey Al Khaladia. That's the favourite. Abdullah Alofi rides. 14, Umram Fawas Wanas. 15 over the page, Al Anoubt for Jockey Mohammed Al Mazid. 16, Sariat Al Khaladia, Louis Morales. And 17, Sahamiyat Al Khaladia, Muhannad Al Nassar. We've Al Khaladias to look at here. Scratch the 1 though, scratch the 11 as well. Favourite is the 13 as we go and join Callum.
Thank you, Enzo. Yeah, looking forward to this next race, third race on the card, and probably the most interesting of our 2 Arabian contests here. We start with the 3, Fahad Al Muad. This is a horse who has the ability to win races, actually strung together a couple of decent results recently. A horse that has been finishing in the money in the last 2 starts, and with a winner 4 starts back. So there is some ability there. May have place claims in this, but arguably might find this all a bit too tough. We'll go back to the 7. Really good looker here. This is Joy de Montagu. A really, really nice looking type. Fills the eye. Good mover as well. Just walks with real passion. Covers the ground. Got a little bit of bounce to her as well. Just a really nice type. He's a 6-year-old now and is shining up beautifully in the coat. The last run was a little bit disappointing, but if he was able to show the form that he showed on penultimate start, he would also have place claims here. His rating of 100 leaves nothing to be left to imagination. A nice enough horse, and certainly turned out incredibly well by the team and would have every chance. Now we pull our way back. To the 10. This is the first of the Al Khaladia stables runners. This is Saloom Al Khaladia, the 10 horse. Probably of the 3 that we're going to have a look at, probably the 3rd string, arguably. Hasn't been running badly, but hasn't been winning. Has looked for the 4th career victory today. I would say carrying some condition. Looks to have had a few too many chocolate-covered carrots, but doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing for these purebred Arabians who can often lose in gain condition very quickly. Does have a really strong, powerful neck and good hindquarters though, so well put together at either end. The middle just leaves a lot to be desired. We'll pull back now to the 12. This is Sawaiti Khalid Al Khaladia coming around here, going around like a lamb here, very quietly in the parade ring, taking it all in. Maybe it's a bit too quiet almost for my takes there, but a horse who probably would be the stable's 2nd string, with a winner 3 starts ago. Just finished outside the money in the last 2 starts. This is an easier contest, another one with major place claims. But for me, when I talked about the first Al Khaladia horse looking really good at front and back and not in the middle, this horse looks better in the middle but not so good in front. The hindquarters are strong enough. There's a clear poverty line on display and a half decent enough walk, but I wouldn't be going crazy in the paddock for this one. We'll drop back to the 13 here. This is Turkey Al Khaladia. I think you can all see at home, there's a bit of a different class at angle to this. This horse looks much better well put together, much more athletic type. Certainly the one that would be the pick of the paddock for me. I don't think the market's got this wrong, although I said that about the last race and look where we were then, so we're hoping to go 1 place better than that. The Al Khaladia stables have had a bit of a tough time with things recently, looking for some winners, and they'll need to bounce back because it has been a while between drinks, but this looks like an ideal opportunity for them to end their dry spell. And finally, we'll look at the old warrior Al Anoubt, making the 31st start of the career, a winner on penultimate start as well, and just overall a really lovely horse that tries super hard. Not a bad mover at all, will have play claims, but if it was to win on this occasion, you'd argue that'd be a slightly disappointing result for the form book. But what an enjoyable horse Al Anoubt is, and great to see this individual still going strong. She makes her 31st career start today.
Yeah, 15 who has had 30 runs so far, but has got good form of late. Let's have a look at, though, of the market leader. The international favourite here is Turkey Al Khalidi, one of a couple in here for Saad Mutlaq, and top rated in the field, Tom.
Yeah, way the horse to beat as well. If he turns up if he turns up in this form that we're watching right now, he'll win. He's not the most aesthetically pleasing when you watch him because he comes off the bridle early, but he just keeps finding. He's not one of these Arabians that has a high cruising speed, one of these top-class Arabians with a high cruising speed. He's rated 115, so he's banged there with, you know, the kind of B team in the Arabian division, maybe just above those. But he's such a grinder. Look at him just keep going, plodding up the inside, and eventually gets up to beat Sarama and another Al Khalidi horse. I can't remember which one. But
that's the one worry today, that the last couple of wins have been over 1,600. He's dropping down in trip today.
Sure, but that is the biggest worry. You're right. 1,200 metres is very much on the sharp side for him. The pro is that he overmatches all of these when it comes to raw ability. You know, the second highest rated is 108, and then it's 105 after that. He's rated 115, so maybe he can get away with it. But that is why he's... What price is he?
Evens.
Well, that's why he's evens rather than 1 to 2. If this was 1,600 metres, he would demolish these.
Well, he's the market leader, and he's one of 3 in the race for Saad Mutlaq. I mean, could they, with Saloom Al Khalidi and Suwaiti Khalid Al Khalidi, control the race for his benefit and really put a bit of pace in here? They're drawn wide of him, though, in 15 and 13.
Oh, yeah, there will be a pace setter, I'm sure. I think it's going to be the 10. Saloom Al Khalidi hasn't won for 2 years. Solid efforts recently, but they're going to have to send a horse forward to make sure the pace is strong for Turkey Al Khalidi to come out on top. The 12 has enough talent to go close at this level anyway. Now, he is a proper out-and-out sprinter. I don't think they'll use him as a pace setter. I think he's going to be their plan B if Turkey Al Khalidi can't win over this trip. The 10 just looks like the actual pacemaker for the pair in this contest. And I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to make all from 15. Or not tried to make all, but tried to set the field alight early so that the other Al Khalidi stable horses can come through late.
Yeah, it's been highly tried as well, Saloom Al Khalidi, third in an open race over the course and distance last time out. Bascom and Bake, though, number 2, is the second pick on the international figures at 4.5 to 1, rated 100, so a little bit, well, the best part of a stone to find with Turkey Al Khalidi, but an unknown quantity, really, having shipped in from the States.
Yeah, 3 wins from 4 starts in the States. I couldn't find much form, to be honest with you, apart from obviously the actual results rather than the visuals. But he's an interesting runner, isn't he? These connections do well with their Arabian horses. Ricardo Ferreira booked first up. Draws well inside. The 2 has to go on the shortlist. I have an issue, which I always say, which is don't bet horses first time up here in Saudi Arabia, whether they've come from the US or they've come from Europe, excluding those who come from like the Saudi Cup, for example. And therefore, I can't put this horse up as a pick, but he's interesting.
There was an American trained horse either last year or the year before that came across on one of the main races on Saudi Cup night for one of the Arabian races. I can't remember how it... I'm going to have to try and find out what that was again, how it got on. But they were quite excited. It was the first American-trained Arabian to come across and compete over here.
I do remember that, but I can't remember the horse's name.
I'm going to look it up.
The only US-trained Arabian I can remember is TM Fred Texas, but that was more than a couple of years ago.
What's it called?
TM Fred Texas. But that's got to be more than 5 years ago.
Okay, definitely wasn't that then.
No.
Give us a word then on the 12, the other Al Khalidi horse, Suwaiti Khalid Al Khalidi.
Well, he's the sprinter in the field. He's the one that, as I say, if Turkey Al Khalidi isn't suited by the 1200, Suwaiti Khalid Al Khalidi will be the one that comes through and is probably the most logical winner. He's rated 108. He's a 7-time winner, so relatively prolific. His recent runs haven't been amazing, but against the rest of this field, if you take Turkey out, then he's probably the horse to beat. Him, the 2, Basek and Bake, and maybe the 3 as well, Farhad Al Muad, who produced a late surge to win over 1,600 metres last time and now drops down. They're the second tier of Arabians in this contest, and they're just relying on Turkey Al Khalidi and not being able to handle this cutback. And I think he will. I think he's perfectly fine over this trip. He's just too good for them. And when it comes to Arabians, it's not like you're dealing with thoroughbreds here. It's very much a different style of racing. It's go hard early and stay as fast as you can go for the majority of the race, rather than thoroughbreds who quicken. And therefore, given Turkey Al Khalidi has such a high cruising speed, albeit over further, I think he'll be able to sit up with the speed. Not in the first 2 or 3, but he'll be just in behind the pace. And from there, he should just grind out victory again.
I'd have to go back and look at the results for the Manifa and the Bear to try and find out what horse it is. I can't find it easily.
That's okay. We can find it later.
It's going to annoy me now, though. And I'm going to write it on my hand to look it up later. There's no time to do it now, but I will look it up. Okay, so we go with the 13 for the win?
Yeah, I think we're both with the 13 here. It is a little bit boring, but he's just way to stand out on actual ability. All you need to see, if you're with the 13 Turkey Al Kaladia, you just want Abdullah Al-Alfi to manage to get him in that second tier in the early part of the race. 2, 3, 4 lengths off the leaders, around there. And if that's the case, he should still grind out victory.
You don't want to go for something else?
No, not
Sure?
in this race, no.
Okay, 2 ticks then here, Callum, for Turkey Al Kaladia.
Make it 3 ticks, team. I'll be going with the same horse, Turkey Al Kaladir for me. We did a triple kiss of death, or we should have called it the triple kick of death, really, on Fell in the last race last night. That went horribly wrong, so hopefully this one can go a little bit better, and we'll get a nice performance from Turkey Al Kaladir. Everyone mentioned the trip there. Tom's really just given this race a beautiful summary here, and it's basically just told us everything you need to know. The trip is a slight concern. There is a speedy arrival in here. You could tell Suwaiti Khalid Al Kaladir is the speedy one. Really like a coiled spring down here in the parade ring when the jockey got on board. Hopefully it's now settled down at the start. There's the 10 just coming through short here. Saloom Al Kaladir. Like, so you can see that beautiful, big, strong, powerful neck that horse has. Fawaz Wanas, who won the big purebred Arabian race last weekend. He is on board Umran, who has won 2 of his last 4. No, sorry, that's completely wrong. Alanoud has won 2 of his last 4, I forget. Umran has won his 4 starts ago with his last victory. Last 2 starts have actually been quite disappointing for that one, so we'll need a big performance to win here. But it'll be interesting to see how this race is run and whether Suwaiti Khalid Al Kaladir is sort of set alight and trying to just run away from the field and just try and get too far clear of Turkey Al Kaladir, or something else, something different will happen. Noticeable that Abdulaziz Al Faradi is going to be partnering Suwaiti Khalid Al Kaladir. He is obviously, this will be his first ride for Al Kaladir stables, or at least for the Mutlaq training base, since his big ban when he got aboard Tilal Al Kaladir. So it'd be nice to see him get a nice return back, but they are loading nice and quickly. Anthony Ennis, it's the first of 2 purebred Arabian races, and this arguably is the most intriguing.
It is an interesting race indeed. I think I can help out Martin as well with his horse. I think it's Honeyproof, wasn't it? The horse that came across, I think, from Texas, if memory serves, for that race last year. But I'll have to go and check that officially. But I'm pretty sure it was Honeyproof. Anyway, loading up here for this race on the card. Arabians going to 6. Hot favourite, number 13, Turkey Al Kaladir. Not too many more to go in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out the back. This is Tuhamiyat Al Kaladir. He's got the white cap on that one. Number 2 in the blue and gold is Second and Bake, Ricardo Ferreira. Very stylish rider, isn't he? Really watching him yesterday, seeing how very stylish he is on a horse, and one of the most accomplished riders out there at the moment. Next one to go forward is number 12. White cap for Suwaiti Khalid Al Kaladir. We're almost ready to go here. Set. Race 3, and they're off. The Arabians jump away to a pretty good line for this race over the 6 furlongs. Breaking well towards the centre is Jessan, the light green colours, with also showing some bright speed towards the outside, the white cap Suwaiti Khalid Al Kaladir. That one's fairly handy, but overall command, Ricardo Ferreira and Basekum and Bake has got to the front of the blue and gold and leads here. The orange colours in second place, racing up on the outside. That is moving into contention. Now into second place goes number 8 there, Mutahid Al Kaladir in the blue colours. Further back in the field to find the orange of Ishan de Bulzul. Just lost a place now, back in 4th. Behind the horse improving on the outside, Suwaiti Khalid Al Kaladir. Favourite got a bit of work to do from this stage. They turn back towards home. The leader's going nicely in front here. Basekum and Bake, and Ricardo Ferreira has got this horse in a lovely rhythm in front. And he's just piling on the pressure. Basekum and Bake has gone clear by 5 lengths. Giving chase now is Suwaiti Khalid Al Kaladir. Towards the outside, there is one running on in blue. That's Anoub towards the outside. Anoub is really finishing strongly in the dark blue. The leader, though, is well clear drifting off the rails, but well on top here. Bessekham and Bake running on now from in behind runners. Here comes Turkey Al Qanadir, who is taking off with the blue cap, and the leader is running very much right-handed. And here comes Turkey Al Qanadir with the blue cap on the inside, poking through. And Turkey Al Qanadir, it looked unlikely, but the favourite wins somehow, because the horse on the outside threw it away, Bessekham and Bake, by hanging violently right-handed. And Anoop stayed on for a place as well. Turkey Al Qanadir has pulled this out of the fire somehow to win. Great selection from the team. They probably weren't happy with 400 metres to go, but this horse, look, he just kept a straight passage, didn't he? Straight and true up the rails. What on earth happened to Bessekham and Bake? He was clearly losing concentration. Ricardo Ferreira couldn't get him to stay straight. That's cost him the race for sure. Alanubed has come through for second, I think. He has. And I think Bessekham and Bake might be third at best. 1 minute 20.86 seconds the winner's time. Half a length the winning margin. 13 the winner, the favourite, Turkey Al Qanadir. Second, number 15, Alanubed. And third was the horse who threw it away, number 2, Bessekham and Bake. 13, 15, 2. Fourth was number 3, the other horse staying on was Fahad Al Muad. Dramatic finish there that goes the way of Turkey Al Qanadir.
Well, that was a very typical purebred Arabian race. Seemed pretty simple all the way along. If you like Turkey Al Qanadir, you would have been shouting at your TV screen, throwing things around the room, telling horrible things to your friends and relatives, shouting at me, Tom and Martin for giving it the triple kick of death. And then all of a sudden, Bessekham Bake decided, oh, I don't fancy winning today. This isn't really what I want to do. I'm going to run around towards the stands and say hello to the crowd. And Turkey Al Qanadir, exactly how the boys in the studio said he would, plugged on at the one pace, stayed straight and true, and won. Well, you'd say the least impressive winner of the day so far, because he certainly didn't deserve to win the race, but he's won the race nonetheless. Alanud has run a stormer, hasn't she? She's there in second. And you've got Besek and Bake. That horse ran to finish third, throwing the race away. And then Fahad Al Moad with the horse flashing home down the inside as well. That horse was an eye catcher, finishing in fourth. So
Inshallah, next week.
Congratulations. We'll see him next week.
Inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the Qanadir team strike here, but they've been given a free pass here by Bascom and Bake.
Yeah, it didn't look likely. I wasn't fully giving up hope, but
well, we know he
stays.
does stay.
Yeah, it was just whether the leader was going to throw it away, and I mean, unfortunately for connections, but fortunately for us, the headgear is that it lights the horse up, but you can't really light this horse up because he's got so much early
It's
anyway.
already gone, yeah.
Yeah, so he'll be an absolute tool with blinkers on. He looks like he's going to make every single yard of the running. He's clear by 2 at this point, and actually elongates his lead, turning for home here. Quickens off the front. You can see Turkey Al Qanadir, the eventual winner, is in 6th or 7th, the grey horse in between runners, firmly under the off the bridle. But we knew that would be the case with him. It's just, I kind of thought he'd finish a little bit quicker than he did. Nevertheless, he still manages to get up due to the leader, who's about to start hanging now. It's gone from the rail to the 4 path, now 5 path, 6 path, and it just keeps going right. and eventually throws the race away.
And there's no doubt if it kept straight, he would have passed the post in front.
Oh yeah, he'd have won. Yeah, no question.
You can see him continuing to go right. Turkey Al Khalidi is coming through towards that inside rail and gets up in the closing taste. Although, as well as hanging there, his stride does shorten later in the day, the American horse.
If we get, oh, here we go, it's a perfect angle. Hopefully the camera stays in a wide shot so we can see him when he hangs out to the right, the current leader. But Ricardo does everything he can to stop the horse from hanging at one point, and that really makes him lose momentum. You know, I think the horse was still striding out. If we watch now, hopefully the camera will keep him in shot. He's just started to hang. Ricardo's obviously steering with just his left hand at the moment, whipping the right hand, trying to keep him straight. Still hanging, and in the second, Ricardo's going to stop his stride, completely check his stride. Just about now, maybe? Hold on. Now, he stops his stride, and that's why he loses all momentum and looks like he's getting tired late. But I think he would have been fine. I mean, if he ran in a straight line, he would have won.
It's the Al Khalidi team who come through with the win. I think they had a win in December. They went winless through January, but although they did win with the two horses in the unofficial race and the JCSA rules. But
yeah, we can't count those. But yeah, they haven't had the best of spells, so this is a welcome relief for them. Just look at Ricardo on the horse in blue on the left-hand side, hanging badly. He's doing everything he can. You can't ask the jockey to do much more than this. He just has to check the stride there, and that causes him to lose balance and lose all of his speed and momentum, which is part of the reason why Besekhem and Baker's lost. But he's run a really nice race first up in Saudi, and moving forward, we know that he's a pretty useful horse, especially when blinkers are applied.
Yeah, the US importer has been off the track since October, comes off third best, but it's an Al Khalidi winner, Turkey Al Khalidi. Top rated in the field, gets home to win our third race. Honey Proof, Ferrari was quite right with Honey Proof. Came across last year, was a 50-1 chance on the international markets, and ran in 8th place, beaten 50 lengths by Asfan Al Khalidi on Saudi Cup weekend in the Abaya.
Right.
So Asfan won. That horse was well beaten. That American horse, though, has run much better.
Yeah, but wouldn't be able to go in the Abaya or the Al Manifa because of the distance. But he's useful in sprints moving forward.
It shows you how good Asfan is. You look back to that race last year, rated 123.
Yeah, and the horse in second, Vizier,
127,
well.
beg your pardon.
The horses in second and third, I know you guys can't see this, but we're looking at the result. Vizier in second, Najib Al-Zaman in third. They are top tier as well. If you were to say to me, name the 4 best Arabians, I'd say those top 3 and Tilal.
Yeah, okay. And we may well see them all back in action as well. Saudi Cup weekend, 3 weeks today as well. Hello to Abdul, who commented on the back of that race. Very nice, which I'm guessing is referring to Turkey Al Khalidi.
Or our selection, maybe.
Both, maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe your shirt.
Doubt it.
No, I doubt it as well. Enzo, give us the details then. Race 4 coming up. We've got a maiden here for the 3-year-olds over the 1,400 metres. Great work with the Honey horse as well. I don't know where on earth you pulled that from.
It's all up in the brain, Martin. It's all up there. Right, here we go for the next race. This is a maiden, our 440 event. Over 7 furlongs on the dirt. Number 1 is Al Nadawi, written by Sultan Al Mamoni. 2 is Al Tarab, who is written by Osama Al Sharani. 3, Atal, Eddie Castro. 4 is Bari for Abdullah Al Kradis. 5, Dirawi, written by Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Number 6, Frost and Freeze for Abdullah Al Khamis. Over the page to find number 7, Hatil for Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Number 8 is Hazum, Muhannad Al Nassar. 9 is Jabal for Mohammed Al Daham, looking for a double. And number 10 is the favourite, Just Riyadh, for Victor Gutierrez, who now rides. Number 11 is Manaf, written by Nawaf Al Madiani. 12, Mustakfi, Fawas Wanas. Over the page to find number 13, Mujazif, written by Wigberto Ramos, who was superb on the King's General here yesterday. 14, Omran Abdullah Al Fairuz. 15 is Riyadh Sky, Louis Morales. 16 is Safia Jean for Mohammed Saeed. 17, Saudi Dream, Tariq Al Mansur. 18, Fekra Al Ghali, written by Abdullah Al Saidi. Over the page to find 19, Wadan, Ricardo Ferrero, just lost out in that previous race with the horse hanging. And then Wahed, number 20 for Alex Moreno. Scratch the reserves, 21 through to 24, but 20 runners for Martin and Tom to have a look at.
And again, we touched on this with the 3-year-old race earlier on. Lots of debutants in the field, and the international market is headed by the debutants as well, numbers 10 and 9. Number 10, Just Riyadh, is the 7-4 favourite. Victor Gutierrez on board Just Riyadh, debuting today for the White Stable. Jabal, 4-1, also on debut for Tamer Al Dahani. Manaf is a 5-1 chance. That gets us down to number 11, another debutant. And it's 6-1 for Mujazif, which is a horse who's had a couple of runs so far. So the first three, Tom, in the international market, all on debut here. The favourite does have a good pedigree. It was an expensive buy, but it's posted wide on debut.
Yeah, firstly, Victor Gutierrez ride a switch from Rayan Al-Tuaish. Rayan won the second race today on Ganabi, so I'm not quite sure why there's a jockey change. Also, Victor Gutierrez, I don't remember ever seeing him ride for the White Stable, so this is a good opportunity for him. Maybe he rides this horse in the morning, which would be a reason why he could take the ride today, but who knows. He's drawn in 20, as you say. The wide draw is a problem, but he did cost $425,000. Son of Justify. Interesting to see how the 10 gets on. He's not going to be my pick, but he's one of the most fascinating horses in this race.
OK, well, newcomers, Callum, headed international market. Give us an insight into how they look out in the paddock.
Yeah, thanks, guys. First horse I'm going to focus on is the 2 here. Just watch the far hind. There it goes. He's got string halt on the offside. So you just see it will come up in one more stride, or maybe one more stride. He's having to think about it now. You've got to show off to us now. You're on camera. He's trying to hide it. But he's just got a little nervous system there where it's just that hind comes up, the off hind just comes up and has a look. He's had plenty of starts here. This is Al Trarab. Has had plenty of opportunities and is yet to find the victory, but looked really well in the coat. A big, strong type. Oh, doing the short paddock here. Big, strong type and a nice one to look forward to. But I just thought it was interesting just to see the way this horse moved. Just a little bit of something to keep an eye on. Let's track all the way back. Whoa, steady. This is the 5, just getting a bit worked up here in the parade ring. I think got worked up by the bell and the outriders. Some of these are really babyish. Let's focus on the big name debutants though, because there's plenty to get excited about. We'll start with the 9. This is just coming towards us now. Tamer Al Dahani trained, saw this horse going down this afternoon, looked absolutely gorgeous. This is Jabal. Really good looking type here on debut. Big, strong type. Admittedly, will do more in the future, no doubt, but Mohammed Al Daham's in the saddle looking for a double. We'll track one more back to Just Riyadh. This is the mount of Victor Gutierrez now. He also makes his debut for the White Stable. Really good looking individual. I would say more precocious than the horse we've just looked at. Let's come back to the 11 here, who is the Red Stable's debutant. This is Manaf, another one that looks really well in the prelims. But if I had to pick between these 3, I would certainly be going for the 10, Just Riyadh. I would say that's the horse that looks most ready for debut today. Next one we'll peep at is the 13. This is Wigberto Ramos' mount, the Wigman. Mujazif. This is a really nice looking type, Mujazif. Really catches the eye. Wigberto's on top. He's had a good couple of days and had a winner yesterday and a big winner last week. He'll be looking for more success here. This is a really nice type. I think Mujataf is another one I'd probably put higher than a lot of these. Good looking type. Finally, the next one is Umran. This is the 14. A big ropey type. Has had a couple of runs. Probably took a step backwards last time when finishing 7th, when 3rd on debut. But certainly a horse you'd want to keep on side. Maybe just a bit big and raw, and probably one for the future. The boys, there's only one more I want to peep at, and he's coming past me right about now. It's the 17, Saudi Dream, another on debut. Keep an eye on this one. Not the biggest of connections, but connections that have had success this year. This one's by Tiz the Law and looks really well in the coat and is certainly well-muscled individual. Not the biggest of connections, probably won't be a winner on debut, but keep an eye out on the 17 because he's a nice type and obviously got a nice little pedigree as well. The pick of the paddock though, Just Riyadh for me, Victor Gutierrez. Can he get a winner for the White Stable?
Thanks, Callum. Yes, so the newcomers, 7-4, 130 and 5-1 on the international markets. Do you have a pick of the 9, 10 and 11?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've got all 3 of these horses in my top 4 picks before obviously seeing prices. The 9 is my main selection. We've already talked about the 10, Just Riyadh. As I say, price. The horse cost a lot of money, but the price is too short considering the draw. But it would be great if that horse won, because Justify, his progeny are excellent, and White Stable do very well with their young horses. I prefer the draw of the 9, Jabal, who is the pick in here. He's by Wooded. Do you remember Wooded? He was a sprinter in France for Al Shakab Racing, out of a mare who won over 2,000 metres. So there's speed and stamina in this pedigree. I'm not 100% sure which way he's going to lean, but the fact they've started over 1,400 suggests that maybe he's going to be a stamina-laden horse, and we'll see him over a mile or maybe further in time. He cost 40,000 guineas last year, Jabal, and now he joins Tom Al-Dahani. He's just got such a good strike rate with young horses. I like this one. He's drawn inside in 7. Mohammed Al-Ham takes the ride. There are so many first-time starters in here that it's very reliant on how these horses break and what position they can get, but I prefer the price, 4-1, or rough around that, on Jabal compared to 7-4-ish on just RIYADH.
Okay, man off for the red stable for Frosted. Also makes its debut from stall 3. The horse has got the experience in number 3. This is Athal, who's currently a 7-2 chance. 1 run so far, and finished 3rd here over 200 metres further back in December.
Quick word on Manaf briefly, because I didn't answer your question when you asked me about him. Cost 50,000 by Frosted though, so probably wants further. Back to Athal, who you talked about there. He broke really awkwardly on the debut. He was a shambles at the start, but he made steady progress to finish 4th behind a pretty smart winner. Draws a lot better today. If he can break nicer and get into rhythm, and of course Athal's got a chance. He's the only one of the horses that have previously run that I've got in my top 4. I had him 3rd. Behind Jabal and just RIYADH in my selections.
Yeah, it's got a good chance as well from stall 2. If he can break better on turns, he's got a good position. 13 as well, got to mention, Mujazif, who's also had a couple of runs so far. 4th of 18 over the course and distance, and then had a run over the 1600 as well.
Yep, he improved last time up. The debut didn't show too much, but last time he ran a lot better when finishing 4th. By Curlin, again, a longer trip will probably be more suitable. But with another step forward, he could easily run a place in here. I just thought the 2 first-time starters, or 3 if you want to include Manaf, and the 3 horse in here, Athal, had either shown more or promised to be a little bit better than Mujazif.
Which way around was that? Was he 1,400 on debut? Was he 1,400 on debut, or was it the 1,600 on debut? I've written that in conclusively on my notes.
He finished 4th over 1,400, so it must have been 1,600 and then 1,400.
Okay, 600 on the debut and then 4th over the course and distance last time. Okay, I've not written that very clearly. Thank you for
okay.
Sorting that out. They are the top 5 in the market. We get out then to 14-1 and bigger on the international markets for the rest of them. They include Omran, who was in behind Mustajif last time out.
Yeah, promising debut effort over the 1,200, but disappointing last time behind Mujazif, as you say. Hard to really make a win case for him.
Yeah, 2 starts so far for that. Well, they're also number 19. Wadan, who just goes from 14-1 out to 16-1, 3 starts to date, but the form figures aren't inspiring. Drawn in 4 though.
Been running in conditions events, so you could say this is a drop in grade, but as you say, he hasn't really done enough. He's only rated 35, which is obviously way too low. He's better than that, but it's hard to really say he's going to win this contest today.
Okay, arriving down at the start. Nothing else really to throw in, is there, those that have had runs?
No, and all of the rags, the outsiders in here, look like they are very opposable. I don't have any real long shots. Maybe the 15, RIYADH Sky, who is out of a mare who won 3 times in the UK, but again, the trip's probably not ideal. The 17's interesting, Saudi Dream, just because I love Tiz the Law Progeny, but again, it's unlikely he's going to win first time up. I think you should be focusing on the top 4 or 5 in the market, and one of those should win.
Well, you've got the 3 newcomers heading the market. I just thought Athal, given he's had a start,
he's
had
a solid
run,
horse, isn't he?
He's had the experience.
Just needs to break better. That's the problem. Keep an eye on stall 2 for Athal, because he was very awkward on the debut from the start.
Then it's a guessing game as regards the 3 newcomers, really.
It is. They all represent the leading owners, the 3 leading owners here. Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malak Al-Sabah, the white stable and the red stable, Prince Faisal and King Abdullah and son. So, you know, all 3 of them are well represented in terms of their connections. They all cost a pretty penny. I just prefer the 9, Jabal, but no real strength here. I don't think you can be overly confident in a race like this, but I'll stick with the 9. That's my pick. Okay, Tom's gone with the 9. I'm going to try and get one back on him on the team competition with number 3, Athal, to build on that debut run and finishing 4th here over a little bit further. So we're with the 3 and the 9 here, Callum.
Yeah, guys, 3 and 9 for you two. I'm very keen on the 10. I just think if I'm going to talk about all of them, didn't get a great look at Athal, but didn't jump out to me. A couple of these look a little bit backward. This will be really interesting. 3-year-olds, 1,400 metres, a lot of them making debut. They're clearly not all going to be precocious types. I just thought RIYADH had a little bit of class about him, the way he sort of navigated his way around the parade ring. You can just see him coming through shot there. He's a very nice type. A horse that got very upset in the prelims was the 5, Darawi. That horse has had 2 starts. He's surprised at how worked up he got. So that, for me, was a big, big negative for the 5, probably the most negative out the field. Manaf is a big, raw type. The same can be said for Jabal, really, the 9. Another one, very, very big. And I'll put it this way, if the 9 can win, he'll be a smart type. I really will, because I don't think he's 100% tuned up for this at all. But you go against Samar Al-Dahani at your peril, really, don't you? Mohamed Al-Daham in the saddle. Quick update on the last race. I spoke to Ricardo Sosa Ferreira about that purebred Arabian Basek and Bake. He said, well, he didn't do it when he ran last time, and I should have mentioned this. He did run in that purebred Arabian meeting the week earlier, and he just got it all wrong today. But lads, I'm going for the 10 here, and you guys like the 9 and the 3. Anthony Ennis, it's all yours.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. So 3 different selections here from our top team. Martin with the 3, Athal. Stall 2, Tom with the 9, Jabal, and RIYADH for Callum from stall 20. That's horse number 10. They're loading up. Still got a few to go in here. Number 12 in the green Mostakfi with the gold braid. 16 in the yellow and black stars is Safia Jean going forward. Got about 5 at the back to load. Still waiting for 9 to come forward. Jabal. This is over 7 furlongs here, 1,400 metres. For these 3-year-olds, this maiden race on the dirt here at RIYADH. Number 6 is the grey horse Frost and Freeze. Going in. Waiting for 9. Coming forward now. Jabal, Mohamed Al-Daham on the first race. On Dabi, he's looking for a double. 13 is Mujazif in the red and white. Waiting for 13 then to come forward now. Wigberto Ramos on board. Right, we're just about set to go here for our 4th race at RIYADH on this Saturday, and they're off. Pretty good start as well. A little bit slow to go was Mostakfi, just missed a kick, and also Jabal wasn't that well into stride either. Trails them early doors as they go over the 1,400. One that broke well in the yellow colours towards the inside, up there in the yellow and maroon colours. So they go through the first part of the race. Is Wadan. It's Wadan who has a narrow advantage towards the inner. But out wide, showing good speed up there in the green cap is RIYADH, the favourite. That's right up in the gallop too. Omran is up there as well in the grey and white. The red and white of Mujazif to make a line of 4. Just off the pace, back towards the inside is Hazoum in the blue and white silks. That one is racing ahead of Jabal, who's trying to make up some of that lost ground as they head around the turn. Not hanging about here up front either. Omran is applying some pace pressure to Wadan. Omran goes on from Wadan. Racing in third, Mujazif. Ridden along is RIYADH, white face on the outside. Just lost a position at the moment as they come around the turn. The leader's going well. The leader is Omran. And Abdullah Al-Fayrouz by a half length. To in second place, Wadan. RIYADH is flat to the boards on the outside. Trying to run on out wider is Jabal in the green sleeves. That is now getting going with the noseband as they head down for the final 200 metres. Quite a few chances here. The one that's making up the ground, though, is Jabal. Out wide, the green sleeves and cap is running on strongly. There's one coming out underneath that runner, though, also staying on quite well inside the final furlong. And up front, here comes Athal bursting through. And it's Athal from Jabal, these two. And it's Athal from Jabal. Wadan back in third in the end, and they were followed over the line by Manaf. Great finish that, wasn't it? Martin Kelly beating Tom Collins in a driving finish because Athal has beaten Jabal 3/9. That change, isn't it, in the final furlong? But it was Athal, Eddie Castro, just coming out underneath Jabal. That was that little gap, wasn't there? And took full advantage here, Athal. To Martin, good pick this one. And this horse found loads of pressure. I mean, Jabal missed the break, so might have been a bit unlucky. Third was number 19, Wadan, the long-time leader. So it's 3-9, 19-11. Athal, Jabal, Wadan, Manaf, the result. 3-9, 19-11. 3 parts of a length the winning margin. 1 minute 28.36 the winner's time. Good battle between Athal and Jabal. Just goes to number 3 for Eddie Castro.
It's Eddie Castro who gets the win here aboard Athal. Very interesting, different colours than what might have been advertised on your race card there, which I think has got everybody slightly confused with him. But Athal, who was fourth on debut, takes another step forward today. But I think the talking horse here, Jabal, is a proper horse to keep on the right side of as well. Like I said, if that horse could win looking the way he did in the parade ring, a big, raw, gangly type. I think Tom is right. Tom's going to fall in love with that horse, no doubt. Wadam in third, Manaf in fourth. Omran, another big raw type, shaped like the winner for a long way and got very tired. And Mujazif with another one who ran slightly well on debut. Plenty to take away from this race, but it's the horse who's had the one career start already, who's taken victory here. A big old Roman nose on him. He's not the most attractive of sorts when the hood comes off, but doesn't matter, handsome is as handsome does. He wins on this occasion and wins well in a bit of a finish, but he found plenty for pressure. And that's what was the real difference. When Eddie Castro got into that drive phase, he found plenty. And with that victory, he gives Eddie another winner in what has been a very successful season for this rider. Obviously, with the partner of Defunded when he won earlier on the season a couple of weeks ago. And he's got another winner here. And we'll grab a word with him. He's just handing over his saddle and stuff. Eddie, well done. Congratulations. He found lots for pressure.
Well, thank you. That's a little bit plan, you know, running behind. That's what he said. So, but I'll be lucky. A little bit, a little bit traffic. It's a lot of horse. So, and 300 be open, and he nice kick out when that open.
Yeah, you found all the gaps in the traffic though, didn't you? Drawing from stall 2, it's always very brave to put the brakes on and wait for the gaps to come.
Yeah, yes, I wait for the gap. I want to try outside. I think Murphy, I don't have a time for go outside, so I put it in the middle. I thank God I open the gap is 300 and have a nice kick.
And we keep saying it, but this season keeps going from strength to strength. You must be so happy with how things are going.
All right, yeah. Thank you.
Well done.
All right, thanks.
Well done to Eddie. The horse has found plenty for pressure. Colour change what we had in the race card. We had red sleeves and it was like the Northern Stud Farms from Japan, wasn't it? We had similar colours to that, but in the blue colours here, he's picked up well and weaved his way through in the end. Really steps forward from the debut.
Yeah, you beat me here in a driving finish. It's like the reversal.
Say that again.
Well, it's the reversal of race 2
where
I beat you in a driving finish. Yeah, it's a good pick from yourself. Well done with Athal.
Thank you.
I think I was on the best horse. And I don't know if you disagree with that, actually. But today, it doesn't really matter. It's all about who won. Take it from the start, because we didn't get to see due to the colour change. He was drawn in 2. He does miss it again, briefly, and then takes a bump off the horse in 3. So
he's on the back foot from there.
He is. I mean, he's not... Actually, Jabal missed it even worse. I wonder if the producer's going to get this in a different angle as well from the start, which would be amazing. But we'll take it from this drone shot to start with.
But if you were watching the eventual winner, you'd have given up from that, given the way the track's been riding.
He didn't find his stride very quickly either, did he? And he's so far back, as you say. They are 4 or 5 across the track. The speed hasn't completely gone in the latter part of the race because Wardan, who's against the fence up front, eventually finishes 3rd. Mujazif, who is in the middle of the front horses in the red, that horse finishes 6th, and Omran, who's on the outside now in front, that horse finishes 5th. So the speed has been upheld in this race. It's not like they've gone too quickly.
And just RIYADH, the market leaders up there
in fifth.
in 5th with the white-green cap. He's starting to back out of it.
It looks like he's just another white stable horse that needs to run.
Yeah.
We haven't seen too many first-time starters from that stable so far this season. Jabal just makes a big bid wide on the track here. He's just going to 5th now and down to 4th. He's a lengthy horse, but he's just unable. If Mohammed shut the door there, he'd have won the race. But
that would have been a bit dirty.
Well, there was a gap. Eddie. Prior to Eddie actually getting into the gap. But these two have drawn clear. These are the best 2 horses in the race today.
I'm going to go back to what you said and said that the second was the best horse in the race. I think as a longer-term prospect over further, but I think as a horse who's got a change of gear, probably the winner is superior in that regard. You've got one who's going to be best over 1400. Sure. Your horse,
if you ran
the second's got to go further.
If you ran this race again next week, I would still be with my horse.
Would you?
I would. He missed the start. We didn't get to see it from that angle, unfortunately. He kind of needed the head on. But Jabal missed the start as badly, or even worse, actually, than Athal. But he immediately found his stride. You can see Jabal there in the green and the white in probably 7th on the outside. Big horse. He's able to sit prominently despite that poor start. Athalal's out the back and weaving his way around. To be fair, they're both good horses, promising horses.
I think he can really upgrade the form of the eventual winner, given where he's come from.
That's fair. Again, he's come from off the speed. The others have all been up near the pace. So
on a track that is favouring those up on the speed.
Yeah,
I think that they're two really promising horses.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Jabal's not on the pace either. He's just in behind the speed. But two very promising horses. Jabal's got that scope to improve. I'm going to fall in love with him, as Callum said. I think he's going to be.
You like big boats?
Well, he's not a boat, but yeah. I think he's going to be very, very useful moving forward. But he bumped into one today in Athal, who had the experience edge and has finished off with really good effect.
Well, you can see the two of them there finishing clear of the field. And running on quite nicely in the closing stages, Manaf as well for the red stable.
Another horse to keep an eye on, Bifrosted, wants distance. 1,600 metres maybe next time for Jimmy's runner, and that would see him probably get off the mark in a similar kind of maiden. Good starting point though from Jimmy's colt there, 3-year-old, but obviously still plenty raw enough, and 1,400 is the lowest trip he wants.
Okay, well, it could be two names to note, not for maybe this season, but going forward, Jabal and Athal.
Yeah, I don't know how much Athal's going to improve because he's quite diminutive, but he is very talented. I reckon we'll see him again after Saudi Cup week.
But quite a handy type.
Yeah, for sure. It's just, I feel like he's going to be at his best as a 3-year-old, whereas Jabal may improve again next year, given his size.
Okay, Jabal comes off second best to Athal in race 4. Race 5, we've got a local bred maiden. This looks quite open, Mr. Ferrari, for our 5th.
It does, and we have a horse who's come in as a reserve. I think it's the favourite down the bottom. We'll get to that one in a moment. So plenty of runners over 7 furlongs here. Number 1 is Abeya Fawas Wanas. 2 is Alayek Alayom for Abdullah Al Kradis. 3 is Al Sahimi. Abdullah Al Rashid is riding. 4 is Al Wawa Khalid Al Mamoni. 5 is City Boy Ayad Al Tarisi. 6 number 18 Sharjah for Fahad Al Faradi. 19 is Shakra Al Miyad Abdulaziz Al Faradi. 20 is Tetayla for Osama Al Shiradi. Over the pace to find 21 that runs, which is Mekram Al Qatar, written by Muhannad Al Nassar, and the other one that runs is 22 Wasil Al Salam. Mohammed Al Habib gets the call up for that one, and that one is the 11-4 favourite on the international markets. Take out 23 and 24, also scratching number 12 and number 17 here for what is our 5th race on the dirt over the 1,400 metres. Let's go back to Martin and Tom.
Thank you, Anthony. So, horses in the paddock then for this locally bred maiden, which does look very open. A couple of jockey changes in here, Tom. The 18, I think, is one of them.
Not Fahad Al Faradi anymore. That's Abdullah Al Hussein. The 21 is Muhannad Al Nassar, and the 22 is not Nawaf Al Farouz. Al Habib takes the ride.
Okay, so let me note those down. Thank you very much.
That's all right.
International market would give this an open-looking feel as well. The 22, who comes in here as the first reserve, tops the international market at just under 3-1. 2 runs today, second on both outings.
Sorry, which horse was this?
22.
Yeah, well, this horse, do you remember, was supposed to run 2 weeks ago and broke loose at the start, did a loop of the track here, got caught by the outrider and didn't run. Wasil Al Salam was scratched, was second favourite for a maiden then.
Was that the void race?
No, that was it just got loose before the start and didn't run. Now it returns to the track. So watch out for this horse at the start because he is a bit of a handful, but he's got a lot of ability.
So effectively, he's on his 4th start.
But technically, yeah. I mean, he didn't run last time under rules, but yeah, Wasil Al Salam should have run 3 times, but he's only run twice so far.
Well, he's 5-2 on the top of the international markets. The debutante, Abiyar's second best at 4-1. In fact, now just going out to the 3rd favourite, money coming for Al Wawa into 100. That's been really well backed, actually, the 4.
Yeah, that's my pick.
We'll come on to that in a second. Let's have a look at a bit of video form as well for Harrison. That is the 6-inch shot, Harrison, who is into 5-1 now, and got a similar profile to the winner of a couple of horses who've won today. They've had a start and step forward. And what did you make of this run over the course and distance?
Yeah, this was a solid effort from Harrison. Fair promise as well. Shaped really nicely in the contest. Came from out the back, which you don't usually see for horses from these connections. They're usually forwardly ridden. And I suppose he's got enough talent to go close in a race like this. But he needs to break better. He's drawn in 8, so he's got a nice post. Mohammed Al Daham's a positive jockey booking. albeit he does ride a lot for these connections. And he's a major player in this race, but there could be one or two more unexposed that can beat him.
Yeah, well, went under by about 7 lengths on debut, and he's making his second start today. There's the horse that we're saying has been well back that you like as well in shot number 4.
Yeah, this is my pick, Al Wawa. He shaped with real promise over this course and distance 2 weeks ago. Okay, he finished 7th, but if you watch the race back, he was badly hampered at the start, and he's capable of much better than that. His draw is the tough point. He's out in 18. But then if you look at a couple of the others, they're also widely berthed, like Abaya, horse number 1's out in 20. He's well fancied on his debut. And who's the other market leader in here? Wasal Al Salam. Do we know what draw Wasal Al Salam's in? Is it 7 or 3? He's the second reserve, so I think he's drawn in 3. But I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, he's drawn inside regardless. But Awawa's going to need to negotiate his way across from 18.
You'd say 3, wouldn't you? Yeah.
I think so.
He's in 3 confirmed, yeah.
If Awawa can break well, I think he's a major player.
Here's Awawa in shot, really big, striking, imposing individual. Drawn in 18 is a bit of a negative, but I mean, what can you not like about him in the paddock? A couple of the big name connections have runners here, but not all of them are blowing me away. This one certainly does. Hopefully can build on a pretty okay run on debut. Let's drop back. We'll go past City Boys and we'll go straight to Harriston here, who's the 6th. Looking for the same connections that had the winner earlier on in the card. They've got another nice type here, haven't they? Owner breeders, the sons of Haif Mohammed Aboud Al-Qatani, and they'll be looking for more success. And this horse looks great. 4th on debut. Plenty to like about the physical model as well. And Mohammed Al-Daham is in the saddle here. So we'll be hoping Mohammed Al-Daham can get a second win for the same connections. Let's drop back now to the 10. This is a debutant for the Red Stable. This is Mashoub coming towards me now. Now, Mashoub is a bit of a long neck type. Plenty of room to grow into this frame. You can still say it's certainly still growing, but I'm intrigued to see what this horse does on debut. Mucho Gusto being the stallion. He's had success here in Saudi Arabia, and this horse is looking very well in the coat as well. No negatives for me, and not carrying the typical amount of condition we often see with Sami Al-Harabi's horses. So looks pretty race fit and could be dangerous on debut. Stall 11 isn't too awful either. Let's pull back now. We're going to go straight back to the 15. It's another Alanaya horse. They are always so incredibly well turned out. The 14 is taking a proper tug around here, but let's go to the 15. This is Taya Alanaya. Still yet to really hit the ground running in 3 career starts so far, but I just want to mention again, credit to the team here. They turn out their horses so incredibly well. You've got the quarter marks all the way down, poverty line on display. This is the horse that gets paddock people like me in trouble because it looks so good, but the form is nothing to write home about. Good walker, well turned out, always going to make my short list. Now, pull back a little bit more to the final horse we're going to have a look at. This is the 22. Sneaks in as a reserve, and we can't wait to see. This is Wasal Al Salam. Sort of run really well on those 2 starts. As Tom mentioned, had got himself totally worked up at the start last time out and got loose. Although he was withdrawn from that race, you imagine it wouldn't have taken too much out of him. He's returned about 2 weeks later. Look, if he can show what he's shown previously, he'll be very dangerous. He's got that low draw, which will help him, but it's all about what happened at the start. But lads, look at the coat, look at the muscle definition, look at the walk. It's plenty of positives.
And if you are watching on YouTube today, we'd love to hear from you. Please do leave your comments in the chat section. Bit confused, Diego, by your interaction. Good to hear from you. You said, listening carefully to the programme, one of you shows favouritism for a rider. Doesn't specify which rider, which has left us a little bit confused. So if you can tell us who exactly you're talking about. But it's not impressed, Diego. It's not at all professional, and you answer with sarcasm and mockery.
Absolute rubbish.
I've
never heard more rubbish
The only
in my life.
sarcasm and mockery is between us and our selections, basically. That's it.
Diego, all that happens here is we analyse the races. We preview them and then analyse the races. If you think there's favouritism, you are wrong, unfortunately.
He said not kind to the rest of the participants. We're nice to everyone that races here.
Yeah, it's unbiased and it's just analysis. If you are talking about Ricardo, we talk about him the most because he rides the most winners. That is literally it.
Okay, but Diego, please do let us know who you're referring to. That would help us to dissect where we might have gone wrong and cause you a bit of anguish here. But anybody else who wants to get involved as well with your selections, please do so. Wasal Al Salam now into 9-4, being really well supported. And Relaxation Soothing. I like the name.
Yeah, great name. Also,
Relaxation
great
Soothing.
message. Thank you.
Yeah, do you want to read it?
Yeah, you guys are doing great. Thank you. We appreciate that.
Ignore the negative comments.
Yeah. We will.
This is like going to therapy. Relaxation Soothing, more please, more.
Living up to the name, literally.
We've got the market leader then at 9-4. Second best is the one of the newcomers for the White Stable. We saw the White Stable horse in the previous race, and you were suggesting that generally a White Stable newcomer needs the outing.
Yeah, absolutely. These White Stable horses just aren't winning first time up. Now, this one has a lovely pedigree for a local bred, being by Premium Tap. Draws terribly. In the same draw, actually, as just RIYADH in the previous race, at in 20. So the White Stable haven't had much luck with their draws today. But if he's able to run, then he should go close, because it's not the deepest of maidens. I would just be concerned about first time up with the White Stable at the moment. Last season, they were faultless first time up. They were winning everything with debutants. This year, not the same. So just worried a little bit about that and the draw. There are a couple of others I prefer. But Abe is still a major player in here. As I say, by Premium Tap, brilliant sight, out of Satya, who won 4 times over 1,600 metres. So the trip should be okay as well.
And they're getting stuck in on the international markets to number 4, Al Wawa. He's had 1 start to date, posts out in 18 here, finished 7th on debut.
Yeah, as I say, this horse is my selection. I've already given my reasoning why. I'm worried about the draw again for this one, despite the fact it's my pick. But this is the key. If you can watch replays back, which is brilliant on the JCSA website, you can watch all the replays back from this season. The first 2 strides for this horse on debut, he was badly hampered, forced off track, and was way back in the pack. If he can break cleaner today, get into a prominent spot, I think he'll be tough.
Ricardo Ferreira, so Diego, this might annoy you. Ricardo Ferreira's on the 10. Mass Super debutant here for the Red Stable.
Yeah, I won't talk too much about the rider if it's annoying people. It's by Mucho Gusto,
I'm not
though.
sure it is Ricardo. We've barely mentioned Ricardo today.
I don't really know what he's talking about.
Diego, tell us, please. We're intrigued.
By Mucho Gusto. So the pedigree's good. I don't know too much about the dam. She looked limited from what I saw during her race career. Blinkers fitted first up. Now, that's a bit of a negative for me. If this was in the US, absolutely fine. You see it. The majority of trainers like to fit blinkers first up, especially on sprinters. But over here, not so much. So that would be a concern about the 10.
Well, it looks to be a 5-horse race according to the international market. 22, 1, 4, 6 and 10 are the top picks. We then get down to 16 to 1 for the horse in the emblem road colours for Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz. This is number 7, Ibn Alethea, who we've not seen since a run at Taif back in September.
Weekend late that day, that was over 1,400 metres. This horse does possess early speed, though. So maybe he'll go forward from 13. That wouldn't be a surprise at all under Anthony Campos. I'd be surprised if he stuck there and managed to win the race, but he's not without claims, I'd say, at around 12 to 1. Just a quick note, by the way, the owner, Prince Saud bin Salman, if you do follow his horses, I know plenty of people in the comments like to follow specific jockeys or specific trainers or owners. He has a runner tonight over in the US as well at Gulfstream, so Prince Saud is splitting his interests elsewhere. He's got a runner in the US too.
And you're such a big fan, you've got a dishcloth in his silk colours.
Gifted perfectly from you.
No, very kind of you. And at 14 to 1, just attracting a tiny bit of sport as well, is the 18. Showed JR, who was beaten into 5th place on debut, was still 11 lengths behind the winner.
Closed really well from off the speed that day, but similar tactics wouldn't work in a race like this. This is deeper. He has place claims. She has place claims, but she's a filly taking on the boys. Jockey switch, not far had Alfredo on board. Again, I just think she's going to get caught too far back in a race like this.
OK, selection time then, Tom. What's your top picks?
Horse number 4, Al Wawa for me. I have the main dangers as the 1, Abeya, the 6, Harriston, and the 22, Wasal Al Salam. But the pick is number 4, Al Wawa.
4, Al Wawa. For the studio tipping competition, you're 1 ahead, 9 leads, 8. Callum's back on 4. Maybe just starting to drop away, Callum, with the fact we're 5 races in nearly.
Yeah, it'll be a tough ask to come back, but you never know. You never know.
OK, well, I'm going to go with the experience here, and Harriston to build on that 4th over the course and distance on debut 3 weeks ago. Mohamed Al-Daham on board, looking for a second winner here today. So, Callum, there are the selections from the studio. We're with the 6 and the 4.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, 6 and 4, both very positive chances, both paddock positives for me. I cannot see a reason to go against either of them, so good choices there. A couple of big name owners who have pretty disappointing horses looks-wise. I saw Abeya, the one for the White Stable, Fawaz Wanas in the saddle. Good to see Fawaz getting more and more opportunities with this team. This horse comes out of stall 20, already a negative. Looks very weak and immature in the parade ring. The other one was Prince Sultan bin Michel's horse, Jamasan. That horse was pretty weak, I must admit. And it didn't even look tight, just looked weak. Also, had a ridiculously long mane. Come on, guys, crop those manes. And the other one was Ibn Al-Athir, another one for big name connections, another one that didn't particularly blow me away in the parade ring. Now, I'm not saying the behaviour with negatives. I'm just saying from a physical model, you can see the 9 just coming by now. Just looks like it hasn't filled in the frame yet. The 9 quite dull in the coat. Just didn't put any pep in my step. I wasn't excited about it. I'm sticking with the reserve that sneaks in. Wasil Al Salam. Watched out at the start. At the moment, we're very calm. We're very relaxed. We're happy. We're keeping everything crossed that it stays that way. Because previously, this horse had been a bit of a terror at the start, and you'd like a quick loading process. So Anthony Ennis, I'll be with the 22. The boys will be with the 4 and the 6. It's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, look at the international market. They're sort of cutting everything in the market here. Wasil Al Salam, which is Callum's fancy, number 22, 9 to 4 from 11 to 4. Tom Collins likes Al Wawa, who's coming from 9 to 2 to 11 to 4. Martin likes Harriston, who's come in from 11 to 2 to 4 to 1. And they've also cut Abeya 7 to 2 from 4s. Only Mashoub has got out 1 point, 6 is out to 7. So you start pushing out a few more of those if they're going to start cutting everything in at the top of the market. 16's Ibn Al-Athir, 20 to 1 for Jama Rahay, and 20 to 1 Jam San. Those are beginning to load up here. Interesting race, 7 furlongs this maiden, 1,400 metres on the dirt. Quite a few in already. So there's jockey news, Abdul Ella Al Hussein on Sharjah, number 18. Muhammad Al Nassar riding number 21, the reserve that gets in Mekram Al Tar. The other reserve, Wasil Al Salam, Muhammad Al Habib. 2 just backing away, Alayak Al Alaim. It's in the red and black colours. Big field of runners here. They are loading up. Waiting for Alayak Al Alaim to go. This number 6 as well, Harriston. Martin's fancy the red, white and blue. He's got the noseband and the cheek pieces on. Black colours in the background, number 9, Jam San. This is Harriston. Going in. About 4 more to load. Abeya for the White Stable is in. That's one of the reserves, Makram Al-Qatar, and into stall 3, the other reserve, Wasil Al Salam. So Mekram Al-Qatar in red out stall 7, stall 3 for Wasil Al Salam. It's a good draw, isn't it? Nearest the inside, green and yellow. I think it's the last one. Almost set. Big field of maidens already, going 7 furlongs here for our 5:05. Race 5. They're about to go. Waiting for 1 in the centre to be settling down. And they're off. Started to hit the button, and most of them got away to a decent start. One that was a bit slow, though, was Azwat Fakir. Missed it by about 7 lengths and is immediately chased along and already looks out of it. Azwat Fakir at the back of the field. The others looking for a position here. Abeya started smoothly out wide. It's coming across in the White Stable colours, the white with the green cap, to try and join issue. It's being held out by 2 other runners. Wasil Al Salam got off to a great start, green and yellow colours. And right up against the rails, that is Oliver, who's going to hold them all out, the pale blue. Oliver is leading to, in second place, Wasil Al Salam with 3rd, Abeya. The front 3 are really pressing on to the speed burn up here. They've gone 6 lengths ahead of the chasing posse, who are headed towards the inside by driven along Taja Alanea as they go towards the crown of the turn. Making ground now, Al Wawa goes into 4th all of a sudden, the silver colours, and starts to spot the leaders as they come around the home turn. The leader on the inside, though, is Oliver by 1 length to a ridden along Wasil Al Salam in the middle. On the outside, Abeya. They're still 6 lengths clear of Ibn Al-Athir and Al Wawa. The rest look in trouble down the straight. Oliver's got a kick here on the inside. Still leads by 2 lengths with the rails to help. Wassel Al Salam is trying to close the gap in second as Abaya rather gets in the way of Al Wawa there, but racing inside the final 200. Oliver's gone pretty hard in front, but still leads. There is one deep closer running on from the back of the field. That's Jajaya, but it's too late because Oliver has run them ragged here. Number 11 under Abdulaziz Al Yayesh. Oliver to Wassel Al Salam in second. Into third went Al Wawa, and they're ahead of the others. Shajaya did stay on, but the winner, Oliver, number 11, Abdulaziz Al Yayesh for the Khalid Al Muradi barn, was involved in that speed duel, but stayed on 1 minute 28.73. Oliver, number 11, is the winner. Second, number 22, Wassel Al Salam. They're up there throughout those two. Third, number 4, the only horse to close, Al Wawa. 4 3/4 of a length, the winning margin, 4 3/4, 1 minute 28.73 seconds, 11, 22, 4, 18 the numbers. Oliver, Wassel Al Salam, Al Wawa, and 4th, Shajaya.
Yes, we have a bit of a surprise winner here as Oliver strikes victory in this contest on debut underneath an apprentice jockey and has basically led every step of the way. Broke smartly, managed to shrug off Wassel Al Salam at the crown of the bend and then never really came back. Looked to be running around a little bit down the straight, but was able to maintain that lovely position and keep that momentum into the straight. Tom Collins has mentioned it all the way through, a speed favouring track, and has suited this horse down to the ground. A winner on debut for connections we don't know too much about, but a good win nonetheless. They look over the moon. Lovely scenes here with the winning connections. He seemed very happy with that victory. Congratulations all round. In second was Wassel Al Salam. So close, so close. Alawaya was the other horse that caught the eye, probably the only horse breaking out the pack from that wide draw to finish in third. Shajaya was in fourth, Ibn Al-Athir was in fifth, and Mashoub was in sixth. But a good performance from your winner here. Don't know what to make of the race. You could argue that the second is probably a 65, 70 rated horse, maybe. You boys might want to correct me, but I'd say 65 rated horse. This horse has put 4 lengths between, so maybe a 62 rating, but won't have a rating yet. We'll run in a non-winners race, a non-winners of 2, I imagine, next time out. But there's plenty of speed to burn here. Wouldn't be surprised to see this horse being able to drop to 1,200 metres as well. Got home over the 1,400, could win over the 12. Probably a mile would be a stretch too far, but a good performance from this horse and a bit of a surprise winner, team.
I think we could upgrade that, Callum, to a massively shock winner. Around 40 to 1 on the international market. Some trainer we don't know much about. Drawn down the inside on debut, has broke well and has taken 4 3/4 lengths out of the field.
Showed lovely early speed. I mean, that's quite clearly his biggest asset. The trainer was 0 from 4 coming into today in his training career. So, as you say, didn't know much about connections. The rider, Aliyesh, doesn't have too many rides, especially in these kind of races, live mounts anyway. The pedigree wasn't great by Dramedy. Dramedy's an okay stallion, but the dam's only rated 40 during her racing career. Impossible to find, I think. Unless we were able to watch some morning works of this horse, which we weren't. I don't see how you could possibly put this one up as the pick.
Nice looking horse, though.
Yeah, and he's done it well. He's just a complete speedball, seemingly. And he's done well to hold off the challenges. They went hard up front.
Well, that's the thing as well, given how hard they were clocking nearly 10 seconds at one stage.
10.6 followed by an 11.4 around the turn, which is quick. That being said, the pace has really held up and no horse has got involved from the back.
But I'm saying it's to his credit that he's gone those fractions and seen it out.
He had to fight the white stable horse, who did well to get across from 20, but was legless late on. The eventual runner-up, Wasal Al Salam, ran a good race, but 3 times runner-up now from 3 races. My pick was the only one to really make any ground. That was Al Wawa. He eventually finished 3rd, but he was beaten 5.5 at the wire, so no real excuse there for him. Harrison never involved. You can see him at the top of the screen.
And he makes late headway, having not been best away and travelling wide.
It was a race where you just couldn't come from behind, but...
And Harrison, you can see from stall 8, there's only maybe 2 behind him.
Yeah.
In fact, he's right out the back. There was one that was very, very slowly away, wasn't there? In the black colours, it was nearly tailed off.
Correct.
Halston there is right out the back of the frame.
Yeah, so was Shajaya, the 18, who actually finished 4th. Maybe that horse is the one to take out of it. Missed the start twice now, Shajaya. But that was a solid effort to finish 4th. I'll be looking at the 18 next time, not in shot right now, Grace Hills. At this point of the race, the top 3 are really battling, including the winner Oliver and the runner-up Wasal Al Salam. The only one of the top 3 to really give way is Abaya, the white stable horse on the outside. But he ran with good promise as well, considering his draw in 20 and that the white stable horses are generally needing a run. He'll come on for this.
But when you get a race like this where you've got a breakaway 3 that have gone breakneck fractions, you expect them all to come back to the field.
You do. Only one of them did.
And this, but I think Oliver maybe is actually quite a smart animal.
Yeah, he could be quite good, yeah. Awawa is making ground up there in 4th. It looks like he's going to come with a challenge, but his run flattens out. Yeah, maybe the winner is pretty good. He's won by 4 3/4, no fluke about it at the wire. And yeah, quite a nice debut for this runner. Wasal Al Salam is the consistent horse. He ran his race in 2nd. That's what we were expecting. I thought Al Wawa might improve by him, but I mean, I wasn't completely wrong. He was only 3/4 a length behind. But he wasn't good enough to win. He had no excuse. And the winner's just won comfortably today.
Well, we've had a few people been in touch. Balaji was going with the 11 in that. Well, I think he must have been calling the 11 the winner. I think he was with 22 initially. He's come off 2nd best. Gives a mention there to the 11. That must be as they cross the line. And Relaxation Soothing has come back and said it was 100 to 1 wherever they're watching.
Wow.
Where exactly is that, Mr. or Mrs. Relaxation? Be good to know where you're watching from. I'm sure it's 40s on the international market, unless it took a big drift before.
Yeah, well, 100 to 1 would have been a fair price, to be fair, based on what we knew. But he's won well in the end, and maybe he is talented.
Okay, well, we'll hopefully get the full SPs through in a second on the international. Yeah, 40s on the international markets. Oliver beats the 9 to 4 favourite into 2nd, and Wawa, the 11 to 4 second favourite, back in 3rd. But yeah, Mr. or Mrs. Relaxation, where in the world, I need this person in my life, I think.
For the Relaxation Soothing approach? Yeah, why not?
Bit of night meditation.
Yeah.
Be beautiful. Speaking of Relaxation Soothing, he could voice one of those kind of meditation sleep tapes.
Oh, we could.
Ferrari Enzo Ferrari.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, here we go. Next race coming up. Yeah, that was incredible, wasn't it? For a 40 to 1 shot to win like an even money favourite. That's some horse, that Oliver. Anyway, let's move on to our 6th race. Bracklesham Bay. Salman Al Rashid rides number 1 here, going a mile in the dirt. 2 is Mahal Hal, who is the favourite here. Mohammed Al Daham, Samar Al Dahani teaming up. 3, Abrik Al Khail for Abdullah Al Credis. 4, Al Abrak, Tariq Al Mansur. 5, Al Wasem, Ricardo Ferreira. 6 is Spirit for Rakan Al Abeid. And over the page to find 7, AP Spirit, Rakan Al Abeid. 7 is Ashgar Desert, Alex Moreno. Expo Al Riyadh, Osama Al Sharani is number 8. 9 is Hillman for Khalid Al Mamoni. 10, Lutaja Weir for Louis Morales. 11 is Dean for Asil Al Sahani, currently 2nd favourite, that one. And Kawalis is number 12 for Thab Al Timyat. So a dozen runners this time around for this open race over the bar. Let's go and join Callum.
Yeah, let's have a look at these. This is Mahal, the 2, really imposing type here. Liver Chestnut, not the most impressive as walkers. As you can see, he's got a bit of a staccato action in his hind legs, but he's a beautiful type. He's certainly not carrying any condition. He wasn't disgraced last time out in tougher company than this. Makes a quick turnaround and certainly cannot be discounted here. Is a worthy favourite, and I've got no paddock negatives for him. Let's go back to the 5. This is a paddock negative. Now, it might look like butter wouldn't melt in Al Wassem's mouth at this point, but this horse was an absolute pig in the pre-parade ring. Gave a massive kick out to the 6. We nearly had a really nasty incident. You can still see this Saxon Warrior colt is still a little bit on edge after all of that, sweating up between the hind quarters as well. So certainly plenty of negatives there, and a horse that's still got 2 duck eggs next to his name after 2 career starts. I would be looking elsewhere. Let's pull our way back to the 7. This is a nice type, another liver chestnut. This is Al Shaga Desert, or Desert I should say, Al Shaga Desert, who's just in shot now. This is a really nice horse, sort of much more physically mature than a couple of these. Just a very well put together sort. Just mind your back, the stuff that they're just holding up here as Mahal just takes a little break. But yeah, just a really well put together individual. Good strong shoulder for this colt. Has only had the 1 run, but caught the eye when 3rd on debut. For me, plenty to like about this horse. If there's a horse that could be a big improver, I would suggest it could be the 7, Al Saga Desert. Now let's pull back to the 8 here, Expo Al Riyadh. This is another one typical of the owners, type I really like. Osama Al Shahani on board. He'll be looking for another win. He's had a very big week, this man, so he'll be hoping for more success. Very typical of the type, strong, well-built individual, arguably a little bit raw. I'd suggest there might be more to come from a maturity standpoint with this one. He's having a bit of a jog in the parade ring with the tongue strap on, but I wouldn't say he's getting very warm. He's certainly not in the shape of the 5, and I wouldn't be too perturbed by him. So let's move back to the next one. This is Hillman, the 9 in the FMQ colours. Really striking individual, Hillman. I remember when this horse made its early appearances, we thought it could be quite smart. Hasn't quite gone to form yet, but ran a decent 2nd last time out. Still a maiden though. After 5 starts, you're beginning to get a little bit concerned in a race of this quality. But Hillman looks the part, really well turned out, typical of FMQ, and certainly will make my shortlist for sure. We'll look at the 10, another one well turned out. This is Nicholas Bashalar's runner, Mutajawir, just coming forward now. This is a nice walker. Taking everything in, covering the ground really well. A horse who's only had the 2 starts. Maybe took a step backwards last time, but can be forgiven. Looks great in the coat, I thought. Really well turned out. Be a tough ask on this occasion with some more exposed runners who have shown better form, but certainly can't be ignored. And I would say another one who looks a picture right now in the parade ring. And finally, we'll talk about Deem, who was a winner on debut. He's the 11. Asil Al Shahani on board this one as well. He's looking to continue his great part of the season so far. Probably one of the more informed jockeys in the weighing room. And Deem's a nice type as well. Typical chestnut with the compliment made on him as well, which is quite a nice touch. He'll need to take another step forward, but he's another one who we don't really know the ceiling of his ability. We know he's got a high floor, but how high is his ceiling? No negatives in the parade ring for me, but if you had to pick one, you've got to go with the 2, Mahali, who is just a very good model.
Well, Callum's with Mahali for Tamer Al-Dahani, and Mohammed Al-Daham has already been amongst the winners so far today. A horse who got some good form coming to this, 2 wins from 6 and drops in grade after the Saudi Derby qualifier last weekend.
Yeah, Mahal Hal, not Mahali. Mahali's also in this race though, in the white cap. Mahal Hal, green cap. Mahal Hal runs today.
Did I say Mahali?
Yeah, so did Callum, and so did our producer. But it's Mahal Hal. He's a consistent type. He won twice in a row. He wilted late this day, but this was the Saudi 2000 Guineas. Who's the horse just about to pass him on the outside?
We see him later on.
Valkyr. This will be a boost to him if Mahal Hal can win this Open.
Will he win this? He's
Yes.
on the international market, the odds-on favourite.
Yeah, I think he will. The danger's the 3.
4 to 6 now.
He's short enough, isn't he? I mean, Deem, who we're
Well,
unfortunately...
Deem's the only Deem could be the fly on the ointment because we just don't know how good.
I'm a bit disappointed we don't have the insert, actually, for Deem, because she ran last week or 2 weeks ago when we were here, and she was very impressive. She was actually one of our highlights of that day as well. So, it wasn't like she just won a maiden and, it is what it is. She won very well, and she, by opportunity, a US horse used to be with Bob Baffert, developed into an okay stallion, not great. Don't know too much about the dam, but... She overcame a real rough beginning to finish off well in her contest. I wouldn't be surprised if she was the one to put it up to Mahal today, but she does have to prove that she's an 80 rated horse to do that.
And she could be. I mean, she beat 19 rivals on debut over the course and distance by the best part of 4 lengths.
Yeah, exactly. She's got unlimited upside. It's just where do you think she's at? It's not like she's facing a weak group here. Well, I suppose it is a weak group if you're looking at the whole field, but Mahal sets the bar relatively high, so she's going to have to be good to beat him, that's for sure.
Yeah, Mahal, who had a couple of goes in types, had 4 runs here in Riyadh. There's Mahal's trainer as well. Tamar Al-Dahani's had a great season here. This horse, well, it's top of the Trainers' Championship by a fair way. A course and distance winning Open winner, second over the 1600 metres, again over the course and distance in a Group 2 Cup race, then 5th last time out in that Saudi Derby qualifier. There's plenty to like about him. Just whether he's had a hard race last time, but the horses here do take their racing, don't they?
Yeah, and he's had plenty of starts and he runs relatively often. So, unlike Kate Charay earlier, who went from winning on the bridle in a couple of uncompetitive events to then running in the Guineas and being shoved out the back of the pack, Mahal had previously been running in pretty good conditions races. I think he'll come out of that race perfectly fine, to be honest with you. And he may not even need to run to a mark of 80 to win. If you're looking at the rest of the field, take Deem out, because she is the unknown quantity.
I think it's pretty weak.
It's very weak, yeah. The rest of the field are headed by the 3 on official figures, Abrick, Al-Khail. And this isn't a negative against him by any means, but he's had 4 starts, he's not got close. He's rated 70, but that mark may just be wrong. He may actually be worse than a 70 rated horse based on what we've seen. Mahal would have to, he gives him 2 kilograms, which equates to 4 pounds. Which means he could run 6 pounds below his best and still win this race. That shows you how weak this event is for Mahal compared to the Saudi 2000 Guineas, where he was in against some really good horses.
It's a short price favourite and deservedly so. Abrick Al-Khail 11 to 2, so 5.5 to 1. It's at any price you want about the remainder. We've then got number 1, Bracklesham Bay, who's come across here from Jed Mills. But was quite a cheap purchase. Did win a couple of races in the UK over the 1600.
Yeah, on turf, but only cost 19,000, as you say. Makes local start on a surface he doesn't know. What's our rule? We don't play horses first on dirt, so he has to be opposed.
At least he's been put in at a price as opposed to the 6 to 4 favourites.
Definitely, yeah. I think the one you can watch just with eyes peeled for future conquests. I'm going to quickly ask the producer if we can see that Mahal VT again. I don't know if that's possible. Hopefully we can, because I forgot that Abrick Al-Khail was also in that race and finished behind. I think Mahal's going to confirm this form. And the reason I wanted to watch that again is because Abrick Al-Khail is the 3rd favourite in this race.
Yeah.
So, you know, Mahal should easily beat him and therefore should beat the remainder. The only fly in the ointment for him, potentially, is Deem. But Deem doesn't have much early speed, and Mahal's going to have track position on her. And
we saw Falcaire again in that piece of footage, flashing through to finish in 4th place. That horse goes in race 11 at 7:55 local time here in Saudi Arabia. DJ Caddy Music.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
This is what we need.
Down with the groove. He's been in touch. Any good pick? Well, yeah, the 2, Mahal, but 8 to 13, very short on the international markets. But if you want a good pick, that's a good pick. It'll win.
Yeah, he's a short price. He should definitely win. If you want bigger prices, stick around with us, and we have another 6 races to come after this event, so we'll give you some more picks and selections, and you can play those.
Well, we treated to a beautiful sunset last night. It's a bit more cloud around tonight as the sun starts to go down here in Riyadh, but there you can see the wonderful King Abdulaziz racetrack here to the north-east of Riyadh, with the Royal Building there in the centre, the grandstand to the left. We'll get down to the bottom left of the shot. There is the International Quarantine Centre, the International Stables, where we'll have many of the runners for Saudi Cup meeting to come. And Relaxation Soothing has been back in touch. We don't know if it's a Mr. or Mrs.
Not sure.
But they're based in Singapore.
Oh, bet it's nice out there. What time is it in Singapore? I tested you yesterday with Perth. What about Singapore?
They'd be...
Late evening?
Yeah, sort of 9:30 maybe. 8:30. It'd be for another 4 or 5 hours on from us.
Mm-hmm. Hope you're having a very good evening, Relaxation Soothing.
Yeah, I think it's, in fact, they're going to be 10:30.
10:30.
10:30 evening. So Relaxation Soothing, hopefully soothing, relaxing, watching a bit of racing late at night.
Superb.
And we've been all around the world. We've had people from America tuning in.
Yeah.
We had Ray down in Perth yesterday.
We did. We had Bangalore.
Yep, Bangalore. I don't know where Ray's gone today. It's been very quiet. Yeah, Relaxation Soothing's on the money. It's a Mr. Relaxation Soothing. 10:30 as he confirms.
Superb.
Okay. Well, this race is quite simple. DJ Caddy Music wants a good pick. It's got to be the 2.
Yep, the 2 for me.
Just wins, doesn't it?
Should do.
And I just hope Deem... It'd be nice to see Deem build on that debut run.
Yeah, she just needs to break better if she's to beat Mahalhal today. Watch her from gate 11. She's drawn wide. She's not the quickest of breakers. If Mahalhal gets track advantage and is forwardly ridden, which is what we're anticipating, he should have too much for her. But she has unlimited upside, whereas Mahalhal we know is an 80-rated horse.
Callum's with a 2 as well, so it's a team pick here then for Mahalhal. Let's hope Deem can run a nice race though, second time up. It's all about Mahalhal here, Ferrari.
Yeah, should be, shouldn't he? 8-13 now, Mahalhal. So a hot favourite, last couple going in. Race 6 is our 5:30. As we head towards the evening here at Riyadh. A mile on the dirt. In goes the hot favourite, white with the green sleeves and cap. Completes the line. We're set. 12 runners. And they're off. Expo Al Riyadh just fly jumped from the inside stall. Slightly missed a kick as they race away for our 6th race here at Riyadh today. So that one trails early on. Good start by Mahalhal, the hot favourite. Green sleeves and cap, horse with a noseband. Also, Abriq Al Khail is prominent too in the pale blue towards the inside. Deeper on the course, the silver jacket. That belongs to Khalid Al Mamoni. He's riding Hillman, who's towards the outside there. Then the blue braces of Muta Jawiya racing handily too. Another one in that front rank in the white and purple is Ala Brak, number 4, as they go through the first 400 metres. Just off the pace to find Al Wassem, red colours, horse with a noseband. Just struggling to go the gallop at the moment, Al Wassem. And that one's outside Ashkar Desert, even wider out then with the blue on the cap towards the outside. Rakusham Bay is towards the back of the field at this stage as they head around the turn. The horse is racing wide is Deem in that sort of bluey colours on the outside. Going to 5th now, Deem is making up some ground too. But Mahalhal has kicked on here, has had enough of these, has gone 3 lengths clear around the crown of the turn. So Mohammed Al-Dahab looks focused on Mahalhal on the task ahead. He's clear by 4 lengths. He turns for home. Giving chase is Hillman in second place. Then comes Abriq Al Khail, who's just in second now on the inside as they turn for home with under 400 metres to go. The writing's on the wall, I think, for the others here because Mahalhal is just coasting in front, leads by 8 lengths. Deem is trying to stay on down the outside. Might go to second place now from Abriq Al Khail, but inside the final 200. This was very, very easy. And Mahalhal is miles clear of the others here for Thamar Al-Dahadi, and Mohammed Al-Dahab is going to notch a double on the card here. Mahalhal, this was easy money, goes on to win easily. Mahalhal, far too good, wins by double digits, I'd say. In second place, Deem back in third. Ashkar Desert just ahead of Hillman and Abriq Al Khail, who weakened. Mahalhal, far too good. Sent off an ensemble, bolted up there for Mohammed Al-Dahab, who doubles up. He won the opening race. He wins race 6 as well. Thamar Al-Dahadi on the money again. This horse is just completely different class to these. 1 minute 39.32 seconds. He was eased down as well. 13 lengths the winning margin. Could have been double that. 2 Mahalhal the winner. 11 Deem was second. 7 Ashkar Desert was third. And 4th, number 9 Hillman. Mahalhal, much the best there.
Thamar Al-Dahani has just told me these words. This is the Derby horse. Why?
Because the last time he ran, he got a virus, like I told you, and he was no good when he ran. He came 5th last week. But after the race, I see everything going better with him. That's why I double him. And today with a heavyweight, I think this is the Derby horse. I think.
Just because of the style of the victory and the fact he's done it under a heavy weight, and he's absolutely disposed of this field, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he do it easy. You know what I mean by easy? He do it easy with the record time, and even Muhammad not take the chabuk to give him. He do it gallop, you know, very easy run. Like I told you, if they want to support the good horses, they should, you know, he should go with Mahalli and Al-Waji. This is the good horses, you know. 3, 4 horses for Saudi Arabia. Why? Not. They should put 3 or 4 horses to have the Derby for Saudi Arabia.
Absolutely, I can totally understand your point of view there. You also had a really nice horse earlier on in the card, that Big Jabal, who was a really exciting looking horse because he finished second. He's a big, strong type. It was nice to see.
Yeah, this horse is one of the best horses in my yard, but he have so many problems, you know, big horse. I don't want to kill him. I run him today, only easy run for next season, inshallah. He will run 1 time again, but he will go for next season, inshallah.
He's an exciting horse for next. Proper horse, and Mahal Hal, who's now bounced back from that injury, has done it very well. And Mohammed Al-Naham in the saddle has landed the double. He's all good there. He's got the right weight. Just going to let him finish his conversation with Samo. We don't want to interrupt this. He seems very happy. Mohammed Al-Naham, well done. 2 winners today. Congratulations.
Thank you, alhamdulillah. Thanks to God and the owner and the trainer.
That was very easy. I imagine I could have ridden him to win. It was that simple.
Yeah, today my horse fit. Last week because not fit because no run long time. I think he's have some problem before last week race. And today he come back again. Alhamdulillah, run very good. I hope inshallah go to the Derby.
Yeah, that's the exciting thing. Samuel was mentioning him going into the Derby. That's a huge race, though, with some very exciting horses from America, Japan, and Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, sure. It's not easy race, tough. But inshallah, my horse is okay. I hope.
I think he's better than okay. Best of luck.
Thank you. Inshallah.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done to Tamar Al-Dahani, Mohammed Al-Daham, doubling up on the day. Well, we had on YouTube one of our viewers asking for, how did he put it? Any good pick. We said Mahal Hal, and he's absolutely bolted up here by, what, 13 lengths in the end?
Didn't even come off the bridle. 1 horse race. As you say, it just depended on whether Dean was good enough. She wasn't. She still ran okay in second. She beat the others by 3 1/4 plus, but she was 13 behind Mahal Hal, who was bolted up today.
But she could still, I think, have ran to a sort of mid-70s. I think he's posted a much bigger figure than 80.
I agree. Yeah, she could easily run to a mark in the 70s there. But Mahal Hal made a beeline for the front straight away.
As you thought he would do.
Yeah. Settled nicely, and then just galloped. That was it. I mean, it's game over. The time was good. 1:39.32, very solid time. He's a nice horse, and as Thomas said there, Saudi Derby horse potentially.
Nice boost for the horse who runs a little bit later on as well. And again, honestly, from the trainer said he had a virus last week when he finished 5th in the 2000 Guineas, the qualifier for the Saudi Derby. So he doesn't automatically qualify, which the winner did from that race, but he seems intent on sending this horse down that route 3 weeks today.
It'll be interesting to see how well he goes. He's a very smart horse, of course, and just yet another young horse in Al-Dahani's barn that seems to be on their way to the top.
Well, Relaxing Soothing, who we've heard from, tuning in from Singapore, went 2, 5 and 8 in that race. Certainly got the winner. Mahal Hal coming out on top. 5 and 8 in behind, but it was the 11 Deem who we saw winning over the course and distance last time out.
Yes. Dean ran a really good race, to be fair, in second, but yeah, just no match. She could easily win an Open. She just needs to not bump into a horse of this calibre. Mahal has done it very well off the front, and he's a horse that could easily be rated 100 by the end of the campaign. He's still improving right now and represents the leading connections, so I have a lot of faith in him.
And the inter-studio competition, Tom's got to the magic 10, which he wanted to. He's got the lead by 1. He's had 4 winners today. I've managed a 3 today, so we trail by 1. And Callum, well, he's left last week's form. In fact, no, I've had 4 today as well, yeah. Sorry, I've had 4 today, which moves me on to 9. Callum's had 2 today, which moves him on to 5. Leaves behind last week's performance. He's on to 5 already. And lots more still to come. We're halfway through the card here in Riyadh. Well, heading towards the halfway point, that was race 6 that opened, which is the other way of Mahalhal is going to be heading towards the Saudi Derby in 3 weeks' time. A local bred handicap for the fillies and mares comes up next. It's 0 to 70 company is race 7. The other handicap to come a little bit better quality is race 8. And then Arabian horses open and a couple of cup races to look forward to as the back end of the card. But we can head, before we get the details for race 7, back out to Callum.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, I've been patrolling around the racecourse and I bumped into a very special guest, Dr. Manuel, who is the doctor for the White Stable horses. So lots of big names that you work with. Talk to me about your day-to-day with these wonderful animals.
Well, thank you very much for the interview. And thank you so much for the... Do we have to... We're in the lift, right? We're in live?
Oh my God!
We're in live.
We're live, don't worry. No, please don't swear.
Well, thank you so much for the interview again. And yeah, it's a huge responsibility. It's a beautiful job that we do every single day with our horses, and doing our best to keep the horse sound and show the results in the track, basically.
And I think that the most important horse that everyone comes to mind when we think of this team is like there's so many. Who is the horse that really sort of stands out to you that you've done some work with to really take that animal further?
Oh, you want me to tell you a name?
Give me one name. The one name that sticks out to you. You think I've actually got this horse back to the track.
Oof, I would say Hakit. And yeah, this is one of the horses that I would say Hakit, Yaroa, Nawafa, are horses that I really keep my heart working hard with those horses in order to bring in the peak performance and help them out to show the proper work that they do in the track. Yeah.
A horse like Yaroa is a fascinating example. He's already a 4-year-old, but he's only had 3 starts. He's won each of them. What took him so long to get to the track?
Which one you said?
Yaroa.
Well, I don't really know the whole story of Yaroa. I've been with them just 4 months, and there was a couple of things going on with the horse. That, all 2 years old and 3-year-old has a lot of issues that eventually we just have to figure out how to safely bring them back. And this is what we did. Yeah.
And another horse has just come to mind. Jeddah Beach ran last week, got very, very tired afterwards. Is he okay after that performance?
It's completely fine. It's completely fine. However, we are trying to figure out exactly what happened. So far, after rule out a few blood tests and a few other tests, we couldn't find anything. It's pretty much okay, I would say. However, we are on top, on especially in this case, because as well I was surprised after the horse finished the race. But apparently, he did the same in the previous race when he won. So it's something that surprised me. However, the horse is safe. The horse is good. He's doing well. Now he's back on track, and it seems to be fine. Hopefully, looking forward to see Jeddah Beach in the track and showing a good performance.
And finally, Falcaire runs for the White Stable in the penultimate race today, race 11. He's not been with the team for so long, but he's an exciting horse. So this looks like a good opportunity for him to win a race. Have you had much experience with him? Is he one that you've been able to get your hands on?
Yeah, for sure. He's such a good horse, as you mentioned, and we're so excited to see him today, and hopefully he'll perform very well as usual. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us. Thank you for not swearing on live TV. Well done, and best of luck with the rest of the day.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Anthony Ennis will take you through the runners and riders for the next.
At your command, Callum, here we go then for the next runners and riders. Race 7, locally breds. And his handicap number 1 is Garda Al Banat, who is currently a 5-1 chance, written by Nawaf Al Mudiani. 2 has been taken out here. So number 3 is Canajer for Ricardo Ferreira. 4, Tafkir Hamza Saad. 5 is Tenol Ayad Al Tarisi. 6, Zawoha for Faras Al Sunaitan. 7, Anna Al Sheikha for Victor Gutierrez. Over the page to find number 8, Taraha Mohammed Saeed. Number 9 is Bid Mastery, Aisal Al Sahadi. That's the favourite. 10's been scratched, Amir Atfard. 11th, Lama Al Zulfi, Ali Al Matib. 12 is Mezan Al Sahab, Mohammed Al Daham, who's looking for the treble today. Number 13, Moata Sima, is ridden by Abdulaziz Al Fayrouz. Number 14, Kaltar, Khalid Al Mamoni rides. Over the page, 15 is scratched. 16, Amira Al Nafud, Muhammad Al Nassar. 17, Zala Wiyar, Salman Al Rashid. 18, Malame Al Majd is ridden by Abdullah Al Khamis. 19, Moscow's been scratched. So number 20 is Wada Always, written by Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 21, Garib, Wigberto Ramos. That one has a bit of a chance, about 7-1 currently. 22 is a runner, Yala AC Kea for Osama Al Sharani. And 24 has been taken out. 23 does run a new fat. Jimmy Carrion is on board that one. Was on board that one. It's now going to be Yasser Al-Bakawi, in fact. So Yasser Al-Bakawi on number 23 in reserve. So there we go. A few scratchings in this, taking up 2, 10, 15, 19, 24. Let's go back to Martin and Tom.
Thank you, Ferrari. David got in touch, won very easily as regards Malmal in our previous race at a Saudi Derby contender. As we drop down to handicap company 0 to 70 for the fillies and mares for this local bred race. Numbers 2, 10 and 15 all don't go. And the international market leader is number 9. This is Bint Mastery, who we can see in action, winning here 2 weeks ago, and in total has won 2 from 5 starts.
Yeah, has forward going tactics usually applied, which is a positive at this track, as we already know. Was always prominent in this race and just kicks off the front end. As you can see, the 2 horses that were alongside her turning for home, they're now 2-3 lengths behind. So she's got a nice turn of foot and she never looks like being caught. She's a strong finisher, Bint Mastery, and I'm excited to see how she gets on today. She should be able to lead this pack from a middle draw, and from there she'll prove tough.
Yeah, she's won 2 races. They've both been over... Well, she won a race over the 1,200 metres, and then that race last time. The second and the third were rated 42 and 66. She's off a mark of 66 herself today, which would be about right.
Yeah, about right. I don't think the mark's a problem. It's all about what the speed is like for her.
And she's coming from stall 11. OK, that is the international favourite Bint Mastery as we head back out into the gathering darkness. And Callum.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, here's the one. This is Gada Albanat. I thought looked really well in the prelims. A winner 3 starts ago, unplaced in the last 2 efforts, but just really shining up well in the coat for the Red Stable. Looks fit to go, and I imagine is going to run a much bigger race under Nassar Mudiani. Comes from stall 12, does have to carry top weight, but she's an intriguing prospect in this race for fillies and mares, and I'm looking forward to seeing how she goes. We'll drop right back now to horse number 6, who is actually beyond us now, so myself and Nawaf will make our way back down towards the 6. The 6 is Zawoa. This is the runner for the White Stable. This one partnered by Ferris Al-Sanatan, the young 3-kilo apprentice. It'll be good to get a 3-kilo apprentice on this one, because Zawoa isn't much of a imposing type, quite a light, effeminate filly. She looks really well in her coat again. You can see the fitness lines on show for her. Her hip pointers are out. She's a little roach back, but I wouldn't hold that against her. I think she might still have a little bit of growing to do just in her back end. She's not the most fluid of movers either. You can just watch her front legs. She doesn't walk with the most fluidity, but honestly, you can't ignore the White Stable, especially when they've got an apprentice in a handicap. We'll drop back to the 8 here. This was a real nice looker. Tarara coming towards us now. Again, when you talk about well put together filly, she's a well put together filly. Short neck, powerful shoulders, short back, good back end. She just bumped her hip somewhere on a stable door, I imagine, at some point. Fitness line on show. She is coming into that winter coat just a little bit. That would be a slight concern for me. But aside from that, I think she's a really good looking type and a well put together filly. If I was looking to buy one, she would be one I'd be looking to take home. Behind it is the 9. This is the one that's been getting everybody's tongues wagging. This is Bint Mastery. 2 from 5 in the career, including when winning last time out. She comes here off a mark of 66. She's clearly a filly in form, and it's hard to ignore fillies in form. Now, from a looks perspective, she is not really blowing me away in the parade ring, if I'm being totally honest. She's a bit woolly. She's got a little bit of a sweat on as well. Her hip pointers are showing. She does have some muscle definition and a poverty line. But to be honest, lads, I wouldn't be so keen on her in this contest. She's just not blowing me away. Clearly the form is there, and she's got a Sil Al-Sahani on board as well, which is a positive, but she's not the one for me. Okay, let's pull our way back to the 12. Just coming towards me now. This is the 12 that we're just about to see the jockey get legged up on. Mezen Al-Sahab is the next one we'll peek at. Mohammed Al-Daham looking for a hat-trick. I thought this horse looked really well. Completely different. Remember what we saw with the 9? We're not seeing the same. The winter coat is coming in, but this horse is a much better model. Certainly much better muscle definition, not carry much condition. I'm just going to keep my distance because I thought she was going to turn around and belt me, but she's done okay. And she's a nice type. I think she's my favourite so far in this. What's the draw? She's drawn 14. Won't be easy. Pull back. The last one we're going to look at is the 20. This is the final horse we're going to have a peep at. This is another one that was just a little bit of an eye-catcher. WIYADH Always. We know plenty about WIYADH Always. She's a really nice type. She's got a lovely front end. She's got a nice shoulder. Neck's a little long, but it's powerful, and it's got lots to like about it. She walks out well enough, and she's got some back form that you'd have to take into consideration. Look, she is making her 28th career start now. There's no sense of improvement, but she's just been slipping down the handicap and finished in the money last time. Maybe she's a player at a bit of a price. WIYADH Always is a good looker, but I think the pick of the paddock would have to be either the 1 or the 12, lads. Come back to me, and I'll let you know when I give my final selection.
1 or the 12 for Callum. Let's have a word on the 1 for Jimmy Jerkins. This is Gada Albanat, who has had 6 runs to date. Run okay 3 starts back in a winners of 1, but has then been in cup company, but last time was disappointing.
Yeah, proven over the course of distance from that victory, but as you say, the last 2 runs have been poor. Is a forward-going filly. She wants to make the front. So does Bint Mastery. They're drawn in 11 and 12 respectively. Whoever has the most early speed will get to the rail, I anticipate. Bint Mastery's drawn obviously 1 place inside, so that would suggest that Bint Mastery has the advantage in that duel. But they're both, in my opinion, the speed's going to hold up in this race, despite the fact they may go hard. And Bint Mastery and Gada Albanat are the 2 main players.
Well, Gada Albanat, that's a handicap run last time, finished 9th, drops a couple of pounds down to 70, which does allow this horse to class drop.
Yep, exactly. Gets in at the top of the weights, which is usually an advantage. You always want to be looking at those towards the top of the handicap in these contests because they just have more class. In my opinion, I don't think giving weight away actually is that important in races like this, especially when they're tightly knit. I'd always rather a horse that is either unexposed, which is a different kettle of fish, or a horse that's at the top dropping down.
Well, Bint Mastery 11 to 4, 9 to 2 for Gada Albanat. Kaltar, number 14, is attracting money, 4 to 1 into 7 to 2, but much more exposed than many of these. 1 win from 24, and that came 2 runs back.
Yeah, took 23 attempts to get off the mark. Then came from off the speed to finish 4th last time in a pretty good race. But I don't know. I don't trust a horse that took 23 attempts to win. She could go in again. Maybe she's got confidence on her side. She is drawn well in 2, as you say. And I had her 4th in just because I didn't like many of the others, but I couldn't put her on top, that's for sure.
Well, she's attracting money, 7 to 2. The one I quite like was right down the foot of the weights here, off just 55.5 kilograms. Gareb, who's had
Is this your
4.
pick?
Yeah, 4 starts to date. There's been a local bred maidens the last couple of times, over the 1400, over the 16s. And steps and handicaps off what looks to be a half-decent mark.
Complete unknown quantity. You do like an unexposed, don't you? An unexposed type in races like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it. I mean, 2nd twice. It's just whether you think the mark of 57's fair. Do we know who's on the 21? I didn't have a jockey.
I don't have a jockey.
The Ramos with Berto's on. Okay, that's interesting. And it looks like the horse will break from stall 5, potentially.
It's hard with all the different...
Yeah, lots of scratches.
Non-runners, yeah.
But yeah, interesting that Garab. I'm not with her, but I'm not against her either necessarily. She could easily win this.
Yeah, totally unexposed and has got the form over the course and distance. Stall 5 she's coming from, which again is another plus point for her as well. She's currently 15 to 2. I think she's a good each way. If you look at her backs on the international market, it's a good each way play at the price at what? 7.5 to 1?
Yeah, I don't disagree. She's the unexposed type. She could take a big step forward. Her and Bint Mastery, they're the 2 unexposed horses. Garab hasn't won yet, which is the negative. But equally, she has been taking steady steps forward. You can see her in shot right now, the 21. She has every chance. I'm going to be with Bint Mastery. I understand she's favourite, and I don't like necessarily favourites in these kind of races. But as I say, forward-going types are what I want in handicaps like this, and she should be able to grab the rail if she can just hold out the red stable horse in the first few strides.
Okay, go behind the stalls then for this. Bint Mastery, the 11-4 market leader. So confirming, I'm going to go 21. You're going to go...
Horse number 9, Bint Mastery.
Bint Mastery, so 9. And you're on tops behind that?
I have 9 to beat 1, to beat 12, to beat 14.
Okay, we'll head back to Callum. He was he was debating between 1 and 11, was it he was looking at?
I think it was 1 and 12.
1 and 12.
Yeah.
Okay, Callum, which did you go for in the end, 1 or 12?
I am going for the 1. Gada Albana. I just thought she looked a real picture in the prelim. She's a top weight here, which will make it really, really tough. But she is certainly the way I'm going to go. Looking forward to seeing how she goes. Disappointing that Green of Truth doesn't run here. Would have been an interesting player, I think. The 2, that's a non-runner. Taraha with a nice looker as well. I did have my concerns about the 9. Bint Mastery just looked a bit dull in the coat, a bit woolly, and hey, look, it might not stop her, she might just win, but you know what, I always think fillies tend to show you what they're going to do before they hit the track, and she just looked a bit, I don't know, didn't do enough for me. Mezen Al Sahab is also coming into the winter coat, but she looked a little bit better. I think Wilder always is a bit of a player right towards the bottom there, Marcus 60. Look, has £10 to find with the top horses, but is getting a little bit of weight as well, is getting 5 kilos, so you'd be happy enough with that, almost as if you're going off level best there. So you'd be hoping that Wilder always can run a bigger race than usual. Usually always finishing in and around the money, and she's got the draw of 6, which will help. Obviously, Tom's mentioned Gada Al-Barnat coming out of 12 and Bint Mastery coming out of 11. It's going to be a burn-up in front, and it could be a horse picking them both off, but I think we've seen the way the track's playing. When the classy horses get to the head of affairs, it's very hard to peg them back. Good to see Feras Al-Sanatam aboard the 6th young jockey with a bright future ahead of him, so we'll look forward to seeing his progress and tracking his progress. The White Stable do have plenty of young riders, some of which have covered themselves in glory, some of which should never see a race course again. Yes, I'm talking about the man that had in the Hands and Heels race last week, who gave an awful ride to mine and Martin selection. So yeah, hopefully they'll find more success with plenty of young talent coming through here in Saudi Arabia. And that's what you like to see, it's sustainability, and then make sure these horses and jockeys will continue to thrive as the sport only grows here in Saudi. But I can see a horse loading, so it's about time to hand over to Anthony Ennis. Could you cheer home Gada Al-Barnat to victory, Enzo? I will owe you a chicken tikka masala if you do.
I hope I call him home for you, or her home for you, Callum. Number 1, Gada Al-Barnat. Yeah, big field of runners here, aren't there? Lots to have a talk about. Gareb for Martin. Roberto Ramos out of stall 5, confirming Tom liking Bint Mastery out of 11, black and red spots, and Gada Al-Barnat. Callum number 1 out of stall 12 in the red colours. Jimmy Jerkins, the red stable. Right, they're loading up. Saw the blue and orange going forward there. Getting set for a start here. Big field of runners. That was Anna Al-Shikar, who was in the, very similar to Michael Tabor silks, but blue cap for that one. Okay, we've got a couple to go in. 21, Gareb. The wig man on, and 16 is going to slide into the inside stall, Amirat Al No Food. It will be set here, a mile, 1,600 metres, fillies and mares for this handicap. Almost set to go, and they're off. They've jumped away, and there's 1 or 2 a step slow. Zawaha from the outside, the White Stable colours completely missed it. Zawoha trails. Another one that slowly away was Wardat Always in light blue. That also missed the kick. The one that broke best towards the outside was Kanaja in the blue with the white braid. Leading up here to Gada Al-Barnat. Got a good start with the noseband. The red colours is going to sit in 2nd place. Also handy is Zalal Wiyar in the stripes of maroon and silver on the inside. Further back in the field to find the red cap. Trying to move into it then. That's Moata Seema in about midfield. Good sit for Bint Mastery. The market lead about 5th place at the moment. Black and red colours. Got a nice position there as they go down the back. And towards the outside of that runner, trying to advance now in the stripe colours. That's number 12, Messen Al Sahab. The leader on the inside of the maroon and silver jacket. That's Zala Wiyar and Salman Al Rashid. These by a neck to in second place, Kanaja in the blue and white, with racing in third place, Messan Al Sahar. Back in fourth is Garda Albanat. Here comes Bint Mastery now on the move, black and red into about fourth, but closing. Jockey has a look in behind to see where the others are. He's confident at this stage, which is Asal Al Sahari. Around the turn, the leader is still Zala Wiyar, but here comes Bint Mastery now out after the leader. Is putting in the giant strides down the outside, the black colours, and Bint Mastery has arrived there full of running with 250 metres to go. And now Bint Mastery, jockey presses the buttons and goes on. There is a closer down the outside. It's Lama Al Zulfi, who's running off the back of the field. Is going to go into second place. Also staying on well is Wadat Always from another part of Riyadh. Is running into second place, but the leader is home. It's Bint Mastery for the money. Bint Mastery goes on to win from the running on Wadat Always. Another deep closer was Amirat Al Nafood, who flew at the death, but could only get third place. But well done to the winner, Tom Collins. How many wins is that today? Flying along. Bint Mastery. Is that 5 out of 7? Bint Mastery. Asil Al Sahani, who had a double, didn't he, one day, I'm sure, last week. Anyway, another winner here for him. This horse had the perfect trip. Sat 4th or 5th, tracked the pace, picked it up 250 out, and went on to win. There were some deep closers. Second, number 20, Wadat Always. That ran on really well. Third, number 16, also ran on. Amirat Al Nafood. Fourth was number 11 in the end, Lama Al Zulfi. 1 minute 42.58 the winner's time. 1 length the winning margin. 9 Bint Mastery. 20 Wadat Always was second. And 16 was third, Amirat Al Nafood.
It's another winner for Asil Al Sahani, who is flying along. And it's another win for Bint Mastery. Now, she may not look the best, but she's certainly running the best, and she's put another win together, and she's given Tom Collins yet another success. Well done to that man who has found yet another winner. We thought it would be a bit of a pace duel, actually. Phil gave this horse a little bit of patience here, the horse number 9 on your race card, and a good success indeed, which was lovely to see, really, because like we said with these fillies, when you get them rolling and they get their confidence up, they can be hard to stop. And I was slightly surprised that this filly was able to do such a thing, but she's done it well. Naif Wanas is the winning trainer. That's his second winner. We'll have a good word with him as well at some point. As you can see, she's a bit of a moody mare. She's having a think about it, but she's certainly a nice enough type. Just go and try and get a good angle here. Once they put the fingers down, we're going to grab a word with our winning trainer. And we just wait for everything to settle down out here. But he's very happy with his horse, and he's gonna try and do a runner. But we'll get him. We'll get him. Mabruk Naif, well done. Congratulations.
Thank God, Alhamdulillah, thank God. Congratulations for everybody here. They love Prince Muhammad and they're happy for his horse.
Yeah, she's just coming through behind us. Now you must have been very happy. She's got another win. She really is rolling along.
Yes, she wanna do something. This filly, she make me tired a lot, She many have problem before, but thank God she's come back again and run good. And we say congratulations for Prince Muhammad, for Prince Saifuddin, his father, and we're happy for this race.
Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you for everything.
Well done to Tom. 5 winners from 7 selections today. Bint Mastery, another one of those. International market leader goes in and takes a career record to a 50% wins to run strike rate. She's now won 3 of her 6 starts and backs up the win from 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's a good performance. I wasn't necessarily overly happy, actually, in the first part of the race. I thought she would lead, but she took a toe instead and finished racing the early part of the race in 4th or 5th. The leaders obviously went a little bit too hard, and you can see they paid for that, including the Red Stable runner, Garda Albanat, in the latter part of the contest. But Asil Al-Sahani always looked confident, and he looked over his shoulder at one point.
Between his legs turning
between
in.
his legs, yeah, and made it look like he had plenty of filling, he did. Take it from the start, Red Stable horse pushes forward as anticipated, Garda Albanat. So does the horse on the outside, which was the 17, Zalawiya. 14, that's on the inside, sorry, 14 to 1 shot. There's 3 across the track. Bint Mastery, I kind of like the ride now in hindsight, but Asil Al-Sahani just sits on her and waits because he knows that he doesn't want to get embroiled in a pace battle over this kind of trip, considering her previous form had come over shorter. She just sits there in that stalking role next to Mezan Al-Sahab, who ends up running 5th, but does also look threatening at one point. The runner-up and the 3rd have come from way out of it. Miles back, and the 4th actually. So the pace has collapsed, but those in the stalking role, Bint Mastery the winner in the black silk, and Mezan Al Sahab next to her in the blue with the stripes in 4th and 5th right now, they're the 2 that have really launched their challenge first, and they had track advantage, and that proved crucial.
I'm just looking back into the pack. I was very keen on Dubai. You can just see she was starting to make up a bit of ground around the turn. I thought she was coming with a bit of a run, but she's never really been put into the race down the stretch. Yeah,
Roberto just sits up on her halfway down the straight. She switches leads and then he just stops riding, so maybe he felt the tank was empty.
Just there?
Yeah. She looked like she was going to come with a run and at least pick off some of the front runners, but that wasn't to be the case. The eventual winner, Bint Mastery's just really looked the winner throughout the whole contest and manages to provide yet another win on the day, which is good.
Bint Mastery going in to beat Wadat Always and Amarat Al Nafud for the minor honours. That was race 7. It's another winner, Callum, for Tom.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, just joined by Rod and Rebecca, who've come all the way from California. We were just discussing the Super Bowl, but we'll focus on the horses. Firstly, what brings you to King Abdulaziz Racecourse?
We saw it online, and it's our first time ever being here. We've only been in the country 2 weeks, and it looked like a fun and exciting thing to do. She grew up on a farm, loves horses.
Oh, Rebecca, you're the one to speak to about your love of horses. How much are you enjoying this?
I'm absolutely loving it. The horses are beautiful, just astonishingly beautiful. I am loving looking at all the horses and seeing the different kinds of horses, and even just all the traditions that go around. The horse races is so fascinating.
And talk to me a little bit about your experience of racing in America. Have you been racing in California? We spoke before, you said you guys are Cali native, San Diego. What's the racing like over there compared to here?
I have never been to a horse race in America.
Oh, there we go, look at that. Fantastic. We're taking you horse racing for the first time and you're enjoying yourself?
Very much.
And what brought you over to Saudi Arabia?
We're here for a month. I've got a training contract, so just here short term.
Short term, but you've done 2 weeks here. You've already come racing. Face it, it's not going to get any better than this. You've hit the peak already, so well done. Have you done anything else while you've been out here?
We tried to go to Boulevard World, the other night, Thursday night, just trying to see as much of the country as we can while we're here.
Definitely while you're here, check out Boulevard City. It's next door. It's fantastic.
Okay, we'll do. Definitely will do.
We spoke before. You guys are from San Diego, so I imagine you'll be watching the American football later on with the Super Bowl's coming up. You've got the Chiefs versus the Eagles. I know who I'm supporting, but who will you be supporting?
The Chiefs, because I've got family in Kansas City.
Oh, there we go. So hopefully the Chiefs can make it 3 wins in a row. Hopefully you guys can find plenty more winners. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Anthony Ennis, it's all yours.
That was great, wasn't it? You lost me when you started talking about the Super Bowl, but great stuff there. Right, let's go to the next race over the 1600. Number 1 is One Attack Allah for Alex Moreno. Number 2, Border King, Cardinal Mamoni. 3's been scratched, ACs. 4 is Scarfinja, the favourite, with Berto Ramos, who did take things easy, didn't he, in that last race, the final furlong. Number 4 is the favourite here. 5 is Chic for Luis Morales. Number 6 is Mekhled for Abdulaziz Al Hussein. 7 is Brukadar, Rayan Al-Tawash rides that one. 8 Nahar is written by Abdullah Al Khamis. 9 is Tawfiq, who's written by Ed Al Tarisi. Number 10 is Zakat Al Matar, Abdullah Al Saidi. 11 is Resk Allah Muhannad Al Nassar. 12 Sultan Al Samawi, Nawaf Al Mudiani. 12. 13 is Tatansia for Tariq Al Mansur. 14 over the page, going to be Weird Done for jockey Muhannad Al Tamimi. 15 Madar, he's written by Osama Al Sharani. 16 Yo Lighting, Thab Al Timyat, and Minhu is number 17, Abdulaziz Al Musa on board that one. So just scratch the 3 here. The favourite's the 4, Scarfinja, as we go back to Martin and Tom.
Yes, thank you. Good to see visitors here from California.
Yeah, I wish I could go to California. I love California. Do you?
I was there 3 months ago.
Oh, I'm jealous. What were you there for?
Breeders' Cup.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was 3 months ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, very jealous. Very jealous.
And we'll see the Breeders' Cup Classic winner here.
Yep.
In 3 weeks.
Yep. Breeders' Cup's on the bucket list.
Sierra Leone. Okay, we've got this handicap 0 to 80, and Scafinja is the market leader. Wiggy Ramos didn't really do much in the previous race, but he's on board the international favourite at 11 to 4. But Saudi Cup meeting just a matter of 3 weeks away.
Excellent stuff. Saudi Cup, just a few weeks away. We're really looking forward to the big 2 days, and we're going to see some of the best horses around from the US, from Europe, Japan, and also Hong Kong as well, with Romantic Warrior coming across, as well as the Saudis.
Oh, I can't wait to see him. I love Romantic Warrior.
Yeah, the other day he was pretty impressive, albeit on turf. So, it's the question.
Yeah, Danny Shum and James MacDonald coming across, taking on Laurel River, who we saw in his prep. He got beat. He's trying to Bupat Seamar, though, with a winner that day as well of the Maktoum Challenge over in Dubai. Got the local horses, Al Musmak, who they didn't put into the qualifier here last week, but he'll get a berth in. Rattle and Roll, who we saw winning. Oh, there's so much. Brilliant.
Yeah, it'll be a great race, a great 2 days, and I'm really looking forward to it. Hopefully, it will be my first Saudi Cup, so looking forward to the whole shebang.
You'll enjoy it.
I will.
It's very, very good fun.
Hopefully as many winners as today as well, that'd be nice.
Okay. All right then, come on, what wins the next? Hit me.
Yeah, so this is a difficult race.
You get the excuse in first.
It is though, because it's a 0 to 80, but technically it's a 0 to 70, apart from 2 horses. Normally in these handicaps, you get them all top loaded, so lots of horses rated 80, 79, 70, 78 and whatever. But because it's for 3-year-olds only, there's a big discrepancy in talent here. There are quite a few that are racing throughout the handicap, which I feel like you could easily scrub off. And when I say quite a few, I mean a lot. However, there are probably 4 or 5 with leading claims, but they've got similar claims as well. It's hard to really nail your colour to a mast with confidence. That being said, my pick is going to be the One Attack Allah, who is the top weight, breaks from stall 2, could make all. That's my angle here, under Alex Moreno. We just saw him in shot a second ago. He won it over course and distance back in November, so he's the pick. There's the favourite. That is Scarfinja. Roberto Ramos takes the ride. He comes from slightly off the speed. He won last time in good fashion from behind as well.
Do keep your comments coming in on the YouTube section there as well. We're going big in India today.
Are we?
Yeah, well, we're going big in India because Vermal said tomorrow it's the Mumbai Derby. Sheen Murphy, he's going to be on board Santismo. He's a classic winner. And tomorrow Vimal says he'll be a Derby winner as well. So he's fancying a Sheen Murphy from the UK, who does ride here in the Jockeys Challenge in 3 weeks' time, to be on board the winner of the Indian Derby. Pranil, he's gone, this is number 3, good winner. Wouldn't number 3 win the last race?
No. And also there's no number 3 in this. Maybe that was about the last race, though.
No, I think he's talking about he's talking about the Mumbai. He's also talking about the Mumbai Derby or the Indian Derby tomorrow. So number 3 is going to be a good winner of the Mumbai Derby.
Right.
Only horse there, number 3. And Vimal says, why can't you guys cover the Indian Derby for tomorrow? Well, Vimal, get us the tickets, and we'll be there. We've got nothing else on tomorrow. We'd quite happily go to the Indian Derby.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't you, Callum?
Oh, you know me, I would never say no to a trip to the Indian Derby. I'd be all over that, lads. But I've got to focus on this race in the meantime, and we start with the 1. This is Wadatak Allah. He's absolutely gorgeous. I must admit that if you're looking at a horse who's ready to go on the day, he's chomping at the bit, he's having a good old look around. I'm just making sure Nawaf keeps the distance because he will have a bit of a buck and a squeal at a point, but he's a nice horse. Really nice type. I like him a lot. Let's go back to the 4. Scarfinger is the next one we'll look at. This is the horse in the green. Winner last time out, coming from off the pace, as Tom said. Not the most striking of individuals, quite a small, petite type, but he tries, and he's clearly coming in here in good form. And we've seen one horse rattle off a sequence and a handicap in our last race. It would be no surprise to see another do the same thing. Drop back to the 6. This is my pick. Absolutely adore Mechled. I think this is a really, really proper horse. He's a gorgeous individual, big, strong type. Going over the mile here, he doesn't look like a miler, does he? He looks like an out-and-out sprinter. He was just returning to form with a 3rd-place effort last time out. I'm a huge fan of his. I saw him going down to the stables this afternoon, and he really did look a picture. Big, strong boy. Hopefully, he can take a step forward in the right direction. Let's pull back here to a couple more now. We're going to have a look at horse number 15 is the next one we will take a peek at. So we're going to have to motor our way down now. Wheels on the boy. Look at him. He's off already. And we're going to get the 15 here. This is Medar. Nice looking type here for connection that always have to be valued in competition like this. Lovely back on this one. Look at the flat back. Pretty low withers, nice high back end, and a very good mover. Hip pointers on show, and you've got some cracking muscle definition in those hindquarters too. Look, at the end of the day, we've only had the 1 run here in Saudi. It wasn't going to pull up any trees, but it would be no surprise if this horse took a step forward. Amazing to see this horse getting a rating of 52 after just 1 start. And finally, we'll pull back to a little bit of an unexposed runner here. I don't mean unexposed in the fact that it's not had many runs. I just mean not really well talked about. This is a 17, Minhu, who is absolutely stunning. Deep black individual. Look, he's got a high back end, very high withers, and a big dip in the back. It's not one that I usually like, but if you talk about a horse that looks well in the coat, this 17 really does. The bell's gone here, lads. I'm all about the 6, Mechled, but can't take my eyes off this 17 either.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, we've got this race. It's tight.
You're with Mechled as well, aren't you?
Hey?
You're with Mechled
I'm
as
with
well.
Mechled, yeah. Formerly trained in the UK by Richard Hannon. He's had 5 runs here. He's got up through the distances. A couple of runs over the 1200, went up to the 1400. The last 2 have been over this trip. Was 9th in behind Jeddah Beach. I know he disappointed last week, but that initial form was good. And he was then 3rd last time out in a 0 from 1. Handicap debut, the marker 63 looks okay, and he finished the race off last time over the 1600 quite well. He wasn't a weak finisher, so up against his own age group, off a marker 63, I think he's got to be there or thereabouts.
Yep, I've got Mechled 2nd in. He's not my pick. Obviously, he is yours and Callum's, so I'm veering away, but look, I wouldn't be surprised. I had him as my 2nd pick, behind Wadatak Allah, who is going to be my selection, horse number 1. I thought it was just, as I say, I thought it was just tight between 4 horses. Wadatak Allah, Scarfinger, Mechled, and the outside shot of the 12, Sultan Al Samawi. The others, it's hard to make a case for. And the reason for that is because, as I say, the majority of these run it from out the handicap. So, look, how many runners are in this race? 17, except for 1 non. So 16 horses in here. 9 of them are running from out the handicap.
From 9 downwards?
Yeah, from 8 downwards. Nahar, £2 out the handicap. Tawafik, £2 out the handicap. Zakat Almatar, £3 out. Rezq Allah, £4 out. Sultan Al Samawi, £4 out.
So you've only got 6 running off the proper marks.
Yeah. And then when you get to the bottom, the likes of 13 and downwards, they're £9 plus out of the handicap. It's like they just have no chance of these marks. The 15 Madar in here is 10 to 1 in the international market. That horse is running from £10 out of the handicap. It's very hard to make a solid case for a horse that's wrong at the weights like that.
Well, they are now getting mounted. They're heading out Scarfinger, 11 to 4. Tom Selection, the 1. What Attack Allah at 100 to 30. Mekled's attracting money, 7 to 2 from 4s. Tower Effect, number 9 at 17 to 2. Sultan Al Sami at 8 to 1. And 11 to 1 for Medar. Bigger prices, the remainder. Sultan Al Samawi, number 12, by American Pharaoh. He's only had the 2 runs so far.
Yeah.
They've both been... in fact, it must have ran somewhere else before, did it? It's had 2 goes in handicaps and it's got a mark.
Well, no, this is what I was saying about earlier. The horse with 2 runs didn't have a mark, but you can get a mark after 2 runs. It's like Tansur has it as well, Sultan Al Samawi. I don't really know how it works. Some horses have a mark after 2 runs, some don't.
But didn't Sultan Al Samawi run in handicaps on his last 2 starts?
I couldn't... hold on, let me just check my notes. Yeah, 2 conditions races, not
Conditions
handicaps.
races, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, right. That makes more sense. They've both been over 2,000 metres. He drops back by 400 today.
Yeah, he's the dark horse in here. He's £4 out of the weights, as I've already said, but he's only had the 2 outings. He could easily be better than his mark, and therefore, if you think he is better than his mark, then maybe he's not running from out the handicap in terms of ability, and therefore you can give the 12 a chance. But it's hard to put him any higher than 4th because that's just kind of like a guess. You don't know for sure. It's an educated guess. He's shaped okay so far. He'll be staying on late. I don't know if he's good enough to win, to be honest with you.
Well, they're heading off down to the start. I just want to just double check something. You know, when you kind of write something down, then you just can't be quite sure exactly what you've put down. I know you're very organised with all of your international comments that you do.
What have you written? What are you questioning?
That it had a mark. No, it didn't have a mark, did it?
No.
So I don't know what earth I've been... I was suggesting its handicap mark was harsh based on it. I've been mixing it up with something else again.
Potentially.
There's just so many horses you've got to write comments for that.
Tell me about it.
If you're a line off, it just doesn't make any sense.
Tell me about it.
Not that my gibberings make any sense in the first place. Right, let's confirm selections, Tom.
What Attack Allah for me needs to make all the running. He's a forward-going type, not a strong stayer. Draws from 2, gets an aggressive jockey. What Attack Allah.
Okay. I'm going to go Mekled, who continues to be backed. Joint second favourite now at 100 to 30, alongside your selection. Scarfinger is pretty short now, 5 to 2. That's also attracting money. A winner last time out, but I mean, could he survive an £11 hike?
He's the horse that will win if the pace collapses, because he's a strong stayer. He'll be plugging on, and turning for home, he may look like the most likely winner, but he is stepping up in trip a little bit. From 14 to 1600. The draw's my problem with him and how far back he's going to get in the race. When you have closers like him and you get a middle draw, jockeys can become tentative. You'd want a forward-going jockey to get the horse in position, and that may not be the case with Berto. But we'll see. If you like the 4, just watch out for him in the first half of the race. If he gets too far back, then you're in trouble.
And as regards Mekled, is this an easier race than it's been in the last couple of starts?
Similar. I mean, he's been running in conditions races, hasn't he? So I've got dropped into handicap company in my comments, which the reason I say that is because this isn't a very good handicap, but some conditions races are weaker than handicaps, some are better. It's difficult. He's well matched against this group.
And Abdullah Al Hussein is actually on board the 6-year Mekled, not Ricardo Ferreira.
Interesting.
Not sure why that is.
Nope, no idea.
But a late jockey change, a late jockey switch on board Mekled at 100 to 30. Joint second favourite, Scarfinger at 5 to 2. So, Callum, as we come back out to you, still no news from Vimal on these tickets for the Mumbai Derby tomorrow, but we wait and hope with still 5 races to go. I'm going to join you here, Callum, with the 6 Mekled without Ricardo Ferreira on board.
Yeah, no Ricardo Sosa Ferreira on board Mechled, but I hope it's not enough to stop him from winning. I'm wondering whether we can expense these tickets out. I'm sure our producer would be happy for us to expense these out to the JCSA to go to Mumbai, even if we don't get the tickets from our gentlemen in the comments. I say we just to get them ourselves and expense it. I'm happy to do it. We'll fly out from Riyadh Airport tonight. We'll obviously have dinner first as a team, but then we'll go straight to the airport, fly out, get to Mumbai on time, and then we'll go straight there and enjoy the Mumbai Derby. Happy to do anything on socials that the Jockey Club of India needs us to do as well. We're very flexible here with the team. Basically, we're a bunch of freelancers, and we will take any payment. So we're very happy to go out there for the Mumbai Derby. But best of luck to all those connections. I'm pretty sure there will be some big name UK riders out there. I'm pretty sure that a few of the flat boys have been out in India already this winter and have had success. So great. Best of luck to everyone out there, including Oisin Murphy, who will be here for the Jockeys Challenge on the Friday of Saudi Cup weekend, which will be fascinating. Plenty of interest in there. Holly Doyle coming back here again. Michelle Ion as well. She's going to be here too. There's going to be plenty of big name talent and plenty of exciting racing to look forward to. Remember, before the week of the Saudi Cup, we have a week off, preparation. Everyone gets into the gym and gets ready and prepared, last-minute adjustments, and then we are Saudi Cup weekend. So one more weekend of us on the JCSA English-speaking channel. Then there'll be a quiet week, a blank week. Hopefully you can find something to do when you're not watching the channel. But then it's all guns blazing as we head to Saudi Cup weekend. So the Friday and the Saturday, I, for one, cannot wait. And I can't wait for this race either. Mechled's the pick for me. I did think Wadatak Allah, the one, looked in really good shape in the parade ring. Just a real strong, powerful, imposing individual who was keen to get going, really sort of latching on to the bit, powering along, having a good old snort and a kick, prepared for the day at the races. So looking forward to seeing his performance. Mechled is where I'm sticking. Towards the bottom, I did think Min Hu was a really nice looker, but has got absolutely no form, and a rating of 33 makes it almost impossible. But certainly a horse that I can imagine in weaker handicaps down the line might be a player. But Anthony Ennis, let's call home a Mechled victory, please.
Okay, good luck with Mechled, number 6 on the card. Yeah, Abdullah Al Hussein now riding that one. Ricardo Ferreira, of course, had that horse. He rode in the Arabian bred racing earlier on that hung badly right-handed, but he's not in this one. They're loading up the runners here. International market sees Scarfinger 5-2. Wadatak Allah, who is Tom's fancy, at 130. Martin and Callum with Mechled 130. That's also been backed in. Tawafik has got out to 9-1. Sultan Al Samawi into 8-1 from 10s as they load the runners up here. 3-year-olds going the mile, 1,600 metres here on the dirt. A few left to load for our 8th race here today, our 6:30. Waiting for Nahar to come forward there in the white and grey check colours. Nahar, it's horse number 8, ridden by Abdullah Al Khamis, this one. Just backing away there is the 11, that's Rezak Allah. 15 to go in as well, which is Medar and Rezak Allah to go in. Also at the back, Tawafik isn't in yet either. Jockey on the 5 is off. Chic, number 5 here, Louis Morales. He's in the white and blue braces. So they're going to load 15 in. Medar. What's happened with the 9 here? Tawafik still to come forward. Looks like the 8's going in. Nahar. This is Chic, I'm a bit worried about here. It's taken away. This horse has been scratched, so 5 scratched. Chic, it's not going to run. Out. Doesn't run, the 5. So there we go, a late scratch. So this horse has been taken out. Not going to run here in this race, the 5s. The others could be sent on the journey fairly imminently. Waiting for 14. Isn't in yet. There's the 9 being... Oh, the 12's got loose. What's happened here? Sultan Al Samawi's got out the stalls. He's brilliantly caught by the outrider. Look at that. Well done to that outrider there. Grabbed hold of the 12. That's the 9. Tawfiq, who's still without the rider. We know the Sheikh has been taken out here. The 5's been scratched. But this is Weird Done, who's not in yet either. The black and white colours, number 14. It's all happening here down at the start. Weird Done about to go forward. We have one withdrawal already, number 5. We have a loose horse again. The outrider did catch. I thought you had him a moment ago. 2 outriders now trying to catch this loose Sultan Al Samawi. Not sure where the jockey is. Nawaf Al Mudiani. There he is. He's okay. He's just saw him standing up there. So jockey's all right. Horse is still loose. So you're going to have to get that horse off the track before we can start this race. Tawfiq has gone in now. So we're looking across because we're not sure where the 12 is. He's around the far bend now, isn't he? Coming back into the... Is that the home straight? I think he's coming back into. Yeah, he's coming back round just past the winning line there. He wants to go back to the stables, doesn't he, where he came from? He can't get through there. Someone's going to have to hopefully catch him here. Sultan Al Samawi. Oh, good hold. Yeah, they got him, I think. So hopefully he'll be led away. He's right just past the winning post. There he is by the just the way they come out onto the track from the stable. So he'll hopefully be taken back down there and he'll be scratched, you'd imagine, Sultan Al Samawi now. So we're going to be down a couple of runners here, aren't we, for this race? 14 we'll be down to. Just seeing if we are clear to go or not. The track's not yet clear. So we know that Louis Morales' Mount Sheikh's been taken out. There he is. He's not going to run the 5. Believe that Sultan Al Samawi has been scratched as well now. Yes, he has. Number 12 has now been scratched. So I think we're ready to go once he's away. We are. Track is clear and we're off and racing. So 2 withdrawals here. They went without 5, Sheikh, and 12, Sultan Al Samawi, both withdrawn here. They jump away over the mile, these 3-year-olds, and showing good speed towards the outside. Scarfinger with a white cap. The favourite is up there in about 4th or 5th early on. Another one showing a bit of pace. Born a King towards the inside. The blue with a white cap is handy as well. Just off the pace is One Attack Allah, who just drops in behind the red and white colours. But up front, it's Rezak Allah now who's gone on here. Blue with the white sleeves and cap. So Rezak Allah is going to lead them up. So in second place, One Attack Allah, with racing in third place in the black and white We're Done. 4 wide is Born a King. Behind those 5 wide on the track is Mechled with the green sleeves and cap. The favourite Scarfinger, Wigberto Ramos, is 6 deep at the moment with a dark green jacket. Even wider out is Yo Lighting. They come around the tail. One going the shorter way is Nahar, making a bit of ground up as well. Grey and white checks, just gone past the white stable colours. That's Brukadar, who's lost ground, is towards the back of the field. Also in rear is Zakat Al-Matar. The leader is Rezak Allah by a neck, although Wadatak Allah is moving well in the red and white with a red noseband. Poised here, Wadatak Allah. Alex Moreno is full of confidence. The one going off in chase is Tawfiq now into third place. One Attack Allah in front. Hasn't quite put this to bed yet. There are 2 trying to close him down. Born a King and also Tawfiq. They're off in chase with the leader. They're inside the final 250 metres. But One Attack Allah has a nice break. 2.5 lengths over Born a King, who's gone for the rails. Is starting to stay on now, the white cap. Back in third place is Tawfiq, who's got no more left. It's One Attack Allah, getting a bit tired. Border King's got a rail to help. Is surging late for Khalid El Mamoni. Border King through on the inside, going to get close, very tight. Border King far side, and on this side was One Attack Allah. They go past together. 2 and 1 in a photo here. This is close. They were clear of the others. Tawfiq couldn't quite match them. Oh, this is tight. Far side, Born a King. This side, the 1, One Attack Allah. Tom Collins was with the 1. I think he might have held on as either 1. Thought he might have just clung on. Yes, One Attack Allah. Another winner for Tom Collins. Is that 6 winners out of 8? Oh, it was tight, but he's got there. This side, One Attack Allah. Tight, but he's got up from Border King on the far side. Ooh, be a short head, I think, that won't it? 1 minute 41.45. They finished at the same time, those 2. That was desperate to nose to me. But One Attack Allah has been called the winner, number 1. 2, Border King was second, despite having the rails to help. Border King just dropped ahead at the wrong time, hasn't he? Yeah, the 1's come back and won it. I think the 2 was in front before and after the line, but there's the print. 1 beating 2 with 9 in third, Talwar Feek. Fourth, number 15, Midar. 1 minute 41.45. It was a close win, close finish, narrow win. One attack Allah, another one for Tom Collins. 129 is the outcome.
Is there any better sight in horse racing than Alex Moreno, full of confidence, cruising up on the outside around a bend? I don't think there is. But my goodness, it all got very tight at the end as the 1 just defeated the 2. One Attack Allah just beats Border King in a thriller. Looked like One Attack Allah had it all sorted and all covered up, and then Border King flew home late. But Alex got the horse's head down at the right time and gets the win for Gaith. Gaith, very good performance from this horse, who I said in the prelims just looked really, really well. Snorting, having a good old kick, ready to get going today and ready to give it his all, and he has certainly given it his all here. And you can see he's a completely different animal now. He's absolutely shattered, bless him. He's given everything for that victory. I think he'll need a good wash down and a good walk down afterwards as well, because he certainly has given his all in that race, and he's been rewarded with a victory. And Alex Moreno has another winner this week. And the boys in the studio have been right. He's not had the best of seasons. He was trying to go for champion jockey. He was having a very busy spell in Type earlier on in the season, but that plan has gone, and now he's just looking to ride as many winners as he can. And he has another one here aboard One Attack Allah, and we'll find him when he weighs in, carrying 62 kilos, giving weight all round, and has done the business. He'll hand over his saddle and stick, and we'll get a word from you. Now, did you think you'd won as you crossed the line?
Well, I'm just happy to cross the line first, you know. I know I beat him, but I was carrying 62, you know. So I think that's why he came close to me.
But he's just about held on. You look so confident coming around the bend. He was really putting his best foot forward. He ran really well.
Well, you know, I don't want to rush him before he get the pace, you know, because he's the kind of horse he tries to go outside. So I don't want to rush him until he get the pace. So that's what I was waiting for him, you know.
Yeah, and once you've got that pace and you've used his speed, he's got in front. Was he stopping, or was the other horse catching you? Was he getting tired?
He was stopping the last 100 a little bit, you know. That's why he come close to me.
Well, he didn't quite get there. Well done. Another winner for you.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done, Alex. Always good to see you amongst the winners. That's what, 3 for the meeting? Or even 4?
I can't remember.
Is that
Three. Yeah, 2 yesterday and 1 today. Is that right? Definitely 2.
I've had 1 Thursday. Anyway, tell us about your winner here. Go on, you've had another one.
Yeah, I didn't think it was likely, actually, after the start, to be honest. I thought he had to lead. Alex said there in the interview with Callum that he didn't want to rush the horse, which is perfectly fair. If I was on board, I would have ridden the horse differently, but that's why I'm not a jockey, and that's why Alex is. We'll take it from the start. He draws stall 2, so watch the inside, Red Silks. He misses a stride there. See, he's second slowest away, red and white. And now he's still second last at this part of the race. Now, if I was riding the horse, I'd be rushing him up because he has to be forward. That is how he rides. Fortunately, he has lots of tactical speed, so Alex just sits on him and he just finds his way up the rail into third or fourth, which is okay. Like, Alex probably had the plan A to go forward and make the front, but here he's just ended up stalking. The split opens and he's able to sit alongside the early leader, which is probably perfect for him. And Alex doesn't have to force his hand at all. He just sits there alongside Rezka Allah, waiting for that runner to capitulate and Alex to take over the running on Wadatak Allah. Now, at the top of the turn, it looked like he was home and hosed, and then he gets really tired, which is why he's a forward-going type, because he doesn't stay the trip overly well, and he just manages to cling on. Luck's obviously on my side here in Riyadh today, because slightly before the line, he was in second, slightly after the line.
Absolute headbutt.
Yeah. He led for most of the way, but Born a King was in front of the line, a step before the line and a step after the line. So fortunate, but also probably the best horse considering the start.
Yeah, and an improved effort from Born a King, who won a race over the 1200 at Taif back in the summertime.
Yeah, as I say, this was a race where you should be focusing on the horse at the top of the handicap, because there's a lot of runners out of the weights. Born a King's number 2, Wadatak Allah number 1. I couldn't have had Born a King on form, but a lovely pedigree, dirt-based pedigree, and seems to have bounced back to something like his best. He was considered good enough to run in the Taif Sprint Cup, Born a King, so he's obviously highly regarded, but he's unfortunate to just lose out on the head bob there to Wadatak Allah in the red.
He certainly proved his stamina. I mean, looking back through the field, white jacket, green sleeves of Mokled, never in with a shout, really.
No, he was wide on the first turn and then just went backwards from there, really. Disappointing for Damar Al-Dahani.
He's a horse who did finish his race out over this trip last time out quite well.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. He seemed to lose a lot of ground on the turn. The same with Scarfinja, who was bitterly disappointing. I don't think he beat many, actually. At least Mokled was 6th. Like, he didn't run great, but he also didn't run terribly, whereas Scarfinja did run terribly. That was a poor display.
Well, that was race 8, and it's another one for Tom, who's had 6 from 8 today. Very good tipping, Tom.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a good day. Better. The last couple of weeks have been tough. We've been dealt hands that are difficult in terms of the races, super competitive. This week it's been getting better as the days have gone on.
Yeah, and he now leads 12. You've got to get another dishcloth, I think, haven't you? You're now 12 to 9 to 5.
Well, your target's to reach 10. If you can reach 10, I feel like 10's, even if you lose, 10's a good barometer.
I think I'll reach 11.
Good. Confidence.
Yeah.
But last 2 races? Is that where the confidence comes from?
Let's have a look.
We've got an Arabian Horse Open next, which looks kind of wide open.
Yeah, 10 open.
Then a handicap.
Yeah, the last 2 races, yeah.
Okay.
But unless you're against me in every race,
I don't think that's going to be the case.
It's not going to happen. So you will be the winner of another dishcloth.
I look forward to accepting that.
You got the Prince Saad Al Salman dishcloth first time round, didn't you?
Yeah, what's coming this time?
I don't know, what would you like this time? Red stable dishcloth?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. Well, that's what I mean, we gave him I think you'd appreciate, as a racing fan, racing memorabilia, to have a dishcloth in the white colours with the blue epaulets was, I think, a real memento that you can take back home. What else can we maybe get him if he wins this week? What racing memorabilia, based on the sort of Saudi colours, do you think we could get him? Maybe a Red Stables tea towel or something?
Yeah, tea towel. Well, oven gloves as well. My oven gloves have gone missing, so I need some more of those. So maybe some of those in the red stable colours might be a good idea. Anyway, let's move it on quickly to the next race. Abu Lubdar is subject of rider change here. It's going to be Abdullah Al Kradis on board that one. 2 is Aid Hadban, Rakad Al Abaid. 3, Ladvaser Hippolyte for Abdullah Al Khamis. 4 is Lamiral La Majori for Abdullah Al Lawfi. It's going to be interesting comments out this race, isn't it? 5 is Mubarez Al Shahanaya, Fawas Wanas. 6, Shahed Gudar, Aisal Al Sahadi. This race for the Arabians over 9 furlongs, by the way. Number 7, Warad Al Sengar, Khalid Al Mamoni. 8, Basikar for Aisal Al Sahadi. Number 9 is J.H. Renad for Abdullah Al Saidi. Renad, that is. 10, Mubishrat Al Hassin, Abdullah Al Rashid. And 11, Rihanna for Yasser Al Bakawi. Let's go back to Martin and Tom.
Question for you, Mr. Ferrari. How do your oven gloves go missing? What on earth are you using them for?
I don't know. I cooked a roast dinner last week, used them for that. I remember having them that day, and they've just gone missing. I cannot find them ever since last Wednesday. So yeah, they've either been stolen or I put them in the wrong place, and I just can't find them anywhere.
Enzo cooking a roast. I'm impressed.
It's a bit like the clothes thief. The police were looking for a clothes thief who was stealing clothes by order of size. Apparently, he's still at large.
Oh, let's move on.
Well, I hope they turn up, Enzo. If not, we will endeavour to get you from a supermarket here in Riyadh some red stable oven gloves. They've got to be hard to find, aren't they? Bright red oven gloves.
That's not easy.
No. That's going to be hard to. But it's not really helping you for your prize this week.
No.
Although I haven't had a prize for my win last week yet.
Well, I wanted to give you back the gift that you gave me, but you weren't happy with that. So
to which we said it'd be horrible to be Tom's girlfriend. You give her a present for Christmas one year, you know what you're getting back next year.
The same gift, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I still need to come up with something over the few days off before Saudi Cup next week or whenever.
Okay. Well, let's move on to this Arabian Horses Open. We've got a field of 11 runners to go to post and a bit of form to have a look at as well. The horse number 10, Mubashirat Al-Hussein, who I've actually got on top in this. This was a horse who was a winner back on December 21st.
So this is going to be your pick, is it?
It is.
Okay. At this stage, she was against nothing. And I don't mean that in a bad way by any means.
It's a small field.
Yeah, and look at the horses in behind. They're stretched out the whole length of the straight. The runner-up in second, I think, was Lavasseur Hippolyte, who reopposes today. He's 40 to 1, Lavasseur Hippolyte. And Mubashirat Al-Hussein is 2 to 1 for a 2-length win. Look, she could easily win. She's rated 102. I don't know whether that is her true... that is a reflection of her true ability. I don't know whether she's a 102 horse or not.
Well, she was progressive, wasn't she? She put together a couple of wins, 3 on the bounce before then being bounced into the King Abdulaziz Cup last time out. Finished 9th that day with Aid Hadban in 10th, just in behind.
Yeah, it was a much better race than this, that's for sure. She could easily bounce back, but she's not for me. I had a 4th in this contest.
Well, the international markets have her as just the second favourite, just L'Amiral La Majori is the 7-4 market leader from Warad El Sengar at 7-2. It's 8 to 1 bar those as we head out to Callum.
I cannot believe I'm saying this, but this is a cracking contest. There's some really good-looking types in here. We'll start with Aid Habdan, who is the 2 in this field. Colours that we normally see in the thoroughbred ranks. Abdullah Rahman, Abdullah Al-Qanud. Really looking forward to seeing how this horse goes. Real physical model, imposing type, nice walker as well. Well beaten last time out, but a winner on penultimate start. Certainly a horse that I'd be intrigued to follow in this contest. Just a mature type, good looking, and yeah, really looking forward to this actually. We'll go back to the 3, Ladvishir Hippolyte, who's the next one we'll have a look at. This is a French-bred individual who's really attractive as well. Well put together type, a real picture in the parade ring. Very fit, a good shoulder, good back end with having a bit of a squeal when he came into the parade ring, but for me is just really comfortable, handling things pretty well now, settled down a little bit, gleaming in that coat, and a 2nd place last time out. Could go 1 place better today, maybe. Let's pull back to the 4, because I can't believe I'm saying it. We've got another one who looks in really good shape. L'Amiral La Majori is the next one. They're just checking some silks to make sure it's the right silks, because he's wearing a hoodie over the top of his silk, so that's why everyone's slightly confused. I think poor guy's just very cold, so I completely understand why he's got a layer on. This is the 4, nice type as well, isn't it? You can see why this is well fancied in the market. Lovely mover, lovely coat, and a really big, physical, imposing model. Probably the best constitution of a horse we've seen so far. Just a really nice type. Looking forward to seeing how he goes. Let's pull back now to the 6, Shahed Gouda, part of the Gouda racing horses. This one's a lovely type too. Look, a very well put together purebred Arabian, shining up in the coat, nice back end. Maybe not quite as imposing as the horse we just looked at, the 4, but certainly another one that I really like the look of. And again, probably the best walker we've seen so far. Really active walk, getting across that ground, covering the distance and chewing down on that bit. That's not a concern for me. I know some people think it's a little bit anxiety, but I just think it's because you've got someone else tugging on a lead rope. But this is a nice horse, another nice horse in a field full of them. Right, let's pull all the way back now to the 10 is the last one we're going to look at. This is Mubashirat Al-Hussein. Just having a bit of a look around here in the parade ring. But another one looks very, very good here. Just having a good old think about things. Earplugs are in on this one and just chowing down on that tongue strap, you can see. The walk's so good you almost overreaches here, this filly. She's a nice type though. She was rattled off the hat-trick, couldn't land the 4-timer last time out, but she's got the highest rating in this field and she certainly looks ready to do the job, doesn't she? She's giving me a good look, so I'm looking forward to seeing how she goes. Look at her. Yeah, I see you. You're a good looker. Hopefully you run it as well as you look. But team, the paddock pick has to be the 4, who is a real standout.
Well, they're in the paddock for this. It's race number 9. Still 4 more to come here at King Abdulaziz. And we've got joint favourites now. The 4 and the 10 head the market both at 15-8. Mubashirat Al-Sin was at 2-1. Joins, though, La Amaral La Majori as the market leader. Let's have your thoughts, Tom, on the 4 horse here. Rated 105, so £3 superior. And has only had the 3 runs so far. A win on debut and a 9th and 5th, but they've come in good races.
I thought he was a horse to beat. He's not my pick. I have him second in, but I thought he was the horse to beat on what we've seen so far. Debut victory was impressive, but he did get the perfect run through. It was just an ideal trip from start to finish on the rail, just past the leaders. That came over 2,000 metres. Then he was tried in Cup Company. Disappointing. And then he was tried on turf.
But he was beaten by Alcázar that day, but that's strong form, although he was well behind. But
he was. And that lets me think that his mark of 105 isn't correct, much like I don't think Mubashirat Al-Hassan's mark's correct. He was well beaten by Alcázar, who's rated 110. How's L'Amaral La Majori 105? Like, that's not right. He's a worse horse than that rating. Last time he lost a shoe on turf when he was 5th, so you could potentially argue that he's better than that. As I say, I had him second in. I thought he would probably be favourite, but he's not my pick.
OK, Warid Al Sengar is next in on international markets. 3-1 for this horse, who's yet to win in 3 starts. Steps up in trip today.
This is my pick, Warid Al Sengar. I think he's been crying out for the distance. He has been staying on encouragingly over 1,600. He gets an extra 200 today. That could make all the difference. I don't like his draw, but it's an Arabian race over a distance. Draw's not as important in races like this. So, yeah, I'll take the 7 on top.
OK, well, he's at 3-1. 9-1 for number 2, Aid Hadban, who we touched on. He's got a form that ties in with Mubashirat Al-Hassan. 4 runs so far, 10th of 17 in that cup race last week, but was a winner over 1,400 previously. Stamina to prove it after over the 1,800?
Which horse, sorry?
The 2?
The 2, yes. Yeah, absolutely. 1,400 metre winner in Thai, 5 months off, and then a quiet effort in a cup race. Just hard to really know where you are with the 2. Again, another horse that I don't think the rating is accurate of the horse's talent. Rated 91 after just 1 Taif win. No, thank you.
I mean, you can boil this down to a couple of runners, can't you, really? The 5's got a lot to find. 11-1 chance on the international markets, but winless in 12.
Yeah, behind L'Amaral La Majori as well, last time.
The one that has attracted a bit of money on the international market is the 6 Shahed Gudar. That's gone about 11s into to 8-1. 2 wins from 5 starts. Have those last couple of runs been in better company?
They have, but they have also been his only 2 runs here in Riyadh. The other starts were in Taif, which leads me to worry about the track, whether this quicker track here in Riyadh isn't as good for Shahed Gudar as Taif's deeper track. I have him in his 3rd because I think he's open to improvement, but it wasn't with maximum faith.
OK, well, it's 15-8 and 7-4, the 4 and the 10 at the top of the market.
The 10 favourite? Or
Hey?
the 4, who's favourite?
4's just
okay,
favourite.
right.
They were joint at one stage, but 4 just favourite from the 10. The 7 at 3-1, the 2 at 9-1, 12-1 for the 5. The money in behind that for the 6 and 8-1, 25-1 and bigger for the remainder, and some big prices. The 9, the 11 and the 1 on the international markets, all at 100-1. We do have plenty more races still to come. If you want to get involved on the YouTube chat section, you can do. Give us your selections and thoughts on the final couple of races, because we go up to the valuable races later on in the card. This race 9, just to be sure, is 95,000. I was trying to say 95,000, but 9 kept coming out. 95,000 SAR for this race 10. We're up to, we'll drop back down for a local bred handicap. But the last 2 races, our feature events, are worth 300,000 SAR. The Prince Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman bin Faisal Cup. That's for the 3-year-olds over the 1,800 metres. And our final race, we go up to the 2,400 metres. Again, 300,000 SAR for the 4-year-olds, and Aldrich Abu Sheikha will be a warm order. So Tom, you with the 7?
Yep, Warid Al Senga for me.
Looking for a 7th winner of the day, Tom. I've managed to scrape in 4 so far today. I'm going with the 10. It was the second pick on the international market, and Callum's had a couple of winners today as well. All round, team tipping's been pretty good.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. Much better than the previous days. So hopefully we can continue and move on to next week and do the same.
Okay, Tom with the 7. I'm with the 10. And Callum, you're with the...
I'm with the 4 team. I'm hoping that the 4 can do the business here. Probably the most impressive of these in the parade ring. Abdullah Alorfi in the plate is always a positive as well. La Majori is the pick for me. Looking forward to seeing how this horse goes. Hoping that we can get another good performance. Good eye-catching win on debut and wasn't disgraced last time out. And it's just... You know when you see a horse and you're like, yeah, that's a proper animal. That's exactly how I felt about that one. Shout-outs to some of the others. The 2, very positive, no negative. The 3, lovely, Lavisha Hippolyte. I imagine the 3 could run a big race. The 6 as well was good. Didn't get blown away by the 7, Tom, if I'm going to be honest, but your tipping has just been absolutely phenomenal. So it would be crazy to go against you. So hopefully the 7 can run a lot better than it looked. The 10 was the other one that just looked a little bit of a classier individual. I must admit, this has been it's very often I struggle to find a few paddock eye catchers before a purebred Arabian race, but these 4-year-olds have really stood up to be counted today and look in really good shape. So credit to everybody who has been turning them out, because they look in really good shape. And I think that's why people can start taking purebred Arabian racing seriously when you see horses in the parade ring that look like racehorses. Obviously, I know they're not thoroughbreds, but you want them to look athletic individuals. I remember a horse yesterday was one of the smallest things I'd ever seen on a race course, and you kind of feel that's not really fit and proper and ready for racing. So you like a race like this where they do look like they could all give you a good run for your selections, and hopefully you'll get plenty of luck. Tom has had plenty of luck so far. Who would go against him here? He likes a 7, Warid Al Senga, who apparently has been crying out for this trip. So hopefully now he gets this 1,800-metre distance, he will be the one to follow. As you can see, they're circling down at the start. Doesn't look like anyone is in need of a vet check, which is really positive. We had a few being withdrawn today. Poor Toby's been running up and down here, the chief vet, making sure that everything is running okay. Cannot stress enough the work that the vets do here. We've had some real nasty incidents where you would normally say, oh, that's curtains for that horse, but actually the vet team here do a remarkable job. And we talked about Jeddah Beach with the White Stables there earlier on. That horse got very distressed after running a big race for a long way and stopping very quickly under Camille Ospina last week. Well, the fact that the veterinary team got involved with that horse and he's now back and apparently stable, which is great to hear. And hopefully there'll be plenty more days for him in the future. But they are loading nice and quickly. I do like the 4 in this race. So hopefully this 4 can get the head in front. Anthony Ellis, it's all yours.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. Yeah, the 4 horse here, La Margerie, is one of the market leaders here. Martin liking the 10, I think, here, and Tom the 7. Okay, we're getting ready for this Arabian Horse Open race. 7 o'clock, we're well into the evening here now with the lights on at Riyadh. Going 1,800 metres here, the 9 furlongs on the dirt. Starting down the back straight, I think the last one's in. We're good to go. 11 runners here, set. And they're off. Starting to caught them in a pretty good line this time around. Racing towards the inside, prominent early on, is Basikar in the blue jacket. That one just takes back early doors. Early speed from L'Adversaire Hippolyte in the orange colours with the yellow noseband to lead. So L'Adversaire Hippolyte is going to take them along here. Al Hadbad is racing in second place in the white chevron. Racing towards the inside is the grey Abo Lubdar. Wider out to find the blue and white of L'Amiral La Margerie, who's handy early on. The blue with the red sleeves, that's Renad, who's racing in about 5th place. So that one's outside them. We have Shahad Gudar making up some ground, the light blue of Basikar. Towards the tail of the field, we have Mubarez Al Shahanaya, also Rihanna in the green and whites in rear. Another one towards the back is Abu Lubdar, who's lost ground in the cerise and silver colours as they race down the far side. Up front, 2 locking on for the lead here. L'Adversaire Hippolyte taken on and headed by the strong travelling L'Amiral La Margerie, who's gone to the front in the yellow headgear. Racing in 3rd place then is Mubasharat Al Hassin towards the outside, who's trying to get into it as well, making the turn then towards the final 700 metres. And up front on the inside, it's Lamaral Lamargerie, but coming there strongly on the outside here for Abdullah Al Rashed is Mubasharat Al Hassin to come there very powerfully and take over, and all of a sudden has gone clear, and all of a sudden Lamaral Lamargerie looks in trouble here. Going to second place in the turquoise is Basikar. The leader is travelling along, tanking along in front here, number 10. Mubasharat Al Hassin will turn for home with an ever-increasing lead. Basikar in second place. And then comes Ladvaser Hippolyte, who's got his second wind, and is now staying on towards the inside running rail. But they look like they're playing for placings here with 200 metres to go, because Mubasharat Al Hassin is just toying with these rivals. Clear by 8 lengths, in no danger whatsoever. The race is for placings only, and this is going to absolutely hack up here. Mubasharat Al Hassin is a class apart and wins this with any amount in hand. Mubasharat Al Hassin is an easy winner. Ladvaser Hippolyte ran really well in second, and third through was number 7, Warat Al Sengar, and then came Basikar back in 4th place. Winner for Martin Kelly there, striking back with a win here for number 10, Mubasharat Al Hassin under Abdullah Al Rashed. Pretty easy, wasn't it? 2 minutes 06.39 seconds. Second, number 3, Ladvaser Hippolyte, beaten 7 lengths. And back in third, Warat Al Sengar. So it's 10.37, 2 minutes 06.39, 7 lengths, winner for Martin. Mubasharat Al Hassin has absolutely trotted up here in our Arabian Horse Open.
We have another impressive winner for the team, and this one is picked by Martin, who has picked out the really good-looking Mubasharat Al Hassin to victory here in this contest. With a real paddock standout, she was having a good old look around in the prelims, but it didn't stop her from winning, and when she hit the front, my goodness, wasn't she impressive. Really taking performance from a filly who came here with a rating of 102, and has pretty much justified that rating because absolutely cantered up here. Really, really good stuff. Nice to see, and a nice performance here, and a good to see the handicapper's got this one absolutely right. So well done, Martin, for picking it. A couple of horses running really well in behind. Ladvaser Hippolyte, who I mentioned looked fantastic in the prelims, tried to cut out the early running, ended up having to settle for second, but ran well. Warat Al Sengar, that was the pick for Tom. That horse ended up running a fairly decent race in third. Again, maybe just lacking for a turn of foot there. We thought shaped like he wanted further previously. Maybe just lacking for a turn of foot. Basika was in third, Merbed Al Shahania in fourth, and Reina there in fifth. My selection looked like a real dangerous runner here, Lamaral Lamargerie, that got very, very tired late on and ended up jogging over the line well down the field. But Martin, you've got one back. Well done.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, we're 12 leads 10 now with 3 races to go. It's possible. 13-12? No. It's possible.
No, because we've been going with the same horse, no?
But it's possible.
Well, it's possible, for sure. But if we're going with the same horse, it's not possible.
I think we're maybe in every race the same horse?
You have to oppose, because you need 3 winners and there's 3 races left.
The 4 in the next?
Yeah.
The 7, yeah.
You're giving all spoilers away to the viewers now.
Well, the favourite. I mean, they already know, don't they?
Well, yeah.
True to form.
Ah, come on. Well done with the winner here.
This was second favourite.
And she won easy.
Absolutely bolted up.
Yeah. She was better than I thought she was, in fairness. When she beat Lavasseur Hippolyte, I thought that was, as in last 2 starts back, not today, I thought that was her underperforming because Lavasseur Hippolyte is rated 70. However, there's been the same forecast in this race today, suggesting Lavasseur Hippolyte is probably an 85 rated horse rather than 73, and therefore Mubasharat Al Hussein is a 100 rated filly. She's certainly won like one anyway, she's got the job done. L'Amiral La Majori is not a 105 rated colt. He had every chance, he was there on the outside in second, as you can see, in the blue silks, and there with every chance of winning this contest, well placed.
He takes up at one stage, doesn't he?
He does, and he finishes way out the back, not even in the first 6 at the end. Mubasharat Al Hussein ends up winning by 7 lengths, clearing away from Lavasseur Hippolyte, who's in the orange.
Probably value for more than 7, given the manner of the win.
Yeah, for sure. My selection ends up running 3rd, Warad Al Senga. But Warad Al Senga was just way off the speed. And look, not even in shot right now, Warad Al Senga. So he just plugs on. Again, he's crying out for more distance. He probably wants 2400 actually. He's just got no early pace. But you need early pace to beat Mubasharat Al Hussein, who has been always
rattled all over them, hasn't it?
Always prominent, power to the front of this stage. Basically, the jockey just let off the handbrake and she went. Game over.
And it's nice to see when you've had these horses contesting the big races here, those King Abdulaziz Cups, very prestigious races here in Saudi Arabia. It's good to see the form working out.
Yeah, absolutely. Albeit this wasn't the best of opens by any means. You can already see L'Amiral La Majori going back through the pack on the rail in the dark blue. That's the only other horse rated 100 or above in this contest. So it wasn't the deepest of races, but it's good to see this filly's retaining her form, and she's now won 4 of her last 5 starts. She looks pretty good for a 4-year-old. I don't think she's the best. We've got Raya, Lacey de Violettes. There's another one as well. I can't remember her name. A filly from last week. She's probably a cut below those, but she's still very good.
Oh, you've got me thinking now.
There were 3, weren't there? Obviously, Nia has, but he's a colt, so he wasn't in that list.
Again, the jockey here looking around for non-existent dangers.
Yeah, just needs to sit on board, really. Didn't have to ask anything. Asked for a lead switch there, and she obliges. And just cruises watching the screen. Probably when a horse wins this easily, it's ridiculous to say not the easiest win of the day, but she wasn't the easiest win of the day. Mahalhal was earlier, when he won by 13 lengths, but she's won ridiculously well. And yeah, Connections will bid for another big prize, I imagine, in the upcoming weeks.
We've had some good racing today and some good wide. We've had a mixture of close, competitive finishes and some wide margin winners.
We have, and we've had plenty of winners for the studio. So hopefully people at home who are watching are enjoying it and picking some winners on the international market too.
12 winners for you over the 3 days.
Happy with that.
10 for myself, 5 for Callum. We've all improved on last week.
Yep, definitely. We've got 3 races to come, 3 winnable races as well in terms of finding the winner. So hopefully we can add to it.
Yeah, the next race is a local bred horses handicap. The horses rated 0 to 70. On the dirt here, we're over the 2,000 metres. Das, number 4, topped international market, currently at 5 to 2. As we head back to Enzo Ferrari, who hopefully in that 30-minute gap has found his upping gloves.
Sadly not, still missing another little look, but yeah, no good. Right, here we go. Number 1 is out here, so Scratch Al Harbour. So number 2, we start with Hamdi, Abdullah Al Kradis. 3, La Tojadel, Riyadh Al Tuesh. 4 is Das for Wigberto Ramos. 5's been scratched, Zahalatum. So 6 is Alajwa, Osama Al Sharani. 7 is Bahafsa Al Kareem, written by Abdullah Al Hussein. Fart is number 8 for Victor Gutierrez. Number 9 is going to be Walad Chrome, Rakan Al Obeid. Number 10, Kafu Karim for Nawaf Al Mudiani. Number 11, Najm Al Medmar, Talik Al Mansour. Number 12, Wakil Al Anaya, Abdullah Al-Lorfi. 13, Racine, Ricardo Ferreira, back on this one. 14, Al Masir, Abdullah Al Saidi. 15, Estahuz, Mohammed Al Habib. 16 is Lasco, Muhannad Al Nassar. 7, Ahmadi for Abdullah Al Fairuz. 18, Barterik, is written by Mohammed Al Mazid. 17 was Ahmadi. 18, Barterik. 19 is out, Scratch Bazat. So 20, Motasame, Salman Al Rashid. 21, Al Hamir, Ayad Al Tarisi gets the call up. 22 is a runner as well, Narkel, Abdullah Al Rashid, who's just had a winner, isn't he? And then 23 also gets in as a reserve, Ard or Fawas Wanas. 24 not required. So a big field of runners here, going to 2,000 metres. Callum is in the pre-parade ring, having a look at the runners.
Thank you, Enzo. Yeah, just having a look at the 4 Dars here, who is a really, really good looker. Striding out nicely, dark chestnut. I was a fan of this horse. Thought the performance last time out was very creditable. Drops back in class today, back into 0 to 70 company. Surely, I mean, I'm no form expert, but that would suggest that this horse has every chance here, and on the visual as well. Good looker too. Had a good old scratch around with that tongue. He's got a little bit of, he's got a bar bit on, I think. It's not quite a bar bit that he's got on, but he's got a pretty severe bit on him, which is what he's probably just having a feel for. He's like, oh, this is feeling a bit tougher on my mouth than normal. So that would be the only thing with his tongue. I wouldn't worry about that too much. But look at the way he walks. Look at the way he brings those hind legs through. He's a good walker. Probably not so good on the near side. On the off side, he's a lovely mover. We're just all getting in order at the moment, so that's why we're a bit stop-start. But watch him as he walks in. We'll get a good shot of this stride. He really does cover the ground. He eats it as he moves through. He walks all the way through, and that's what you want to see with a racehorse. You want to see them really active walkers, really powerful movers. Let's drop us way back to the number 9. This is Wallad Chrome. I like to put him in the same camp as Fell, because they're both horses that look really nice and are quite popular with the channel because we've seen them since they were juveniles, but they haven't quite taken the big step forward that we'd hope. But Wallad Chrome again has turned out really nicely. Now, if we just get a view from behind him here, watch as he walks away from us, and you'll see his hips. He's got strange movement in his hips. I know Hannah would say he just need a bit of a massage at the moment, because watch the way his hips swing. Now, you often want a horse to swing in the hips, but this horse is almost swinging in the hips too much. It's just lugging over to the left-hand side just a little bit too much. So you'd really just want a little bit more of a rub down on the right side of those hips. It's just going to get pooed in my face there, which is always nice to see. Hopefully that makes him a little bit lighter and gets him going as fast as possible. But he's a nice looking type. He's shining up really well in the coat, and is an interesting runner in this race, now tumbling down the handicap. Let's have a look at a couple more. The Red Stable have got a runner here. I'm pretty sure it's a 13. This is Racine, the next one we're going to have a look at. I'm just going to grab my cameraman, make sure he's still with me. So we're going to go and move on to the 13 here. This is just the Red Stable runner in front of us. Thanks, Nawaf. Coming towards us now, 13, unlucky for some. Had plenty of runs now. This one's still looking for a second career victory on the 11th start today. But again, if we talk about these Red Stable horses, they all seem to be really well in the coat. They all seem to carry a little bit of chunk, and they all seem quite powerful individuals. This is no different, and we're looking forward to seeing how it goes. Teeny tiny saddle on board, you can see for the jockey here is Ricardo Sousa Ferreira on board, clearly doing a pretty light weight to get on this one. Racine, interesting, Ricardo going light.
Well, they're now making their way through into the parade ring proper. 3 races still to come on the final day of racing this week. It's meeting number 87, 88, 89 and 90 to come next week. And then we have a bit of a break before the Saudi Cup meeting. But 2 bits of video clues to look at here, Tom, including Das, the first horse we can look at. 1 win from 6 starts for this horse. Won a maiden race back in March and was 3rd here 2 weeks ago.
I tipped us in this contest when we were here 2 weeks ago, and he went straight to the front. He battled. It looked like he was going to fade all the way back through the pack as the closers came through, and then he fought back again in the latter part of the race once he was switched out from the rail, and eventually finishes 3rd. This was a pretty good run, I thought, from Das, and it just showed to me that he's open to more improvement. He just needs to be ridden aggressively, but kept the revs high. You need to keep the revs high on him. You need to keep going, because he will keep finding. If you succumb to horses coming on the outside and thinking you're not going to win, you can't win on Das. So hopefully Wiggy's aggressive.
And would the step up in trip today elicit a bit of improvement?
I think so. And it would for Lasco as well, the owner mate, who we can see here finishing 3rd. He's a completely different type. He's a deep closer. coming from way off the speed. And he runs really well here to pass quite a few of the tired rivals inside, but he doesn't get near the first or the second in this contest. He's a good horse, Lasco, but he's not a great horse, and I can't have much confidence in him finally breaking his duck today.
Well, he was third last time, and he was third before that in a handicap, and that was over 2,000 as well. So
yeah.
He's got less potential to improve than
He does. And also, his running style suggests that he's going to struggle purely because it's such a big field. He's going to have to either be ridden for luck and go through them, or he's going to have to go wide, and that's never profitable.
Well, it's factored into the prices as well on the international market. 16 Lasco at 14-1. Das, the 5-2 market leader, which is short for a big field like this.
Yeah, but is open to the most amount of improvement of the horses that have a chance. Look, I wouldn't want to take 5-2. If I was sat at home watching, I would be avoiding the horse, or I'd be trying to find an each-way play or something like that. But he's definitely the most logical winner. And as we always say, we do our prep without knowing prices. Prices only come out at 2 p.m. Saudi time, so like an hour and a bit before the first race. So we don't know the price when we come down in our selection, you know.
And he's by far and away the most likely winner, though. Racine at 4-1 has been dropping down the handicap, 1 from 10 so far. 8-1 for Hamdi. And then have RIYADH at 10-1 alongside Wallad Chrome at 10s. Karfu Kareem at 10 alongside Wakil Al-Adaya. And also Ahmadi. So Callum, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 horses here available at 10-1, but Das is the market leader at 5-2.
Thanks, Martin. Yeah, I think Tom makes a great point. Dars is certainly the one open to the most improvement of those with proven ability. But at that price, are you looking for an alternative? Well, I'll give you a couple more alternatives in here. We'll start with the 12. This is Wakil Al-Anaya. This is a horse that won earlier on in the career. It's still pretty unexposed with only the 11 starts, and now down at this level. Would be a bit of a danger, I think. A nice-looking individual, isn't he? Big, strong type, loose mover, good walk. The Al-Anaya, typical of the type. Very nicely turned out. Well done to everybody involved. Slightly different colours than what we normally see with the white sleeves, but I certainly don't think it'll slow the horse down any bit at all here. Just looking at the 12. Let's pull back to the 17 is the next one. Ahmadi, who I always like to have a quick look at every time we come racing, because Ahmadi is a lovely looking type. Just coming towards us now. Really look at this horse in the coach. It's a big, powerful, rangy individual. Really catches the eye, Ahmadi, and you like what you have to see. Lovely muscle definition on this one as well. 17 runs, though, and just the one victory. Looking pretty exposed, and you're thinking maybe it's tumbling down the handicap a little bit more too. Now down at a mark of 64, is he more of a danger in 0-60 company? Because at that level, he might just be a bit too classy for them. But Ahmadi is a very good looker, and certainly in shape to run a big race today. And finally, the last horse we will have a peep at is the 21. This is Al-Admir, just coming towards us now in colours that we've seen plenty of this week. One win from the 11. I just thought this horse looked in really good shape as well. Down at a mark of 63, but they're either going backwards or coming forwards. This horse is going backwards. A winner 5 starts ago, but the last few runs have been fairly disappointing. But tumbling down the handicap, does know how to win, shouldn't be ignored. I think the 21 looks really nice too. Al-Damir. Big price, I imagine, but certainly one you want to be watching if you're looking for some each-way value.
Tom, with the 2, Hamdi be a bit of each-way value, beat Lasco, but then has been turned over on the last couple of starts. But as regards the mark of 70, would look about right.
I've got Hamdi as my second pick in this race, so yeah.
Your top one being?
Das. So yeah, I do agree with you. He's an experienced horse, Hamdi. He's had 60 starts compared to Das's 6. Like, it's a big difference, but his last success came over this course and distance in December. He's generally well matched against these foes, now dropping down into 0-70. So I can certainly see it with Hamdi, but I just like the upside of Das a little bit more.
Hamdi's 8-7s. Racine falls into 7-2. Racine, I'll give a quick mention of this horse for the Red Stable. Your Irving Gloves horse. Ricardo's on board. It's almost like they're sort of trying to work out this horse's trip. 1,200, right up to 24, back down to 14, back up to 2,000.
Yeah.
And the handicapper would suggest he's regressing. He's come down from 72 to 66.
Yeah, he's a strong stayer. I like the upside of 2,000 metres with him, but he's very, very, very one-paced. He will just keep plodding. I don't like that. He doesn't have early speed. That's a problem.
Okay, well, he's 7-2 second best in. 7-1 for Hamdi, we've touched on. Number 10's attracting a little bit of support. That's gone into 9-1 from 10's. Cafu Kareem, 1 win from 12. That was a win 3 starts back, posted wide here.
Yep, came from an unpromising position actually to win that race 3 starts back. That was over 1400. The extra distance should be absolutely fine for him, albeit it's a big step up in trip. The draw, as you say, is a problem in 19. But I have Cafu Kareem as my fourth in this race. The draw's the off-putting factor, but he should stay well, and he's still relatively unexposed too.
Okay, so they are getting mounted and heading out onto the track. We are 8 minutes out from post time for our 10th race of the day. And if you are watching on the YouTube channel, you're more than welcome to get involved with us in the chat section. Our man never came back to us earlier on, did he?
Are you surprised?
Diego. Well, if someone noises you up and you noise them back, you'd quite like to come back with another noise.
Yep, didn't happen.
No, I was more intrigued as to know who he was talking about, really. As we see the runners being checked off by the officials here, heading out onto the track. Anything else we can bring into the mix here, Tom?
Not really. I'll give you a rundown on some of them, as obviously I've got comments for each horse, so why not use them? La Tojadale, the 3. Sole victory came in a 0-75 handicap, but that was in August 2022. Also hasn't been seen for 13 months. Impossible to have the 3, in my opinion, especially when you consider the draw in 20. The 6, Alajwa, 10-1 in the international market. Again, draws wide, drops in grade to contest a handicap for the first time since November, but the trip is a big question mark. The 7, Behafs Al Kareem, is an unexposed performer who landed an 1800-metre maiden in March 2022, but yet another horse in this race that's been off the track for a year. The 8, Fart, seems to have regressed since the maiden success here last season, and the Taif efforts definitely won't entice you in.
You should definitely keep off the milk.
You would know. The 9, Walad Chrome, is a 3-time winner at this venue, but they've all come over shorter distances. Could lead the 9 horse if you want to play forward-going types. Walad Chrome and Das, that are the 2 likely pace setters. That horse just probably is unlikely to stay there, Walad Chrome, but 10-1, I suppose there are worse plays in here. We've already talked about the 10. The 11, Najm Al Medmar, is a regressive type, just impossible to fancy. The 12, Wakil Al Anaya, the handicap debut for this one, unexposed 5-year-old, definitely not discounted, but needs to leave the recent efforts behind. Good jockey booking with Abdullah Al-Alfi on board. The 14, Al Masir, has limited chances again on what we've seen, 11-month absence coming into today, so fitness is a problem. The 15, Esther Houge, finished behind Racine over 2,400 metres when last seen. The previous efforts over shorter distances give him place claims, but yet another horse that is drawn wide, drawn in 18 in this contest. Hard to fancy as a result. We've seen and talked about the 16, Lasco. Armadi finished behind a couple of these earlier in the season, including Racine and Das. And then you're talking about the bottom 5 in the handicap here. Bartarak, down the field in a week, 1,200 metre maiden on the seasonal reappearance. Now runs in a 2,000 metre handicap. No. The 20, Mota Sameh, decent pedigree for that one, but is an exposed 2-time winner from 2, Hamdi, 4, Das.
No. You've gone 2 on top now?
No, not in order. Just a short list.
Oh.
These are the horses. Okay, fine.
I was hoping you switched.
No. This is just a short list. Hamdi, horse number 2. Das, horse number 4. Cafu Kareem, the 10. And Racine, the 13. As well as the 21, Aldemir, the reserve. But I'm going to have the favourite on top. Das, horse number 4, is going to be my pick.
And he's been really well supported as well into 9-4, top of the international markets as they arrive down at the start. Racine at 137-1 for Hamadi. Cafu Kareem at 9s, and a whole host of them on 10-1. And nothing really been backed at the bigger prices. So Das going to come from stall 3. 1 win from 6 so far, that win coming back in March. Being 3rd over the 1800 last time out in a winners of 3. Steps up to the 2,000 metres for the first time today. And is well found at the top of the international markets, currently at 9-4. Racine, the main danger, coming from 11, a horse who does stay further. Tom suggesting he'll just plod his way through the race. And Lasco, we saw that horse in a bit of VT form earlier on as well. In behind Hamadi, but has yet to win in 10 starts, and that bit more exposed coming from stall 9. So heading behind, this is race number 10. Still, we've got 2 cup races worth 300,000 SAR to round off the card. 3 rolls over the 1,800 metres, and our final race for the local breds. The final race going up in distance once again. And we've got quite a good field for that. Looking forward to see Tuing Tyson back out. That horse ran well last week.
Yep, definitely, but it's still a maiden, so needs to step up. Nice pedigree as well.
Very nice pedigree, yeah. Okay, Callum, we're both Darce here. It's been well supported at the top of the market. It's short enough given the size of the field here, but just could be a cut above.
Yeah, he's going to be short, but I'm going to be with Dars as well. He's one I just can't go against in this race. He looked really great in the parade ring as well. Great walker, great mover. WYADH Chrome, I noticed Tom said that might be a pace angle here. His wins were over shorter. Lovely looking type, but again, very similar to Fels. He'll win a race and he'll catch us all by surprise. I'd be very surprised if it's this one, though. I thought the paddock pick may have been Wakil Alanaya, looked in really good shape as well. Mardi looked beautiful, but it's just almost untouchable going the way he's going, but looked really well. That was another one that's worth a mention. And finally, we had the 21, Aldemir, who was another one for nice connections who seem to be doing all right. They had Rovaniemi and Shanko and the likes that do their best work on turf. And maybe Aldemir's future may lie on turf. For the rating of 63, just slipping down the handicap. There might be one of those 0 to 60 turf races that they've got their eye on. They certainly see some plot jobs on the turf. It's quite good fun to watch those runners that have been arguably trying their hand on the dirt, going back to turf and sprouting an extra leg. Most of these are pretty much exposed, and it's very hard. I know Martin likes to find an unexposed runner. It's very hard to find one in here. Lots of these having plenty of starts, but Dars only having the 7th career start might have room for improvement. The last run was hugely eye-catching, which is more can be said for a lot of these in this field, and hopefully he'll be able to make the most of that stall 3 draw. 2,000 metres, don't imagine they're going to go hell for leather in this one. It's going to be pretty tactical, pretty slow, but it'll be turned into a bit of a sprint at the end, and hopefully Dars is up there and can dictate. But I've just seen the first couple loading. Amadi's going forward now. Anthony Ennis, it's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. 20 runners to get stuck into this. Dars, kind of the mauve with the white cross belts. Roberto Ramos on board, the favourite. And showing at 9 to 4. Racine into 100 to 30. Hamdi at 7s. Big field of runners. I guess quite a few of these haven't got much win chance really on this race, but Dars 9 to 4, stall 3, good draw as well. Right, they're loading up. This race is over the 2,000 metres, 10 furlongs on the dirt, starting down the back straight. A long run down the back straight, extended run down the back when they join up with the track proper. And the 20 runners going in, about 7 left to load. For this are 7:30 here. Handicap. Scratching the 1, the 5, the 19, and the reserve 24s again. The other reserves that come in here. Hard. Valaswanas gets in here as a reserve. This is number 6 going forward. The pink and black, that's Alajwa. For our 10th race of 12 here today. We're almost set. Starters ready for them. Big field of runners here on the dirt. And they're off. Jumped away here for race 10 at RIYADH. Breaking well towards the inside was Ard. And now taken on for the lead here as they go through the first 200 metres by WYADH Chrome, who's got overall command in blue and white. WYADH Chrome it is, who's going on here to Al Masir, who's quite handy. The red colours towards the outside of Racine is very much in the front rank as well as they go through the first 250 metres. Looking for Dars, got a nice sit now, the favourite, the sort of purple colours towards the inside. Goes into 2nd place now behind this early leader, who is still WYADH Chrome. WYADH Chrome leading Dars. Racine is in 3rd place, and then towards the outside, trying to get a bit closer to the speed, and the red, white and blue colours up on the outer is Barteric, and then behind those are Mardi, who's about mid-pack at this stage, and the red and white of Kafu Kareem, who's further back in the field. Ald Hamir is right towards the back in the maroon and gold colours. Another one in rear at this stage in the orange silks as they go down the far side. Aldemir's in the rear group as they continue their journey down the back. It's Fa'at who's towards the back as well. But up front towards the inside, Dars has now spied that inside running rail with Berto Ramos. He wants to press forward here on the favourite. So Dars on the inside has joined issue here with Walad Chrome. They're first and second. Racine is 3 deep. Going 4 wide is Alajwa in the pink and black. Just tracking them in behind the speed. Looking for a bit of room now in the blue and grey colours. Starting to get a bit closer as they go down the far side. Lasco is another one who's trying to get into it, but up front Dars is driven along on the inside now. Is taken on again by, on the outside, Razine in the red colours as they turn back towards home. Behind those, looking for Ard, who's making up ground now and spies the gap between the front two. Ard goes into third place, but here comes Racine on the outside of Dars. Dars, Racine and Ard. These three are clear of Alajwa, who's back in fourth place. From the back, the grey, Wakil Alanaya is running on out very deep on the course as they enter the final 200. Dars has fought his way back to the front now from Racine in second place as they enter the final part of the race. Here on the inside, Kafu Kareem is absolutely thrusting late, gets the rail opening. He's powering on to win from nowhere. Kafu Kareem. But Nawaf Al-Mudiani wins it. Second place, Dars. Racine was in third place. And fourth was Ahmadi. Kafu Kareem got that opening up the inside later on. It opened up well for the 10. 10 will beat 4. For old Dars, he fought them all off one by one, but there was one lurking in behind, who was the deep closer, Kafu Kareem, in the red and white spots. Winning time 2 minutes 10.27 seconds. 10, Kafu Kareem the winner. 4, Dars was second. Beaten 2 lengths in the end. Back in third, number 13, which was Racine, who was also chasing the pace. And fourth will be the 17, Ahmadi. So it's 10, 4, 13 and 17. 2 lengths the winning margin. Kafu Kareem from off the pace gets the rail run, beats Dars with back in third, Racine.
Nawaf Al-Mudiani may look like he's gone 12 rounds with Ali, but he has guided Kafu Kareem to victory here in our 10th race of the night. And what a lovely run through he got. It just parted for him on the rail there, and he got a dream passage up, and he just beat Stars, who had repelled everyone. Wiggy set his stall out and said, look, you're going to have to catch me if you can at this point. You're not going quick enough. It looked like he'd done enough. He shrugged off everyone, including Racine, but couldn't quite shrug off Cafu Kareem. Amadi had run a big race to finish in 4th. That horse is good to see that one back. And Wakid Alanaya as well, another one who was a paddock eye catcher, running well in 5th. Ard rounding out the top 6, but it is Cafu Kareem who's living the dream here in race 10.
Yeah, Burrows up the rails from way back off the pace, was sitting about 4th last at one stage. Cafu Kareem, who was attracting a tiny bit of support on the international markets, got backed into around 9-1, and he comes through to beat Darce into 2nd, who'd pretty much done everything right in the race.
Yeah, I thought it was a really good ride actually from Wiggy. As I say, he needs to keep the revs high on the horse. He just keeps plodding, Darce. He doesn't ever give in, and you have to go forward with him and then just keep him rolling. And he did that the whole way, to be honest. He fought off all of the other competitors, but Cafu Kareem, as we talked about, was a strong stayer. He really caught the eye over 1,200 metres a couple of runs back, and yeah, stepping up in distance has clearly helped him. He's gone right up the rail, the brave man's route, and managed to get the job done.
Darce comes off in 2nd. Certainly no issue with the 2,000 metres with Darce on first go of the trip.
No, he stays up perfectly well. He doesn't break overly well though. You can
does
see
something right as well at the stalls.
Yeah, purple and white, 3 from the rail on the inside. Just breaks to the right. I expected him to be vying for the front with WIYADH Chrome. WIYADH Chrome at this point has got a length and a bit advantage over him, and Wiggy kind of just sits there and allows him to find his spot in 4th place, and will move up as they get towards the bend. Obviously it's a long run to the turn here over the 2,000. They come from right down the bottom of the chute, go all the way down the back straight, and then take the one turn. So yeah, he's got a long time to get his position. But I thought from here onwards, Wiggy did really well on Darce. He was just unfortunate that there was a deep closer in Cafu Kareem, who right now is right at the bottom just short in the middle in the red and white. Broke from 19, but now Afamadiani actually does quite well to save some ground going into the first turn. He drops out your screen, so you won't see him again until the home straight. At this point, Darce and WIYADH Chrome are pushing on up top. Nothing separates them here, but Wigberto's going to put his foot down in a second, ask for a little bit more effort from Darce, and the horse will respond as anticipated. He grinds WIYADH Chrome into submission. On the outside, Racine couldn't even match him. He's very much a plodder as well, but he couldn't go with Darce.
And the setup was looking absolutely perfect.
Yeah, everything was going to plan. Albeit, if you're watching this at home and don't know the horse, you're thinking, well, he's beaten at this stage. That's not the case. He always finds the pressure, but he doesn't quicken. There you go. He draws half a length up on WIYADH Chrome. That horse is done now. Racine on the outside doesn't have much more to give. He's about to fade out of things. The horse in behind in the blue with the star and the grey sleeves. That's
and the winner's now just coming into shot.
Yeah, on the rail at the bottom of the screen. The only finisher. Oh, now I've squeezed up the rail. He didn't get that run yesterday on Felfel. He got absolutely broadsided when he did that move, but he stuck with it. He's worked today, and again he's about to get squeezed up on the rail and just gets through. He's got lucky in the end, but at the same time he's on the best horse in Cafu Kareem, who's made it 2 wins from 13 career starts.
As indeed, and goes on to win quite nicely in the end. 2 lengths, the official winning distance, 2 1/4 back to the 3rd. Cafu Kareem beats Darce and Racine, who has finished back in 3rd place, which brings us towards the back end of the card. Still 2 races to come. Here, races 11 and 12. I've got a cup races as well. The Prince Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman bin Faisal Cup as race 11, and then we move on to race 12. The Prince Saad bin Abdul Rahman bin Faisal Cup as our 12th and final race. But no joy for Wiggy. He loses out here as the eventual winner burrows up the rail and lands a 2nd career win. Well, big prize money for our next couple of races, 300,000 SAR for the last 2 races, and Falkir. We saw last week in the Saudi Derby qualifier, he ran a pretty good race that day, staying on. He steps up in distance and is a red-hot favourite, and we saw his form boosted earlier on today.
Yep, he is the horse to beat in here. I hope he shows his best, because I didn't think he showed his best last week in the Saudi 2000 Guineas. Today he should win. If he shows his best, he will. Going up in trip will help. He just leant into his left the whole way when we last saw him. He needs to run in a straight line, switch leads, and be a lot more cooperative to what Fawaz Wanas wants. But if he is, then he should win this contest.
And we saw the horse who won race 6 today was in behind him that day. It's bolted up by 13 lengths today.
Yeah, it's just a big boost to the race itself and Falcare. So hopefully we see the form of the 2,000 guineas get another boost coming up in the next.
Okay, 3-year-olds in action here over the 1,800. Anthony, Mr. Ferrari, do give us the details here for race 11.
I will do. Martin, here we go. It's a good race, this, isn't it? Falcare, yeah, stepping up a trip should suit him. The Prince Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman bin Faisal Cup. Number 1 is Alabraz, Abdullah Al Fayrouz. 2, Al Afar, Victor Gutierrez. 3, Al Nayef, Mohammed Aldaham. 4, Al Rams, Alex Moreno. 5 is Charge the Gun for jockey Eddie Castro, and a winner earlier on. Number 6 is Chakotka for Abdullah Al Hussein. He's on board that one now. And then the favourite, Falcare, number 7, Fawaz Wanas. Number 8 is Falah Zain, Ricardo Ferreira. 9, Harb-Ria, Abdullah Al Khradi. Scratch to 10, Jemer does not go. So 11 is Maqam, Abdullah Al Saidi. 12, Motta Mayers for Nawaf Al Mudiani. Number 13, Saudi Victory for Mohammed Al Habib. Over the page to find 14, Shagran, who ran well last week. Mohamed Al Nassar will be on that one. 15 is Tarahib, Tariq Al Mansur. 16, Tharwan, Khalid Al Mamoni. 17, Thal Shan, Wigberto Ramos. And number 18, Too Enticing, Abdullah Alorfi. The 19 is scratched, so we're taking up 10 and 19 here. Still a field of 17 runners. The hot favourite, though, will be number 7, Falcare here, looking to atone for that defeat last weekend. Let's go back to Martin and Tom.
Yeah, 2 quite warm favourites in the international markets for our final 2 races today. Falcare at 11 to 10. And in our final race, around a similar price as well for Abu Shaker. Both, Tom, on form, should be winning.
They should. Falcare in here, we'll talk about this race first, and when we get to Abu Shaker's race, we'll talk about that. But
well, before we get to the horse we think's going to win, let's have a look at Alabraz, a winner 2 weeks ago.
Yep, he burrows up the inside in this contest in the orange silks. Doesn't look like he's going to win turning for home, but the jockey gets a split up the inside there. Brave man's route, and the horse picks up well. The leader, if my memory serves me correctly, is Hamp to Wake, and he just hangs fire a touch, and that allows Alabraz to get the job done. I have him 3rd in today. He's only rated 75 and he's drawn out in 15. They're your negatives. Falcare's rated 90 and draws a lot better. That's the difference here.
Okay, Alabraz, who only made his debut back in December, and a winner last time up. 1, 6 and 1, his form figures. And the horse who actually beat last time was well beaten in behind Falcare.
Yes, Hamp to Wake is towards the back of this race.
I love the way I don't think he didn't show his best this day, but no. I like the way he finished it.
I didn't like the ride. I thought the ride was pretty poor. He just needs to switch inside. When a horse is hanging that badly, you've got to switch inside.
But his finishing effort's good.
Yeah, well, of course, yeah. I mean, he's running home faster than anything, really. But yeah, he's finished 4th. He's my favourite 3-year-old colt here. I think he's the most talented, and yeah, he should be winning today.
And he was a bit of an eye catcher, wasn't he, early on, before then going on to win by 7 1/4, and then his handicap mark of 62 slightly underestimated his ability.
Yeah, 100%.
He only won by, what, 20 and a half lengths?
Yeah, that's ludicrous. But yeah, he's rated 90 now and he's a proper 90 horse.
OK, Callum, give us the news from the paddock.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, having a look at this. This is a cracker, isn't it? Let's start with the 1 Albaraz. Really nice type here. Just a gorgeous individual. Very similar to the type that they tend to buy here. Very similar to Ceylon Silverbird, similar to Paradise Row. They're long, classically built types who are lovely. There's clearly a spec when they're out there looking for their horses, this ownership group. And they've got a nice one here in a horse that has won 2 of his 3 career starts. Started late, but is making up for lost time and has been incredibly well turned out by the team. Lovely looker. Let's pull back to the 3. This is Al Nayef, coming towards us now. Another one impeccably turned out and very classically bred. Gorgeous type here. This one's by Flatter, out of Spring Storm, second on debut. Will need to show more. Is a hugely exciting runner in a race like this. Very unexposed. Don't really know what to make of him, but certainly looks great in the parade ring. Let's have a look at some more here. We just make sure we don't collide into anybody at the side, and we'll pull our way back to horse number 5, Charge the Gun. I've been slightly disappointed with Prince Sultan bin Michel bin Abdelaziz's runners of late. This one, not so much. Charge the Gun looks in really good nick. Eddie Castro, who's already had a winner today, will be looking for a second winner of the season, and the horse looks in really good shape. Nice back end on this one, really well muscled, a nice precocious type. Interesting here, despite the fact that he's shown not enough form to suggest he can win this race on paper. Now we go back to some of the big hitters. We'll start with Falcaire, the 7. Tom says this is the best 3-year-old in Saudi Arabia. I could not disagree with him more. He might win this, but I think there's plenty of better horses out here. I wouldn't be touching him compared to some of the other 3-year-olds we've got out here. But he's a bit lazy, and that's what got him beat last time when they went very quick. Stepping up and trip will suit him down to the ground, and he might be too good. Fawaz Wallace on board is really excited about this one. I had a good chat with him before racing, and he seemed very excited about Falcaire, and who wouldn't be? He's a hugely exciting prospect, and he looks great. Just in behind, we'll go to Falazane. This is the last one we'll look at. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira on board. He's looking for his first winner today. A rare, quiet day for Ricardo. He'll be hoping to end that on this occasion. I know he can hear me. Look at you. You'll get a winner soon, boy. Don't worry about that. Falazane is a really good-looking type as well. Winner on debut, beaten in tougher competition last time. This might be an easier race and certainly has place claims, lads. It's a corker of a contest. I can't wait for it. I think the paddock pick for me, though, has to be the one.
Alabraz then is the paddock pick for Callum Halliwell down in the paddock, of course. He's got form claims as well, but he is only rated 75. Falcaire rated 90. You know, he's going to have to improve to beat Falcaire, or Falcaire's going to have to have an off day, which is, I suppose, plausible after running in a race like the 2000 Guineas. That being said, he could win this without being anywhere near 100%. As I was saying pre-going to Callum, as we can see, beautiful grandstand and the trophy there. Falcaire's rated 90 in this race. The next highest rated are 75. Motomays, Alabraz and Alwalia. That means Falcaire's got £15 in hand on official figures. Now, not all these horses are, you know, running off a figure that is representative of exactly their talent right now, but Falcaire is way the best. Then you've got to look at the unexposed types. Al Nayef, who we'll talk about again in a second, he's unexposed, only had the one outing. He could easily be...
He could be a sleeper in this.
He could be a sleeper, yeah. Too enticing as well, the 18, but he's had 2 outings. They're the 2, I think, under the radar. Maybe Al Nayef is the dark horse. And I don't know, he ran well on debut.
We'll come on to him in a second, but the international market is the 6. Falazane is the second best in it at 5-1. Got an official mark of 70, but that's only on the back of 2 runs. He was a winner on debut and steps up in trip again today.
Well, he's not good enough to beat Falcaire, is he? He's got £20 to find with Falcaire.
Yeah, but he's only had 2 starts, so
I understand that.
It could be better than his 70 rating.
What was that race he ran in last time?
It was a cup race over 1600.
Give me 2 seconds.
But I'd much rather have, if you're trying to get something close to Falcaire, I thought Al Nayef was the one, because finished second of 18 over 1400 on debut. You've got to take the step up in trip as a given, but he stayed on well last time to be beaten 4 3/4 by Music Critic, who was then beaten in the Saudi Derby qualifier, the 2000 Guineas last time out.
I agree with that. I agree that Al Nayef is the dark horse in here, and he could easily finish second, third. He might even win if he's capable. I think Falcaire's a cut above, but we'll see. That, by the way, going back to Falazane, that race he ran 6th in last time up was the Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz Cup. The winner was Taj Bladi, who's a very good horse and subsequently came out to beat Motathabeta, the best 3-year-old filly, in my opinion, in the country. So whatever, he's very good. The runner-up was Yal Mansour, then Badr Al Samawi, Wan Amin, who's not as good as Falcaire, and then in 5th was Bayed Kasi, and then Falazane was further back. If you look at official ratings of those horses, they're all in the 70s, and Falazane got beat maybe 6 lengths at the wire. he has to improve, in my opinion, to get anywhere near close to Falcare in this spot. These connections can improve horses, obviously, and Vinoroso being the stallion, he won a Breeders' Cup Classic, and you know, distance will be no problem for this horse. But I just think Falcare's way superior to Falazane at the moment, anyway.
And there's just a form line I was trying to find. So Almeyev was beaten 4 3/4 by a music critic, who then I think went to the 2,000 guineas last week and finished 3rd, in which Falcare was 4th. So,
correct.
Okay,
However,
it's got 5 lengths to make up on it, but it was first run and the longer trip could suit.
And Music Critic got a much better trip through than Falcare that day. So I don't know whether that form is worth taking as literal. I think Falcare ran a much better race than Music Critic. Music Critic was right on the speed from the outset. On a pace-biased track, Falcare was out the back. So.
But I just thought it just gives the chance for Almeyev to slide in there,
and I agree,
at a good level.
That's why I've got him 4th in, despite the fact he's only had 1 start and he's a maiden in a cup race against previous winners. Like, it takes something to put a maiden up there, but I have to have him 4th in because on that form he's not got too much to find, albeit he still has some to find. But he could easily improve, and he draws well.
He does indeed. He's in stall 5 here for Almeyev, who is currently at 15-2 on the international markets, 5-1 for Falazane and Falcare at even money. Elbraz.
So, are you with Falcare or are you with Almeyev?
I have to be with Falcare.
Okay.
But
from a danger perspective at the prices, right?
I think that the value lies with Almeyev.
Sure.
You nailed it. I like potential.
Yeah.
I like the horse who could improve. He could improve.
Yeah.
But Falcare could be a better horse than 90. Have we got to think that Almeyev can run to 90s at 8? Probably not.
Probably not, no. Falcare, the reason why I think he's better than 90, even if he runs to 90, he will win this race. That is a full stop. However, I think he's better than 90, and the reason for that, the first few outings, he clearly wasn't the finished article. He finished 2nd then behind Jeddah Beach 4 runs ago. We've all seen the replay. He would have won that race if he was asked to win. Yeah, we'll move on from that. The next 2 outings, he bolted up, maiden and whatever the next race was, conditions race, I think. Then he came back last time in 2,000 guineas. He did something that we hadn't seen before, which was hanging and lugging left. Horses do that when they're either feeling an ailment or they don't like being wide on the track. They like running next to the rail. I think Fawaz Wanas is going to keep him against the fence today until he has to launch a challenge. He's drawn 7, pitch him up against the rail and he'll be able to produce his best. He seems to run consistently well and improving efforts all year long, really. I don't see a reason why he won't take another step forward today. And if he does, is he not untouchable in this field? I'm definitely with the 7, Falcare.
Okay, I'm with you as well. I think Falcare definitely the one to beat. I just keep an eye on the one to beat. I would just keep an eye though on the 3, Almeyev, as a potential improver, and he's 4th best in international markets. But Callum, you're against us here with horses looking to make it 3 wins in 4 starts.
Yes, I am, team. Have to be against the Falcare here. They're loading up very quickly, though. Anthony Ennis is going to be pretty much needed straight away here because they're already loading. So I'm going to go with Al Braz. That's the one. And the boys are sticking with Falcare. Watch out for Falazane, who I think was in a hot race last time too. And Ricardo Sosa Ferreira is crying out for a winner. Anthony Ennis, who do you like in this one, mate?
Yeah, I was with Falcare last week, so I probably have to stick with him, Callum. But the price is on the short side. There are 1 or 2 in here that could improve, but he looks like a very good horse, Falcare. Evens now from 11 to 10, and they are going forward. Falcare for Fawaz Wanas. Runners are going in then for this cup race. A lot of prize money up for grabs here over the 1,800 metres on the dirt track under the lights here at Riyadh. Quite a few in already. So it is 5-1 second favourite Falazane. Al Braz, the one Callum likes, 17-2. Almeyev 15-2. And we are getting set for the Prince Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman bin Faisal Cup. This is a very high quality race indeed for these 3-year-olds. Nearest to us there, stall 1, that's Tarahib, yellow sleeve jacket. Next door in the red colours is Thao Shan, Wigberto Ramos. Just waiting for the last couple then. Falcare to go in. Falcare now eases in. And we're just about ready for a start for race 11 here at Riyadh. Over 9 furlongs, 1,800 metres. And they're off and they're racing. Quite a slow start for one of the runners there in the blue colours. Al Nayef just drops in behind them, and even slower to stride there. In the red cap was too enticing. He missed it quite badly. Good early speed towards the outside, meanwhile, from Alefar here. Alefar in the grey and red is going to lead them overall. Here comes Makam, though, on the outside to get closer in the bright blue with the red blinkers. Looking for the favourite, Falcare, in about fourth at the moment. Green cap. He's got a nice sit at this stage. To his inside in the bright yellow colours, Motomeyes and Habrea in the yellow as they go through the first 400 metres. Towards the back of the field, just losing a place or two there was Thal Shan. That's now in the rear group. They race down the far side. But the leader, hard up against the rails, is Makam, who goes on here with the red headgear. Falcare's improved, though, to sit second now. Very handy indeed. Falar Zaid has gone with him and is now moving up on his outside. Wider out to find Motomeyes as they continue their journey down the back straight. And also their Alabraz, who's made stealthy headway through the field now to come and get a view of the front, the orange colours. So Alabraz has now just nosed on the inside of the light blue. That's Makam. Falcare in behind them just starts to get a squeeze on as they go down to the far side. Falar Zain's in fourth place. To the outside, moving quite strongly now in the light green sleeves, getting a lot closer to the pace here is Motomeyes. And Motomeyes and Alabraz, these two have now gone on as they enter the final 400 metres. Alabraz tough on the inside in the orange. Down the outside, Motomeyes won't lie down. In behind them, Falcare now starts to shift. He's going to go for the rail run, the green cap, but he's got work to do, but he is picking up. Down the outside, also running on late in the piece, is Darwan in the silver colours. Darwan is running on strongly. Could he catch the leaders deep inside the final 200? It's Darwan, all the momentum down the outside. Falcare's got through against the fence. Darwan, Falcare, these two. Falcare, Darwan. Falcare, Darwan. They'll put it up to the judge. It's close. Maybe the favourite got it on the inside, Falcare. He's left it very late, but he's finished strongly under Fawaz Wanas and Falcare. Oh, I thought he looked beaten at various stages of that race. But he did need the extra distance up the inside running rail. I think he's just tipped out Tharwan. He ran a cracker in the silver colours down the centre. What a great finish to this cup. Falcare, though, got the inside run. Did he got that rail position, number 7? He's just beaten the 16 Tharwan. That rail really does help. And it looks like track positions helped him. So it'll be 7 Falcare over 16 Tharwan. The jockey looking across there, Khalid Al-Mamoni. And he's been denied narrowly. Great finish. And another winner for TC and for Martin here. Falcare. Well, if he took the even money, you were probably sweating for most of that race, but he's got there. Fawaz Wanas enjoyed that too, didn't he? It's a classy horse. He was fancy, wasn't he, for the Guineas last weekend? Didn't quite go his way. There's the proof. He's won by a head. 7 Falcare, 16 Tharwan. Third was number 5, Charge the Gun, who stayed on in the black colours to get third. Fourth, number 12. Motomeyes, 7, 16, 5, ahead the winning margin. 1 minute 55.54 winner for Martin and Tom. It was Falcare, but only just.
Oh, what a horse race. What a horse race. I mean, he looked beat. He was so lazy. He looked beaten turning him for home. Fawaz was giving him the full beans. And then from absolutely nowhere, Falcare finds another gear, scrapes the paint down the inside, and denies Sarwan in an absolute humdinger. of a contest. Wow, I can't wait to talk to Fawaz about this one, because I think there were plenty of people who had backed the favourite who would have been very uncomfortable turning into the straight as Al Braz looked to make a big early move, but clearly there was too strong a pace in front, because a lot of those horses that were challenging for the lead turning in have finished very tired in behind. Charge the Gun, the good-looking runner from in the black colours, has looked very good and enjoyed himself, but the real story here is Falcare and Fawaz Wallace. Now hopefully we'll get a good chat with Fawaz, because no one's rushing to take him away. So we'll grab him now. He's going to grab coats and all that sort of stuff. We'll get it now. Fawaz, congratulations. That was a truly fantastic race.
Thanks God, and thanks the Honor Highness Mir Must'ab bin Abdullah bin Abdulaziz. Thanks the manager, the Talal Shreem. Thanks the trainer Ahmed Mahmoud. God give me this one. Tough race, hard win.
I can see.
God give me, alhamdulillah.
I can see on the inside you had Al Braz just in the on the orange colours on your outside. The gap closed, but you still got there.
I see. Just win or die. I want to win, you know, because he's my horse. He's my horse, and I love him. Thanks the owner and trainer and manager again. Alhamdulillah.
Go get your awards. Go, go, go.
Yeah, well done. Wasn't pretty, but home in front.
Big sigh of relief. He did a lot right, but he also did a bit wrong, and it was very frustrating. You'll just see on the inside here, Falcare. Alabraz comes across, Fawaz Wallace sits up in the saddle, can't go anywhere, Falcare. The gap then opens. Normally, because the time the gap was shut wasn't very long, normally a horse could just quicken up and go again, but Falcare isn't that type of horse. He's a very much momentum builder, a grinder. He doesn't have gears. Well, he does have gears, but he can't go through them quickly. He just plods and slowly increases his cadence and keeps going when others cry enough. Fortunately, he's got the job done, but it wasn't as simple as I'd hoped. We'll take it from the start here. The horse that was really slowly away, actually, was Al Nayef in the blue with the white cap on the inside, one off the rail, but he rushes up.
He soon recovers.
Yeah, soon recovers and gets up into a real prominent spot. He's just on the inside of the horse in yellow, now moving into third, about now, and he pushes up forward. There's speed out wide as well from Maqam. That's the horse that's currently in the lead. And also, bear with me while I look through my sheet, horse number 2, Alafar. They're your speed horses. Fala Zane's up there from the outset as well. He doesn't run very well today, unfortunately, but that was it. I kind of expected that for some reason. I'm not sure why. It was just a vibe I was getting from the horse. Alafar drops away there. I think there was something wrong with the horse, so hopefully he's pulled up and he's okay. He just took a bad step. Victor Gutierrez looked after him, so that was great jockeyship. At this stage, Falcare is in 5th place and being scrubbed. Now, I was fine with this because of the way he runs, but you just need to keep him on the fence, otherwise he's going to hang. And now he's losing an extra length, and maybe he just wasn't going to fire today. But as they turn in and they hit the home straight, he switches leads, which he didn't do last time in the 2000 Guineas. The horse on the inside up top drops away, that's Maqam, and you can see Falcare's about to start picking up. He's in 5th. He's now going to go between Maqam and also Fala Zane into 4th now about to go 3rd. And Fawaz made a good decision to go to the rail. However, he can see the 2 horses in front are hanging into the left. At this point, you have to opt out to go right. He doesn't. He sticks there. That leaves a real issue for the horse because there's no gap. Look at this. He's
How on earth has got through?
The gap doesn't even reopen.
He's literally scraping paint off the rail.
He is. The horse is very brave to go up that little tiny gap. While that incident occurred on the inside, which we'll see from an even better angle from this camera, while that happened, the horse on the outside, Tharwan, in the FMQ stables, right out wide on the top of your screen in silver silks, he manages to take his momentum to the front, and Falcare then back runs him late on because he's just a very talented horse. But we'll see the instant here. Falcare, green cap, red on the sleeves, in about 3rd place, white noseband. Now the gap opens up on the rail, the horse hangs left usually, so Fawaz goes for the rail, that's fine. Now at this stage, he should see the 2 horses in front are coming across, switch out. He doesn't, he sticks there. The horse is now suffering, nowhere to go. The gap opens, but it's a very small gap. He's brave to go up the inside, jockey and horse, burrows his way through, and then repasses the horse on the outside, who's actually in front at this point, which is Star One, and gets the job done.
He was left though with no option, was he? If he had switched, he wouldn't have won.
I don't know. I think he would have. he had 2-length gap between the leaders and where he was. If he switched immediately when he saw the horses in front were moving to the left, then he would have been fine. But then he was forced, as you say, to stick in that spot and kind of bear the trouble. But fortunately, he got the job done. We can see the white stable there, Prince Mitab, Abdullah are up there connecting their prize for the Prince Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman bin Faisal Cup.
Yeah, the Crown Prince of Riyadh handed over Prince Bandar bin Khalid bin Faisal there as well, chairman of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. So the dignitaries up in the royal box, and the prize giving underway then for the first of our 2 feature races, 300,000 SAR, and the international favourite just Falcaire gets up to win, scraping through that gap towards the inside. Interestingly, we often see the white stable horses with blinkers. They took the blinkers off that horse this week.
I wonder why. It's interesting, isn't it? They only put him on 2 starts back when he won that race by 20-odd lengths. And then for the Guineas, it wasn't that he was lacking focus. It was just that he was lugging. So I don't know why they took the blinkers off, but he's fine without them.
Yeah, and he's come home in front today to win race number 11. We've got to go up in trip for the final race today. We've got our final race, the Prince Saad bin Abdul Rahman bin Faisal Cup over the 2,400 metres. We've got a field of 10, and this is all about Abu Sheikha.
Yeah, it really is. I love this horse. We've talked about this a lot. Abu Sheikha, he ran just a couple of weeks ago. He is probably one of the best 2,400 metre horses here, and I hope he can record 3 consecutive victories.
And Enzo, he carries the colours of the Red Stable. The Red Stable responsible for the colours of the Irving gloves. We're going to find for Tom, and also very similar to your Ferrari Red.
Yeah, the signs are there, aren't they, for Abu Sheikha? Let's hope this horse can run well and win. Here we go. The runners then for our final race, as you say, 1.5 miles up in trip here to the 2,400 metres for the Prince Saad bin Abdul Rahman bin Faisal Cup. Number 1 is Abba Al Saud for Nawaf Al Mudiani, had a winner earlier. Number 2 is Abu Jana for Khalid Al Mamoni. 3, Abu Sheikha, the favourite. We're on even money currently. Tariq Al Mansur on board. 4, Akko Mabari, Abdullah Al Lawfi, who won race 3. Number 5, Al Nahem, is ridden by Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Number 6 is Ashjar, Ahmad Al Tayyar rides that one. Over the page to find number 7, Eddie Castro looking for a double as well. He rides Intergene here. 8 is Tarzim, Ricardo Ferreira has been quiet today. Number 9 is Ali Waji for Ayad Al Tarisi. And 10 is Alka Wakabi for Mohammed Aldaham, looking for a 3-timer today as we go back to Martin and Tom ahead of our last.
Thanks, Anthony. Yeah, we're still getting the comments coming in on YouTube. George has chimed back in with us here. And he said 7 will destroy them.
That was in the last race, Falcaire.
Okay, we want to catch you up. Okay, that's been a bit behind. So relentless. It's what we expect to speak from the jockeys. He says Wanas made a spectacular ride there. I think he got lucky, didn't he?
I think he got a little bit lucky. He was brave.
He was brave.
And he did a good job getting the horse into contention after he was kind of hitting his flat spot, Falcaire. I wouldn't say spectacular, but I'd say winning ride.
Okay, well, horse in the pre-parade then for this. Zhang and Caro as well, both been in touch. Hello to you guys. If you want to come back with a selection as well for the final race, you're more than welcome to. Got Shuaib went for 12 in the last race. Not so lucky, but this seems to be about the 3. Let's check on the international markets. The runners in the pre-parade ring for our final race today. Falcaire was even money on the international markets, which makes it, I think it was 6 winning favourites today.
I can't remember.
I did count them through before. I think it would be 6, and Abu Sheikha will make it 7. Even money on the international markets from Alka Wakabi, Tarzim at 9-2, Ashjar 13-2, Abu Jana 12-1, Akoma Barry at 14s, Intergene at 16s, and 25-1, and bigger the remainders. So Abu Sheikha, we don't get many chances to go over the 2400, but he's been excelling over the course and distance in 4 starts.
Yeah, he's just an excellent horse. As I say, I'm a big fan of this grey. And it's not, for me, I'm not a horseman. I've never ridden a horse, I've never worked in a yard, so to be a big fan of a horse isn't easy. I don't just say, oh, I love this horse. But I do with Abu Sheikha because he always seems to perform when I'm here. And let's see him in action, and I'll talk through his main characteristics. Firstly, he's a forward-going type. He missed the kick this day. This was 2 weeks ago. Missed the kick, but he was immediately, not rushed, but just moved through the field nice and slowly, going into the first turn. 2-turn race over 2,400 metres here in Riyadh. From there, he just galloped away from his rivals. Back in second is Salem Alays, who's a good horse. Not a great horse, but a good horse. You know, this group's probably weak compared to what he faces today, but equally, he's won with such ease that I think he can just go in again.
He's got £5 to hand of Al Kawakabi, who I've got down as a 5 times winner, but I've got the trip down as a slight question mark.
Yeah, all the wins for Al Kawakabi have come over shorter. But before we talk more about him, we'll have a look at Abu Jana, who's a deep closer, as you can see. He's been runner-up on his last 2 starts, including this one here, at a similar level to this. He's in good form, but again, these are over much shorter distances. Deep closing type over shorter doesn't mean he's going to stay over further. That's my problem with Abu Jana.
Abu Jana, who's a 1-time winner from from 19 outings, so he's quite exposed. Second on the last couple of runs in Cup race over 2,000 and 1,800. He's also had 1 go over the distance, didn't appear to stay that day.
Yeah, it's a problem. I don't have him in my top 4, Abu Jana, just because I have major stamina concerns.
He is a horse who, if you go back on back class though, does have a bit of back class. 4th in the Custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques, that local Group 1 last year. And he's in here currently on the international markets. Abu Jana at 12 to 1. Tarzim, number 8, is 3rd best in. That was put in at 9 to 2, still the same price, rated 92. 4th over the 2,000 metres last time out. Draws out in 10.
Yeah, he plugs on at the 1 speed, Tarzim. He doesn't have a turn of foot at all. But he's pretty good at this level. He was unsuited by the 2,000 metres last time up when he finished 4th. Returning to this distance will be very suitable for him, and he ran in a Group 1 recently, so you know he's got plenty of talent. He's probably the main danger to Abu Sheikha. I've actually got Tarzim 3rd in rather than 2nd in, but it's nothing really to do with Tarzim's chance of winning necessarily. It's just that Al Kawakabi's a more talented horse. If Al Kawakabi stays, and we did briefly touch on him, if he stays, then he is the most likely to press Abu Sheikha. If he doesn't stay, he'll be out of the top 4. But you kind of have to factor in his talent, because his talent is quite high.
Abu Sheikha is probably cut above these over the distance. He's got a course and distance record of 2 wins, a 3rd and a 4th as well. It's almost like he took his time to find his form over the longer trip, because he was beaten on his first couple of goes, but the last couple of runs resulted in wins.
I remember seeing him in handicaps last year when he racked up 3 or 4 or 5 consecutive victories, and he used to be ridden by Tariq when Tariq was a claimer. He still is a claimer, but he only claims 1 kg rather than 3 kg. He's a late developing type, Abu Sheikha. He didn't look like this horse when I first came in last season, and now he's just a proper cup horse that does all of his best work in local bred 2,400 metre races like this.
Well, they're starting to come out onto the track for this race over the 2,400. Final race of the night. And we will hear from Callum shortly. Shuaib asking for tips for this race. Well, we're both weighing in with the 3, aren't we?
Yeah, both with Abu Sheikha. It's been a good day for both of us as well. How many have we tallied up today?
I've managed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You've had 6.
I think it's more than that. I think you've had 6 and I've had 7.
1, 2, 3, 4. I've had 6, have I?
Yeah.
You've had 7.
It's been a very good day. Hopefully we can make that 7 and 8 apiece in the last race here.
So that's 11 and 13 overall.
Yeah. Abu Sheikha to enhance those.
Yeah, very much so. It's very, very strong favourite. Callum, you had the 5 winners. Last chance here to try and get a 6 on the board. You're down at the start for us.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, here at the back of the gates ahead of this race. We're just going to make our way across. We're just being told that we need to come over just out the way of the horses as they come through. But that's okay, because we'll see the horses coming past us as they come down toward the start for this 2,400 local bred contest for the older horses. And it really is all about one horse and one horse only, Abu Sheikha. Just make sure now if we've got enough room to let them come past us. But when they do, we'll fill you in on those horses. Looking forward to this. We've been lucky enough to witness with Abu Shaker's sort of steady rise at 2,400 metres. I remember when he won that custodian of the Holy Mosque for apprentice jockeys last year in those orange colours, and he won it very impressively. Since then changed hands and hasn't quite had the same success, but what he has done now has found a really, really good level of success at this distance. And the last time out, I thought he was frighteningly impressive. The way he sort of extended on the turn. Nawaf and I were sort of running our way back to the winner's enclosure to go and greet him, but we both stopped and watched him sort of lengthen as he came through, and it was hugely impressive. A couple of the runners coming down here now. This is Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. He's aboard the 8 Tazim, just coming through past. This has got a little bit warm, and you can see there, but that's not too much of a negative for me. Ricardo still looking for his first winner. The next one's a horse I really like. This is RIYADH. Well, that's not RIYADH, that's an outrider. But next is RIYADH, just in by you. Behave yourself. Then the 9 is RIYADH, who I really, really like. This horse is a horse that won last time out and shows so much potential as a youngster, but has just taken a little bit of time to get going. But I think this horse is trending in the right direction and would certainly have claims in a race like this. Here comes Abu Shaker now. If we just come back to me, the big grey just coming towards us now. This is Abu Shaker, the 3 in your race card here. He's a gorgeous type here. Tariq Al Mansour on board here. We'll look at the dappling on him. As you can see, he's very much like Charon. Any of our viewers from Europe would know Charon as a bit of a chunky monkey. He didn't always look red hot fit, but my goodness, when he ran, he certainly did. And if you look at him, he looks like the type of horse who knows he's a big deal as well, doesn't he? Ears pointed forward, enjoying the moment. A couple of others coming down, one of the late ones coming down. Ashjar, this is the horse who's interesting now. That's number 6, just being jogged down by a starter handler here as well. Stalls handler just jogging him down to make sure he's clearly feeling up for it. Had a bit of a truncated career, not really had too many starts, but has won the last 2 and won on the King Abdullah Foundation day. Now, how strong the form of that race is yet to be decided, but with a very impressive winner on that day, kind of stuck its head in the sky, but did well enough. Now, you'll be seeing the horse in the middle here, horse number 5, Al Nahem, just getting the girth adjusted. Now, for those who don't know much about horses' tack and equine performance, the reason why those girths are just coming in there, the grey horse in the middle, the reason why they're adjusting this girth is because when horses go down to post, they tend to breathe in a little bit. They tend to suck themselves in and feel tight. Just like when anyone goes to the gym and they sort of prepare themselves for a workout, they do a big old stretch and they start flexing their muscles in front of the mirrors in the gym. Well, that's exactly what the horses are doing. They're flexing their muscles, they're breathing back in, they're getting tight, so the girth will get a little bit looser. Now, the jockey on board the 5 is Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Now, he would have felt that on the way down to start. He would have thought, oh, my saddle's just a little bit loose, and if you've ridden before, you'll know that feeling when the saddle starts to go and you don't have a centre of balance. So it's crucial that you've got a tight girth and that you've got that centre of balance. And you'll see the girth runs all the way around the saddle here with racehorses. It's not very much like the Olympics where you're watching the eventing or dressage where the girth is just underneath. It runs all the way over to just give that jockey the extra bit of comfort. Now we're walking down here. Let's talk about some of the others we haven't mentioned. First one coming past us here is the 2. This is Abu Jana, just coming by, looks in good shape, hasn't got too warm in the prelims, looks very comfortable. I'd give that a plus for me. The 10 is just coming past us as well. That is Al Kawakabi. What a horse he's been, and a real star for the channel. He's going to be loaded up nice and quickly. He's handling things well as well, and we've only got to have a few to load. It'll be a quick process. Anthony Ennis, it's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Runners are loading up then for this, our final race, the Prince Saad bin Abdul Rahman bin Faisal Cup. It's a clean sweep for Abu Shaker from the team as the runners go in. Abu Shaker around the 10 to 11 mark on the international markets. So the last couple slide forward here. 1.5 miles then, longest race today. There is Abu Shaker, the white cap for Akko Mabari, the black cap for Tarzim. As Ashjar completes the line, we're set to go. Over a circuit this time. Race 12. A bit edgy there. The outside is Tarzim, but they're off and racing. Away they go. So you get a fraction there was towards the back of the field early on Abba Al Sword, but pretty good start for the others. The white cap of Akko Mabari just drops in behind early on. This is the Prince Saad bin Abdul Rahman bin Faisal Cup, and the early leader is the favourite. Abu Shaker has gone through straight into the lead in the Red colours leading up by 2 lengths to the spots of RIYADH racing in second position. Towards the inside running rail, the white and gold of Abojana is just poking up into third place, with deeper on the course of the grey, that's Al Nahem, followed by the white and blue stars belonging to Ashjar, who's racing at about 4th or 5th place at the moment. 2 lengths back to find Alwa Wakabi, who's racing in the black sleeves and cap. Alka Wakabi, the red and white on the body, the black sleeves, black cap, and that's racing ahead of the black cap of Tarzim, who's upsides the blue jacket next. That's Intergene. Then towards the inside, held up with the white cap, is Akko Mobari, horse with the noseband. The early trailer is Abba Al-Saud, who was quite slow to stride in the hands of Nawef Al-Badiani. So heading towards the back straight here, still a long way to go. The lead is with the market leader, Abu Shaker, under Tariq Al-Mansur, enjoying himself out in front. He's got pretty much an uncontested lead here, about 3 lengths clear to RIYADH, who's racing in second with the purple sleeves. Racing in third, the jockey on the leader has a look in behind there. I like what he sees, about 7 or 8 lengths ahead. He's increasing that lead as well on Abu Shaker. He's pressed a few buttons and this horse has gone on now. I'd say a good 8 or 9 lengths ahead down the back, and they're racing inside the final 1,000 metres here. So Abu Shaker trying to get him to slip here. The pack are trying to close him down now. RIYADH in second position towards the outside, also trying to get a bit closer now. We have Al Hazem, the grey, back on the inside. Abujana has just ridden along. The black cap of Tarzim is next. He's not so far ahead now. On the outside, Al Kawakabi is getting closer now too. And all of a sudden, Abu Shaker's come right back to the field. But he still has the lead, about 4 lengths. To in second place, ridden along to the outside. Here comes Al Kawakabi. He could be in trouble here, Abu Shaker. He looks like he's going to be passed by the ball. So turning by a ball change up top now as Abu Shaker beats a pretty hasty retreat. In the centre of the blue and white, Ashjar has come there. Far side, right there, Abojana against the rails. Down the outside is Al Hazem, who's running on as well. Al Hazem down the outside starts to pick up here. The veteran deep inside the final 200, and it's Al Nazem on the outside. To the inside though, Tarzim has got the rails. Tarzim is thundering home here for Ricardo Ferreira. He's had to be patient, but he wins the big one. Tarzim is home to Ashjar in second, and third was Al Nahem, who didn't quite get home. Ricardo Souza Ferreira, he's waited and he's got there. Tarzim, there were so many horses with chances turning. One to Abu Shaker, went out like a light before the home turn. And he went too quick early on, but he was clear, and all of a sudden came back to the pack and they all went past. But it is a win for the red stable. It's Tarzim who wins it for Ricardo Ferreira, around 9-2 on the international market. Second, number 6, Ashjar. Third, number 5, Al Nahem, who looked the winner at one stage, but only takes third place in the end, the grey. 1.25 lengths the winning margin, 2 minutes 39.45 seconds the winner's time, 8.659 the numbers. Tarzim, Ashjar, Al Nahem, RIYADH with the favourite. Nowhere to be seen, Abu Shaker, but well done to Ricardo Ferreira and Tarzim.
Well, we thought one of the most likely winners of the day, Abu Shaker, as Anthony said in commentary, has gone out like a light, given a really aggressive ride and finishes last of the main body of runners. But the jockey had a rush of blood to the head down the far side, really kicked on with some sharp fractions.
Yeah, I didn't love the ride at all on Abu Shaker. Sub 13 seconds sectionals, 3 of them back to back to back, 12.9, 12.7, 12.5. Then the horse just paid for that. He had nothing left to give. Just not a great ride. You'll see some interference here. Abu Shaker takes the brunt of it, but Tarzim also with the black cap. Ricardo's the one that's going for the gap, so he kind of causes the interference, but Tarzim comes off probably worst of everyone and then has to go again. The horse is way the best, given the way the race has panned out. He's a proven stayer. He was the only other proven stayer in the race, as well as Abu Shaker. He just hasn't been given a very good ride. But it's a winner for Ricardo and the red stable.
I think it's Abu Shaker. You just knew off the turn.
Yeah.
I mean, suddenly he's gone from being 6 clear to the pack were just eating him up.
We'll see the interference here as well. Watch 2 red stable horses on the inside. Abu Jana comes across, hampers Tarzim, who really hampers Abu Shaker. Tarzim has to stop as well.
But it's not affected Abu Shaker. He was no. Backing out of it at the time.
Yeah, he was backing out, exactly. Tarzim took the brunt. Yeah, he still managed to go again and pick them up. Yeah, Abu Shaker, very disappointing. Not a great ride, but still disappointing. Tarzim has managed to come out on top.
And Al Kawakabi well beaten as well.
Didn't stay, yeah.
Okay, well, Tarzim was about 3rd best on the international market. And Callum, it's a winner for the red stable, but not the horse we expected.
It's not the horse we expected, but you cannot keep a good man down. And Ricardo Sosa Ferreira has landed the last race. A quiet day by his lofty standards, but he does have that winner. Shout out to Black Type TV and Jose and everybody else involved with the huge support club that Ricardo has from both Spain and his native Portugal. And don't forget what he's done in France as well. He's had a good career riding at some of the provincial tracks in France. But this is a multiple champion jockey in Spain, and he proves time and time again how he can handle the big occasion here in Riyadh. Well worth noting that we said this horse looked well on the way down to post, down to the start, had got a little bit warm, but wasn't just getting out of control. Looked very controlled and very well done by all those involved. A big, big win. The Red Stable continue to their dominance of the big prizes here. Look, at the end of the day, they might not have had the success that they would have been hoping for in the bid to be champion owner, but they keep on having these big race successes, and on the big days, they come to the fore. And Ricardo in the saddle is the man for the big occasion. Obviously, doing most of his riding for Al Sabah Stable and Sama Al Dahani, but he is taking advantage of these opportunities with the Red Stable. And why wouldn't you use him if you had him at your disposal? So congratulations to everyone who put this decision together, and well done to everybody involved, and well done to this man, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. It was a quiet day, but he comes out on top in the last, in the race that matters. 150,000 Real to the winner. He'll be very happy with that as well. Just take off the saddle cloth. He should be in here at a mark of around 58.5. I'm sure he was fine. He got the all clear. Ricardo, it was a long day. It took some time, but you got your winner.
Yes, I work a lot today, but you know, sometimes today not easy race, you know. All the race open. All people can win. But this horse have chance today. I travel very relaxed because 2,400 is a little bit long for him. I travel well. I don't have space. I wait my moment. But when I open, a little bit outside pressure close me, but I'm the win.
The boys in the studio were discussing that you didn't have the easiest of passages. Were you surprised when Abu Sheikha went so far in front? Seemed to be a big early move.
Yes, that's right, my horse. I know I need to go because call me for go.
So you're getting called for your trophies. We're having a good time. Enjoy your trophy presentation. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and a bit different for the trophy presentations for the bigger races. They don't take place right behind us. It's further down towards the main grandstand on the main podium. But Ricardo gets on board with Tarzim in our final race. Let's just take you back through some of the highlights on the card today. We'll go back to race 6 first off, as an open race.
Yeah.
Mhalhal beaten last week in the Saudi Derby qualifier, but he's booked his spot here in 3 weeks' time with victory today.
Yeah, I think he's probably the best horse in terms of the talent level that we saw today. He's only rated 80, Falcair's rated 90, so you could say Falcair and the likes of Tarzim are better. However, Mhalhal today just spread eagle this field. It was an open race, 47,500 Saudi Riyal to the winner. Mohammed Al-Daham went straight to the front, and as you can see, it was Mhalhal first, nothing, air in second. Just a dominant display. He was a short price favourite, but it's great to see him bounce back. And Tamar Al-Dahani said straight after the Saudi Derby, or Saudi Derby, will be the main aim for him.
He got beaten in the qualifier last week, finished 5th, but Tamar said after the race he came back with a bit of a virus. Obviously a quick turnaround. He's got over it and he bolts up by, 13 lengths in the end?
Yeah, just a wide margin success. He probably didn't beat much in behind, but you don't have to really wow you. From a visual performance, this was brilliant from Mhalhal.
And Tamar, of course, leading the Trainers' Championship, and he just continues to dominate.
Yeah, another winner. Yet another winner for him. Another winner for Mohammed Al-Daham. It's just been a fantastic Riyadh season for both.
And Tamar didn't manage a winner early on. He finished second in race 4, the maiden for 3-year-olds of the 400 metres. He was second in that with Jabal, but a horse you're really looking forward to going forward. He said maybe one more run this season, but it's next year that horse could come into his own. He was beaten today, but a really promising effort.
Sizable horse, a really good looking type. We'll see the race today. He's on the outside in the green and the white. We'll see it hopefully again from a different shot in a second, but he is such a long, scopy horse, lovely looking individual. He just finished second behind Atlal, who was put up by yourself, a good selection, beating me with Jabal. Atlal maybe did a little bit more running in this race, but I think if you're moving forward and you want a horse to follow in Saudi Arabia, if you don't have one already, Jabal is the one. He's a lovely looking type, and as we've already talked about, he made a big bold bid in this race, and just got fended off by a horse who had experience on his side. Look at Jabal this time.
Even just the length of him as well.
Oh, lovely
He's a
physical.
slab of an animal.
He really is. He only cost 40,000 as well. Beautiful pedigree by Wooded, who's a sprinter out of a dam, who was a very good distance horse. So, yeah, I really like Jabal, the horse in the green and white silks. Moving forward, I think he could develop into a very nice type.
Yeah, there were two really promising sorts finishing first and second in race 4. Turkey Al Khaladir came out on top early on today in our Arabian Open as well. And Derby was the first leg of a double for Mohammed Al Dahan, winning the first race. The local bred maiden as well. He took a step forward. He was dominant in that race. He got a good position early.
Yeah, he was just one of a number of front runners that made all today. Not as many that we've seen in previous weeks. This week was a slightly fairer track, in my opinion, more fair track. But he did it well in the first. Falcare as well, we should touch on, who was heartbreaking and then suddenly a relieving race where it looked like he was gone and then coming back into contention and winning. It was a good day. We had plenty of winners, and hopefully everyone watching enjoyed it as well.
Yeah, if you did get involved with us on YouTube, many thanks. We're going to be back next week, so do come in with your selections there and take on Tom, who had a terrific day over the 3 days. 13 winners he's had, so once again the champion tipster. The team here altogether for 4 weeks altogether. I managed to win the first race, the first week, and Tom has taken out the last couple of weeks. Won last week. He got a dishcloth for that. He might get another dishcloth. Well, we said oven gloves if we can find them.
Something special, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go to the supermarket tomorrow and see what we can get. But 13 winners for Tom, 11 for me, and 5 for Callum as well. Thanks for your company, wherever you've been watching in the world. Been a pleasure having you along here in Saudi Arabia. We're back next week, 3 days of racing, and then 3 weeks today. It's the big day. It's the Saudi Cup.